Sure Hao was as vigorous as a tiger. Holy light could be seen around him, leaving behind afterimages as he rushed forward. Lightning moves the 9 heavens. The creature that grasped the Lightning Emperor's precious technique, wearing an armor covered in rust, used the most powerful strike, the Lightning Emperor's forbidden secret method. In the past, Sure Hao had used this method that could cross cultivation realms to kill true deities, shaking up all of Fire Province's grasslands and shocking Goddess Academy. Chi, streak after streak of lightning interweaved, condensing the black mist in the sky. There were clouds in the distance as well, forming the world's most basic lightning Dao element, about to recreate lightning tribulation. This place was extremely dark to begin with, so now that these dark clouds gathered, it was as if night covered this place. Together with the streaks of blazing electrical radiance that released pi-pa sounds, blasting through the void, it was as if the end of the world was arriving. Sure Hao slaughtered until hot blood surged, battle intent rushing into the heavens. Just now, he already removed the head of the creature with reincarnation symbols, and now, he was facing the one with the Lightning Emperor's precious technique, still without any fear. He warped through the sky, towering in the dark void, allowing the lightning to interweave. He formed imprints with his hands, and then one palm struck towards the sky, one towards the Lightning Emperor technique creature on the earth. He unexpectedly chose to face this attack head-on, not moving out of the way at all. In reality, this was perhaps also a decision made without a choice. Once the Lightning Emperor's technique displayed its might, its effects were widespread, impossible to hide from. However, this wasn't a true thunderstorm, not meeting the conditions for displaying the ultimate profoundness of this divine ability. As such, he powerfully took action. Hong! In the sky, the ominous back fog couldn't truly replace clouds in the end. There was still some time before the clouds in the distance would gather. Sure Hao's palm shook heaven and earth, making even the void cave in. However, there was also an enormous streak of silver that struck down. It was incomparably thick, the gathering of lightning element. Lightning Dao symbols appeared on Sure Hao's body, using this lightning radiance to dissolve the attacks. In addition, the palm he slapped downward with was even more powerful, accompanied with the unmatched profound mysteries of his own precious technique as it struck towards that creature. Pooh! The individual on the ground couldn't avoid it, because the mysterious symbols were extending in the void, shining with incomparable brilliance and interweaving like a spider web as it descended. It sealed off all paths to face this attack head-on, but in the end, it coughed out blood, its body flying outwards. Kill! Sure Hao shouted. His eyes formed the martial Dao heavenly eyes symbols. Like two true dragons, that individual's movements were all captured in his mind, allowing him to act in advance. Show! Sure Hao's palm condensed into the most complex patterns. The heaven calamity light and reincarnation symbols condensed together, within them a third type of divine patterns as well. The power this attack displayed was exceptionally great. Sure Hao's entire arm became resplendent like a golden holy sword. It was the arm of a true immortal that illuminated the heavens. He fiercely brandished downwards. The individual who possessed the Lightning Emperor precious techniques suffered serious injuries to begin with, and at this moment its body's movements were seen through, its next move already guessed. Now that it faced this attack, it couldn't defend against it. Pooh! This creature was killed as well, its head flying outwards and exploding in the void, turning into a rain of blood. The headless corpse collapsed. Too crazy! Another one was killed. In the rear, Chao Yuxing and the others were shocked. What kind of secret method was Sure Hao using to actually be this tyrannical? In reality, not even Sure Hao himself could completely see through the new Supreme Being technique. He only began to evolve it, still in its budding stages, not truly forming yet. Now, he found that this technique could merge together with reincarnation and heaven calamity light, allowing the power to increase several-fold. This was truly a bit shocking. He didn't know if this was a technique purely of power or if it truly could increase the powers of other Supreme Being techniques. When it completely matured, everything would be exposed. When that time came, this type of unmatched technique's power would definitely increase several folds. to the extent of displaying some unknown ability as well. There is still half of them left, the little rabbit shouted, staring with her red eyes, jumping about excited and stirred up. He was actually about to succeed, defeat this ominous and auspicious event. The creature with Heaven's hand released strand after strand of white light, attacking indiscriminately. The Kuan-Peng humanoid who had been struck until it only had half its life left, body in tatters, also crawled up to take action. Just let it end, Shurhao shouted. His body shone, releasing techniques that connected the heavens and moved the earth. He led over the gradually scattering lightning clouds with one hand, the other striking forward. He also displayed the Lightning Emperor's precious technique, using the lightning elements that the previous creature left behind. This was the same as two people's joint power. Endless lightning descended. His other hand rose up, producing lightning radiance that hacked down on these two creatures. Pong! The two powerful experts were both scorched black. Even though they weren't dead, they flew upwards, bodies burnt and charred. Lightning released pi-pa sounds as it scuttled about randomly on their bodies. Kill! Shurhao moved an enormous pair of Kuan-Peng wings, rushing after them. He used his own innate supreme being techniques as well. With a piu sound, their bodies were struck through. This place became quiet. The bluestone paths had blood, not black, but actually dark red, looking like they possessed vigorous vitality, different from before. Succeeded, you've now taken that step. The divine striking stone cried out. I have witnessed a miracle. Chao Yuxing also said, his heart somewhat shaking. It was because from the past to present, how many creatures had died, failing to succeed. Yet today he witnessed this great achievement. Peerless talent. The little rabbit released rare words of praise, blinking her large eyes. Why hasn't the black mist scattered? Qing-Yi was feeling great joy, but she quickly calmed down. She saw that the situation was strange, hurriedly reminding everyone. In reality, forget about him, even Shurhao felt something sinister. The lamp in the void hadn't scattered, not disappearing. Meanwhile, nearby, the black mists became even thicker, exerting a type of pressure, as well as terrifying energy. It was as if the fog of a great abyss had just dispersed, revealing the true malevolent being behind it. Su-su. Suddenly, the flesh on the ground recombined. The four creatures immediately merged together, turning into one. Kuan-Peng wings spread out, lightning curled around its body, reincarnation symbols covering it densely, heaven calamity light merging with its arms. There was also a type of brand new symbol engraved within its body. Shurhao was shocked. That was the third supreme being technique he was only starting to unseal, yet it was now possessed by the other party. This made him shiver inwardly. So fast, so quick. It was the same as having no secrets. What exactly was there in the dark and unknown? Wasn't this the same as understanding all precious techniques in this world? Just the thought alone made a chill run through his body, his heart difficult to find peace. Kill! Shurhao rushed forward murderously, attacking with all he had to kill this creature. He also burned up everything here, not leaving behind any other remains in hopes that his precious techniques wouldn't be leaked out. Only he felt like it might be futile. Even if he killed this creature, that mysterious power would likely still understand everything he had. Pong! The two individuals crossed hands. Shurhao fought with everything he had, not giving it the chance to evolve to the extreme. He used all of the methods he had. The void became indistinct, continuously distorting. This place seemed to be caving in. Symbols and natural law power interweaved, shocking everyone to their core. Shurhao's body was dripping with blood, his injuries not light. However, after colliding several hundred times, he killed that mysterious and sinister creature. Without even thinking another thought, 3,000 patterns interweaved, burning everything clean. Regardless, he was still going to burn away all of the traces to prevent anything about himself from being exposed. He began to dispel the black fog and hack at the ancient lamp in the void. Wang! Suddenly, the ancient lamp released a light cry, and like a mirror, displayed the decisive scene from just now. It rushed into the distance, about to leave. Succeeded. Even the abnormalities are running. The little rabbit cried out excitedly. Sherhao's expression, however, changed. What he was fearing the most was happening after all. He didn't have any secrets left. The mysterious natural laws brought the lamp into the distance. Sherhao didn't have time to worry about his injuries. He chased after it, wishing to see where the strangeness originated from, and even more so to destroy that ancient lamp. Turns out it wasn't a true understanding, needing this ancient lamp to bring everything it has witnessed back, he said to himself. Previously, he had all types of speculations, believing that it was a land of illusions, but now it seemed like the dark unknown indeed had some type of power, able to do terrifying things. From the ancient times until now, has it aroused the most powerful mysterious techniques of every single heavenly talent and then brought them back? He didn't know if this was true. Kill! Sherhao shouted loudly. With the void halberd in hand, he soared through the air, hacking down on that ancient lamp. It released sinister light, rotating about. The heart of the lamp became even more bright, illuminating all of Sherhao's flesh, making him seem nearly transparent. Even the mysterious fiery light within the very depths of Sherhao's body was displayed and lit up. However, because of this, the ancient lamp trembled, and then became dim. It quickly left into the distance, as if it had sensed something bad. With a schwa sound, a fist-sized lump of fiery light flew out from within Sherhao, one formed from all types of symbols. It rushed forward to chase after the ancient lamp. Then, a crisp sound rang through the air. The lamp split apart, turning into broken pieces. At the same time, this flame engulfed the heaven and earth, weaving and warping about, burning away all of the remaining black fog, not leaving anything behind. What is this? Did you finally succeed? There isn't going to be anything else ominous that will happen, right? The little fatty Chao Yuxing and Qin Yi all chased over, revealing shocked expressions. That fiery light descended, entering Sherhao's body before disappearing. Over there are fluctuations. Sherhao sensed a wave of sinister energy that was even more ominous than before. After some hesitation, he rushed over, arriving beyond the 3,000 bluestone paths. He saw an enormous black crack in the void that was like a great valley. Was the source of all the strangeness inside this great crack? After arriving here, Sherhao's entire body became cold. Even someone as powerful as him felt as if he fell into an icehouse, a wave of bone-chilling coldness filling him. This was not just purely from the outside, but also from deep within his heart. This place was dangerous without a doubt. However, he still endured it, walking forward to take a look, even if he didn't enter and just looked in from the outside. It was because he just had too many suspicions. What exactly was this thing? What exactly were the origins of the strange and ominous? Careful! The people behind them shouted, quickly catching up. Sherhao took a deep breath and walked forward, arriving before that enormous crack in the void. He looked inside. In that instant, his face became pale. He saw what was inside, and then he immediately thought of a legend. His expression was unpleasant to look at, his heart greatly shaken. All of you, get away. Quick! You all cannot come over, cannot see it, Sherhao roared. His expression was anxious, stopping the others from approaching. A black-colored ancient ship dripping with blood stopped there. It was incredibly enormous, the dark red blood covering its surface, a horrifying sight. It slowly floated through the boundless void. This was a strange scene. There was actually a boat inside the great void crack. Sherhao's expression became unpleasant. He truly never expected to see it here. Back then, when he was leaving Five Elements Province through Origin Sky Secret Realm, the Devil Blood Ghost Tree had said before that there were 3 things that were the most frightening when moving through the void. One of them was precisely this black-colored ancient ship. Since the ancient times of the millions of creatures, there weren't many who had seen it. Those that encountered it would inevitably die. Even the most powerful old sect masters wouldn't be able to survive. Rumor had it that as long as a creature got on this boat, they never returned alive. Sherhao never expected that, While searching for the origin of the strangeness and arriving before this great crack, he would see this ship. It hadn't appeared many times in this world since the ancient times. If it was just a look from the distance, then that was one thing, but now they were so close, able to feel the pressure. Sure, what happened? Are you all right? Xianxia called out from behind. When she saw how he had become petrified, standing there unmoving, she revealed a doubtful expression. Don't ask anymore. Just hurry and leave. Sure, transmitted mentally, having them quickly depart from this place. The further the better. Those individuals were all incredibly confused, but they didn't doubt the severity of his voice. They could only open their mouths, but in the end retreat to the 3,000 paths. They now stood on the bluestone paths, quite far away. The black-colored crack was enormous, wide like the mouth of a prehistoric beast. It was truly frightening. Sure stood there alone, his body taut, as if he was in the most nervous state of his life. This ship was too large, several tens of thousands of li long. The black-colored ship body appearing ancient, giving off a strange and miserable feeling. It was unknown how many years it had existed for. That blood was horrifyingly dark red. As time washed through this place, the years went by. It never dried up, still shining with luster as it was painted over the black-colored ancient boat. Just what kind of background did it have exactly? What era did it come from? There was simply nothing to use as a reference. No one knowing for sure, only knowing that this was one of the world's most terrifying ancient objects. Sure forcefully withstood the pressure, trying to struggle free from the force. But he discovered that compared to this ancient black ship, his own power was nothing. Could this be the very source of the ominous event? He was a bit frightened. The enormous attraction force increased, traveling over from the distance. It made even the void cracks distort. Sure couldn't take it any longer. Dragged in by this enormous black ship, one of the most sinister things from past to present. When his legs left the ground, he once again transmitted sound to Xianxia, Chao Yuxing and the others not to come, that they had to stay far away. Then, like a shooting star, he rushed towards that ancient boat. That wave of power was too great, binding him as it dragged him over. The void was spacious and empty, vast and boundless. Within the black-colored great crack, the ancient ship existed throughout time. It didn't release the slightest bit of sound, and not a single bit of life could be sensed. There was only a deathly stillness, as well as the mottled marks of time. Dong! Following a tremendous quake, Sure was guided over. He smashed into the ship's surface, leaving him so shaken his ears were ringing. His flesh right now could barehandedly kill true deities, yet now he was struck until he was in great pain. If it was anyone else, they would have definitely had their bones broken and muscles snapped, becoming a flesh paste. The speed just now was too fast. He flew over like a comet striking the great Earth from outer space. The force of impact absolutely tremendous. Sure got up. His body wasn't that injured, with just his blood and chi stirring about. He sized up his surroundings. There was a mist around the entire enormous ship, making everything hazy and indistinct. It was unknown what kind of materials this ship was made of. It seemed like metal, but it was also like some type of strange ancient wood. When he tapped on its surface, a kung chong sound was released. It seemed indestructible. He was standing on this ship, the deck vast and boundless, his eyes unable to see the other end. All creatures were like a speck of dust in this place. Difficult to imagine exactly who it was that built such a thing. While Sure was feeling great amazement inside, he also carried a type of chilliness. He actually got on this type of boat. Those who saw it since ancient times have pretty much all died. Now he had just taken that step, cultivating a strand of immortal energy, possessing the power to shake up immortal ancient. Yet in the end he arrived here. How unfortunate was this? Will I die here? He asked himself. Then, Sure opened his heavenly eye, the silver-colored symbols forming within his pupils. Then golden patterns appeared, glistening and bright as he surveyed the entire great ship. Suddenly his eyes felt a great pain. The scarlet multicolored light that appeared made his pupils feel as if he was going to be burnt blind. That was an expanse of blood. Several hundred li from this place, there was bright red blood on the black-colored ancient ship covering the ship's planks. They contained ancient and mysterious symbols that could injure the heavenly eye. Xianxia felt a wave of chilliness. What kind of creature did that blood belong to not dry after all this time and still have this type of fluctuation, this type of life force and symbols? He couldn't even look at it. There was a strange power to it. There was a lot of this blood scattered all over this ship. There was a layer of mysterious power to it. Xianxia couldn't leave the ancient ship. As long as he rushed towards the sky, he would be pulled back. However, he could walk on the deck of the ship normally. Even if sect master-level experts came, they still never returned to the world. Could it be because of this, that they couldn't leave the ancient ship, ultimately dying here in meditation? Xianxia thought of something. He walked forward, closing in on an expanse of blood. Sure enough, when he walked 100 li, he ran into it. If he didn't use the heavenly eye, then he would only see a dark red color, able to look directly at it. Once symbols appeared in his eyes, it would instead hurt him. This was not only reflected in the heavenly eye. When he tried to transfer power, releasing a streak of bone text from his fingertips, it would bring him incredible pain, as if he was being cut by a blade. He had previously seen immortal blood. It was holy and divine, but not like this. It was definitely different from the blood before him. This blood was extremely domineering, hard to even approach. What terrifying blood! He really wanted to get some to research, figure out what exactly it was, what kind of symbols it contained, but in the end he still gave up. He felt like this kind of blood could kill creatures even more powerful than him. If he acted rashly, then he might very well die. Sure enough, after making a detour around the blood, he saw a skeleton that was completely ruined. Half of its body was melted, turned into ashes. There was still half that was unharmed. He sucked a cold breath of air. The bone material was a faint golden, definitely belonging to a powerful creature. Yet in the end, it seemed like it died after trying to obtain the ancient blood. As expected, there were other creatures that came here before, accidentally ending up here. This pool of blood stretched out for several li, but compared to the boat as a whole, it was just a small amount. He hurriedly used his heavenly eye. He had seen many regions with even greater bloodstains, to the extent where there were some that crossed over 100 li. Why haven't the strange and ominous events appeared yet? Xianxia was suspicious. He already arrived on the boat, so why was there no activity? He continued forward, carefully using the heavenly eye to look around. In the end, he found that there was a damaged part of the ancient ship up ahead. He quickly walked over. He felt an even more shocking aura here. In this area, the deck was full of holes, as if it suffered from a great attack. The surface had hatchet marks and sword holes. A great battle had previously taken place here. In that instant, Xianxia became horrified. Through those holes and marks, there was shocking killing energy surging, making him feel a type of tyrannical aura and battle intent. That was definitely left behind by a powerful individual. Their battle traces still haven't disappeared, continuing to release an unimaginable aura that crossed space-time. Xianxia's flame silently appeared, the symbols flickering. Like a mirror, it flickered about here, illuminating all of the traces. Xianxia was shocked, but he remained silent, quietly watching everything. Soon after, the mysterious flame returned to his body, thus disappearing. Xianxia continued on his way again, walking forward. Either way, there was no way to leave. He was already on the black ancient boat, so he went for broke, wishing to see exactly what there was here. After walking for several hundred li, he saw an ancient artifact that was similar in material to the body of the ship. It was like metal, but was also like strange ancient wood, pitch black like ink. It was carved into a water jar-like object, towering here like a mountain. Golden light surged within, the light fluctuations it released astonishing. What kind of thing was this? Xianxia walked a circle around it, feeling like this truly was like a water jar, just like the ones large ships that set out for sea used to get rid of rain. He became more and more confused. What was the use of this water jar? Where was this ancient boat headed? It was so powerful and intimidating. Did it really need to use this jar to get rid of rain? Xianxia did everything he could, releasing his divine senses to explore what was inside the water jar. His flesh couldn't leave the ground, unable to fly, but his divine senses could. However, when it left a certain distance, it would bring him quite a bit of pain as well, the feeling similar to being cut by a blade. He endured this pain. His divine senses climbed up the mountainous water jar and then looked inside. He was immediately shocked. It was a whole jar of blood, but it was golden, and there were symbols inside. It was as if a lake was rising and falling. It was extremely astonishing. Heavens! Xianxia couldn't help but cry out. What creature's blood was this, actually using such a large water jar to hold it? It was too shocking. Of course, the most important thing was how terrifying the golden blood was. Once his divine sense closed in, it was directly burned, unable to truly probe inside. The golden blood contained bone texts, not inferior to the dark red blood all over the deck. It was too tyrannical and terrifying. Xianxia was horrified. He retracted his divine sense, not saying anything for a long time. He silently thought to himself, this place was truly outrageous. It can't be weaker than immortal blood, right? He moved again, and this time he saw a few other great jars, all of them filled with blood, their colors all different. Some were silver, some red, some black. Every single one of them was extremely shocking and incomparably terrifying. The symbols' fluctuations they contained were too terrifying, able to easily destroy deities. Meanwhile, these were only the blood of dead creatures. Xianxia was stupefied. He silently turned around, looking at these great jars. He found this difficult to believe, unable to figure out how this could be no matter how hard he tried. If we use the comparison of an ordinary boat to a sea, then for this ancient boat, what exactly was the sea to be crossed and where was it? Moreover, the vessels used to collect rain were carrying this kind of blood, so what kind of skies would release this kind of rain? Xianxia's mind's imagination immediately ran wild, his mind now feeling extremely uneasy. If he tried to make simple comparisons, it really was too terrifying. He walked another several thousand li, seeing too many terrifying places. Soon after, he even discovered a broken horn that was as large as a small mountain. It was entirely sparkling and translucent, only it was sticky with blood as it laid there. This horn's shape was extremely astonishing, like a deer horn, but also like the broken horn of a true dragon. What kind of place did I end up in exactly? Xianxia asked himself. The things he saw along the way were just too astonishing. Even though he couldn't verify what exactly they were, he felt that they were exceptionally extraordinary. A dragon horn dyed with blood, sparkling and translucent. He could feel an intimidating energy as soon as he approached, as if it was going to cut apart his soul. Xianxia's eyes were fervent with desire. If it was a dragon horn and he brought it away with him, how shocking would its worth be? However, he had no way of getting close to it. Even though that horn fell off, it was still full of life force. Symbols swirled about it on its own, able to kill all those who it made contact with. Xianxia could only stare helplessly at this supreme treasure without the slightest means of doing anything to it. This thing was too formidable. Based on his speculations, if this horn was left behind by a pure-blooded true dragon, once it was refined into a precious artifact, it would become one of the higher realm's greatest weapons, something simply impossible to appraise. After pacing back and forth for a long time, he could only leave in the end. I really am unwilling to give up here. Even though he was in a dangerous place with ominous things possibly thrown at him at any moment, Xianxia still felt like this, looking back 3 times towards that horn with every step. Suddenly, he saw something else. It was a scale. This thing was sticky with blood, and symbols were fluctuating intensely about. It was golden in color, a foot or so in length. There were many strange patterns on its surface, forming an ancient symbol. It looked quite like the character Defied. Was it related to that dragon? Xianxia stared at it, hesitating again. He similarly couldn't approach this scale. However, what was unexpected was that the flame in his body unexpectedly rushed out, landing on that scale and burning about, acquiring a bit of golden light and devouring it. What was it doing? Xianxia was confused. Soon after, the mysterious flame flew up, returning to his body. Meanwhile, that scale's powerful symbol fluctuations already disappeared, becoming simple and unadorned. It was a glistening yellow, the resplendent golden light now withdrawn, giving it a type of profound appearance. It now lacked a bit of magnificence, as if it had just experienced the baptism of time. The killing energy disappeared. Xianxia was shocked. This type of feeling wouldn't be wrong. He reached out his divine senses and carefully closed in, discovering that he wasn't injured. Then, he released bone texts using precious techniques to seize it. There were no negative consequences to this action either. He quickly picked it up, discovering that this scale was 100,000 gene by itself, quite absurd. It was heavy beyond imagination. Dang! He lightly flicked it with his hand, releasing a metallic sound, clear and melodious. It was an inch thick and a foot long. There should be enough materials to turn it into a precious artifact. Perhaps this was a natural precious artifact in itself. If I can return alive, I should go ask Dragon Girl if this really is a dragon scale, he said to himself. Along the way, he saw many sinister things, some extremely terrifying, others with astonishing value. However, he had no way of approaching and bringing away any of them. Altar. Suddenly Xianxia discovered that he had traveled through over 10,000 li, already closing in on the hold of this ancient ship. Outside of this ship hold was an altar that was entirely pitch black, its surface carrying many ancient engravings. Those patterns were all extremely profound, and they were also covered in blade and sword marks, so it was clear that a battle had happened here before. The flame within him took action again, illuminating all of them. Xianxia followed the enormous stairs, continuously climbing up this black altar that was even larger than a mountain. At the top of this black-colored altar was a pond that caved inward. There was unexpectedly 5-colored liquid inside that looked like jade liquid, sparkling and translucent. Resplendent multicolored light was being released as well. This is also blood? Xianxia shivered inwardly. After carefully observing it, he confirmed that it was. Was this being used as a sacrifice? This type of blood was definitely strange. He felt an immeasurable power from it just by looking at it. Xianxia felt like this blood was even more formidable than the dark red blood, and it carried biting cold killing intent. The things here are all powerful, filled with killing intent, as if they all came from a battlefield. Could it be some type of illusion? He didn't dare use his heavenly eye, fearing that the movement of their symbols would arouse the killing intent within this 5-colored blood. He could sense a strangeness just by looking at it normally. This altar unexpectedly produced a rumbling sound. The 5-colored liquid released a shocking scene, and there were even vague sounds. He carefully observed it, his mind extremely concentrated. That wasn't an illusion. It was becoming more and more distinct. Kill! Suddenly he heard war shouts. That 5-colored blood released great waves, rising and falling like vast bodies of water. The blurry scene inside slowly appeared. That was an enormous ancient city, as well as a boundless battlefield. Shouts of war shook the heavens. The experts there could all destroy stars and capture moons, all of them ridiculously powerful. That city was incomparably steady, stretching across the wilderness, inconceivably large, as if it was a world of its own. Hong! That battle displayed the greatest divine power fluctuations. There were symbols that surged, making quite a few of the stars in the sky fall. That type of battle was too vicious, simply unimaginable. Then he saw a few individuals who were supporting each other under the setting sun, walking towards that enormous ancient city. Their wounded bodies were swaying, as if they were going to fall at any time. Under the setting sun, their bodies looked extremely large, not appearing weak because of their injuries. They all possessed matchless auras. 7 of them, like 7 unmatched kings, supported each other, walking through endless corpses to return to the enormous city and protect it. Soon after, endless terrifying creatures slaughtered their way over. There was a divine Tao aura, as if they were already undying, and there was immortal light as well. It was incomparably frightening. Ah! Those 7 individuals were covered in blood. They were incomparably large and tall as they stood at the front of the city. They roared towards the sky, rushing out again to kill the endless enemies. At this moment, Sherhao's blood was resonating, surging and roiling. A symbol appeared on his forehead as well, becoming more resplendent than before. The symbols interweaving, holy light surging into the heavens. Sherhao felt a wave of sadness. This wasn't a character of sin, but glory. He remembered that the very first time the sinner's blood surged, his forehead bone shone. Scattering the clouds, he heard a voice. We are not sinners. The blood flowing through our bodies is not foul, but full of glory, recording our previous accomplishments and glory. We are not sinners, our ancestors are still fighting there, a world separating us, cutting off their own paths back. They are still fighting a bloody battle, guarding the desolate border. When he thought back to this voice, Sherhao was greatly shaken up. Desolate border, is that the desolate border? Where is it? The day will come when I will slaughter my way over there. Sherhao clenched his fists. The 5-colored blood shone, the scene inside gradually becoming blurry. He could vaguely see a scene. One of the 7 great kings fell, all of the stars dimming in response. We are fighting, separated by heaven and earth, but we can't hold on. What about those who come later? The contract. Those were the voices of the 6 great kings who were still alive. Their enormous figures were sticky with blood, riddled with stars. They were supporting each other, appearing extremely sad under the setting sun. Sherhao's nose felt sore, and his eyes a bit blurry as he watched one of the kings fall. He felt great grief inside, truly wishing he could help them in some way. Where are you all? Where is the desolate border? His voice was trembling. Contract. Could it be the archaic contract? He thought of the contract he heard from the Celestial clan, wondering if they were the same thing. Wang. After a final tremble, the altar's great waves receded, and Sherhao also saw a final scene on the lake's surface. A black-colored ancient ship was crossing the desolate border, carrying blood with it as it entered the great void crack. This ship. Sherhao was shaken up, his mind heavy. Was this the source of the ominous and inauspicious? This boat's origins were shocking. Was its appearance here good or bad? There was no longer any activity. He got down from the altar and silently thought for a bit. Then he walked towards the inside of the ship hold. This ship was too large, making him feel like an ant walking inside of a grand palace. Only, this place was pitch black with a heavy fog. The gray fog pervaded from within, carrying ominous and inauspicious things. Since I can't leave anyway, I might as well explore to its end. Sherhao decided he would just risk it all. It was rumored that the people who ended up on this boat all died. No way they could leave it alive. There was no worse conclusion already, so there wasn't anything to be scared of at this point. Of course, the only hope was the flame within his body. The yin energy here was too heavy. When he walked inside, he was given a fright. It was different from how he had imagined it. What kind of ship hold was this? It was clearly a world of its own with mountains and rivers. An incomparably massive mountain towered. Even though it was broken, it still towered into the clouds. Underneath the mountain, corpses could be seen everywhere. They had on archaic clothing with battle clothes from Immortal Ancient. The ones wearing them were all extremely old, mysterious and terrifying. At the foot of the mountain was an ancient stone cauldron, incredibly massive and vaguely releasing multicolored light. This was the only source of auspicious light visible in this dusky land of death. Sherhao walked closer. He rubbed his eyes, making sure that he wasn't dreaming. Next to the stone cauldron was an enormous jade table. What was that? There was blood all over its surface, as well as weak light. Heads rested on top of it one after another. Aside from this, there were memorial tablets with ancient words carved atop. Words he didn't even recognize. When he slightly probed out with his divine senses, Tao sounds rumbled, and then he understood the meaning of those characters. It was just too ancient, the words different from those of the present world. Great Scarlet Sky Lord, Qingwei Lord, Yu Lord. Sure how sucked in a breath of cold air. What kind of place did he arrive at to actually see such strange and terrifying scenes? It made his scalp go numb. Great Scarlet Sky Lord, Qingwei Lord. Who were these people? They were immortals. Even now, there was still a Scarlet Sky Flame, Yu Flame, and others in the world. Immortal seeds that they left behind, yet right now he actually reached this place, seeing their memorial tablets. Of course, this wasn't the most terrifying thing. What truly left Sure how horrified was the head in front of the memorial tablet. It was sticky with sparkling blood, not withering away yet. Could it be that these heads belonged to Great Scarlet Sky Lord, Qingwei Lord, Yu Lord, and figures like these? Sure how's fine hairs immediately stood on end, feeling that this was inconceivable. Shwa! A weak light flickered. The heads and memorial tablets on the long jade table all disappeared. That stone cauldron released a vague flicker. Sure how's mind was shaken. Was this an illusion? Or was it a reflection of what was inside the stone cauldron? He stared at that cauldron. Even though there was a lid on it, as well as an unmatched seal, there were still strands of multicolored light seeping out. Apart from this, the cauldron was covered with cracks, already splitting apart, ready to shatter at any moment. Ever since he arrived on this ancient ship, everything he saw was outrageous, especially this place, which was even more frightening. Sure how stared at the stone cauldron, feeling a bone-chilling coldness. It wasn't the temperature that decreased, but a coldness that originated from his heart. How could it be like this? This place was inconceivable, actually having these types of thing. Sure how had never felt so frightened since the day he left the village. The scenes he saw here were too frightening, exceeding his imagination. That long table disappeared. He suspected that it might be because they were too extraordinary, and that was why they could appear through the seal of the stone cauldron. Could it be that there was an entire cauldron full of heads? This was too shocking. Those names, the memorial tablets, the heads sticky with sparkling blood. If news of this got out, it would definitely shock the world. Yu Lord, Great Scarlet Sky Lord. Who would believe that their heads were all inside of a cauldron? It was too shocking, shaking both past and present. These mountains and rivers were dusky. Sure how walked forward step by step, closing in on those enormous broken mountains. He wanted to see the stone cauldron at the foot of the mountain from a bit closer. There were too many skeletal remains along the way, all of them carrying the aura of past time. They covered the ground. There were some corpses that hadn't been damaged after all this time, currently releasing sinister fluctuations. Sure how tried to touch them, but those remains immediately released terrifying symbols and bone texts. One could imagine how powerful these individuals were when they were alive. They were definitely unmatched experts. This ancient ground was extremely massive. However, calling it a battlefield wasn't quite right. There were ancient corpses all over the ground, some carrying chaotic energy, some releasing mysterious symbols. There were some that had clearly decayed as well. When he accidentally stepped on some of them, the flesh rotted, some directly turning into dust. Chong. Sure how tried to pick up a few weapons, but he discovered that not a single one was intact. If they weren't broken, then they had long been destroyed by the endless passage of time. What he obtained were all broken spears and tattered pieces of armor, to the extent where they lost all divinity and completely decayed, already couldn't be considered as any divine materials. An endless amount of time had passed after all. Unless they were unmatched supreme treasures, since they were broken to begin with, there was naturally no way for them to remain forever. What kind of creature is this? He saw a mountainous freak that looked like a hedgehog. However, its neck was extremely long, and its head was even more like that of a true dragon. In addition, there was a pair of golden divine wings that hadn't rotten even now. This thing was incredibly formidable. Sure how felt as if his skin was in sharp pain from even far away. The golden divine thorns seemed like they could shatter the void. Immortal ancient creatures were quite different from those of the current world. Sure how walked quite far. The ancient creatures he saw all having their own unique characteristics. Silent and without any news, the eyes of an ancient corpse behind him shone with green light. Its body carried gray mists, and like a civet, it quietly pounced over. Chi. Sure Hao was quite vigilant. With the void halberd in hand, he fiercely twisted his waist, his right hand brandishing the halberd backwards, the width of his swing great. Pooh! A streak of black-colored blood splashed outwards. That creature's head flew diagonally, and its entire corpse split apart, collapsing onto the ground into thick blood, rotting away. Sure Hao knew that he had entered a dangerous place. The so-called ominous and inauspicious were likely not far. He arrived at a mysterious demonic earth. Meanwhile, at this time, he wasn't that far from the broken mountain, able to clearly see the enormous stone cauldron. It is actually world stone. Sure Hao was shocked. He saw the material this cauldron was made of, unexpectedly an unmatched legendary material, the rough material for natural supreme treasures. It was truly too shocking. Just a small piece of this thing would make great sect masters fight to the death. However, there was such a large chunk here, forming a completely intact cauldron. It was clear that there were no other materials mixed in. It was precisely this sturdy, precious material that was covered in cracks, as if it would break apart at any time. It was hard to imagine what kind of power led to this kind of damage. The cauldron was extremely simple and unadorned, suffused with chaotic energy. Even though the top of the cauldron was sealed, there were strands of auspicious multicolored light seeping out, as well as gray and black fog pervading outwards. Sure Hao released a sigh. The value of this cauldron was too great. Who would think that this cauldron that was releasing auspicious multicolored light might be full of heads? How was it created back then? Who was the one that acted so extravagantly? Aside from this, he was also a bit horrified to find that there were strands of gray mists and black energy inside the auspicious multicolored light, seeping out from the seal. It made one shiver inwardly from dread. It was because he sensed a familiar aura, the same as the ominous and inauspicious that had appeared. They were definitely from the same source. Don't tell me that the origin of the strangeness is this cauldron. Sure Hao said quietly, his expression grave. He carefully walked around this cauldron. The most worrying thing was that the cracks covering this cauldron were also releasing wisps of gray fog. Truly was about to break apart. A great ancient cauldron made out of world stone. This was definitely a supreme treasure. Were these cracks caused by external attacks or because the things sealed inside were too powerful? Once it broke, what kind of terrifying result would there be exactly? Sure Hao's expression became grave. He stood in front of the cauldron, thinking silently to himself. Bestow upon you undecaying, uncover the seal. Suddenly an indistinct and weak fluctuation transmitted outwards. That was the sound of a divine will. It was unexpectedly hard to differentiate, strange and horrifying. Sure Hao broke out into a cold shiver. In this place of death, there was actually this type of calling. It made one shiver inwardly. The gray mist and black energy seeping out from the stone cauldron were floating about, looking extremely sinister. There was a type of demonic power proliferating, making one feel ill at ease. Sure Hao hurriedly took a few steps back. His primordial spirit was unstable, as if it was going to leave his body. His mind was trembling, receiving quite a powerful disturbance. It was as if a wave of power was restricting him, but also as if it was tempting him, making him walk forward. Undying, long life, coexisting with the world. The fleeting voice carried cold intent, impossible to go against. It was directly used on one's willpower, saying that it was going to grant benefits, ordering him to walk forward. Get lost! Sure Hao shouted, staggering backwards. He forcefully bit his lips, almost causing blood to spill out. He was a bit scared. What was going on? It was clearly a fluctuation that couldn't be any weaker, yet it affected his mind so greatly. Wang! The stone cauldron covered in cracks swayed, releasing divine light. The gray mist and black energy intertwined, becoming much darker. Then the voice disappeared along with it. It was extremely haunting. Sure Hao backed up, his expression extremely grave. It had already been how many tens of thousands of years, perhaps an eternity past, yet there were still wills inside this cauldron. It left him terrified. Was this cauldron filled with heads? Or other things? Suddenly, Shurhao felt a wave of warmth, his surroundings becoming peaceful. The murkiness scattered, and an expanse of light appeared, rushing forward. It was like a ripple and also like stellar light. Even though it wasn't all that grand and resplendent when compared to this entire ancient land, it was still enough to illuminate the surroundings, eliminating some of the darkness. Shurhao's mind trembled. Everything was created by the light within his body. It already flew out, turning into an ancient mirror, reflecting all things here. It reflected all of the scenery and combat traces of this place with its mirror surface, and then it even wound about that stone cauldron, truly displaying everything. Dong! A heavy muffled sound rang through the air. This entire region began to shake, the black ancient boat itself swaying. Even that sphere of light was shaking. It spun around this place and then returned to Shurhao's body. Oh! Suddenly, an indistinct roar sounded from behind the broken mountains, making one's scalp turn numb and their bodies shiver with coldness. It was as if a malicious spirit was blowing cold air on the back of his neck. What kind of thing is there in the very depths of this place? Shurhao stopped here for a while and then he walked forward. Either way, he couldn't leave possibly dying here, so he might as well just continue exploring. The broken mountains were massive. He made his way around it, heading forward. The chaotic energy in front of him was misty and indistinct. This was an even more vast ancient land, with more corpses, broken weapons, and shattered bone artifacts. This was still the hold of the ship, but it didn't seem like one at all, instead like a boundless world. After who knew how much time had passed, Shurhao felt as if he arrived at the edge of this world. Up ahead, the road ended, with no place further to walk to. He had reached its end. What is over there? Shurhao looked forward, his heart shaking. There was a boundless abyss stretched before him, chaotic mists curling about above, and pitch black like ink below, the bottom impossible to see. There was the most terrifying type of energy swirling about. The roar he heard before seemed to have originated precisely from this abyss, the final destination of this ship. He had a feeling that all of the strangeness and the ominous events originated from this place, from the abyss below. It seemed to be able to devour everything. After just giving it a look, Shurhao immediately felt a chill run from his head to toe, his fine hairs all standing on end. He couldn't help but shiver. Then he was shocked, great emotions rising and falling within him. It was because when he opened his heavenly eye, he saw a person sitting at the entrance of this abyss, as if his body was sealed here. This figure was enormous, his black-colored hair sticky with blood, scattering down to his waist. He sat there without moving. It's him. Shurhao's voice was trembling. He had seen this person not too long ago in the scene that had appeared on the altar, one of the 7 great kings who were protecting the desolate border. He was unexpectedly here. It was extremely shocking. It was as if he was petrified, without the slightest bit of vitality, not moving at all. Above him was a layer of ancient patterns, sealing the entrance into this abyss. Meanwhile, he sat above it, silently protecting this place. Shurhao's eyes widened. He carefully observed this individual. There were too many injuries on this king's body, his clothes in tatters. His body was covered with terrifying wounds. A short spear was impaled in his chest, a black-colored feathered arrow inserted into his shoulder blade, and the leg of a divine cauldron was embedded in his ribs, the other end emerging from his back. There were even more tattered pagoda fragments that pierced into his head. It was hard to imagine just what kind of miserable and terrifying great battles he had experienced. He was riddled with wounds, blood dyeing his battle clothes. The bright red blood still hadn't dried up even now, but his body was already ice-cold without any trace of life. It was because his injuries were too severe. Those terrifying supreme precious artifacts, any one of them could pierce through the heavens. However, they were all broken now, inserted into his body. It was enough to erase all life force. This was a seal that he placed before his death, sealing this place. I've returned, however. My strength has already been exhausted. A wave of emotion swept outwards. This was regret, left behind before his death, broke through the desolate border, familiar homeland, overtook, sealed. The will that remained was intermittent. This was all that was still here. Xianxia felt a wave of sadness for this king. He defended the desolate border, not shrinking back this entire time, using his life and blood to fight back. The reason why he broke through the desolate border and returned was to chase after something, and then seal it. In the end, he actually died like this. It was a truly tragic scene, guarding this place even while at death's door, sealing up this abyss. It was clear that this king provided endless contributions, however, no one would know about everything he did. Within this ice-cold, dark void, he died all alone. No one knew, no one to send him off. No one in the world knew that there was a person like this who offered his life to stop this darkness. The things he did would shake up all 3,000 provinces of the higher realms, yet his descendants were treated like descendants with sinners' blood. His corpse rested here, drifting along the void's great crack along with this ancient boat, ice-cold and bleak. This king died here alone, using his body to protect the abyss. Xianxia found it impossible to calm down. He felt a great pain when he saw this enormous heroic figure. His body was covered in injuries, with all types of supreme treasure fragments that were carrying chaotic energy penetrating his body. The blood on his body had yet to dry. He could only give a deep bow of respect, his heart feeling great grief. "Senior, take care." Xianxia was filled with complex emotions, feeling sorrow for this king. His descendants were treated as if they had sinners' blood, being treated as sinners. It was truly a mournful thing. Such a powerful figure, fighting at the desolate border, blood-soaked while fighting, using his life to protect the world beyond. Yet his descendants fell to this kind of state. "I also have the blood of sinners flowing through me. Ha-ha." Xianxia couldn't help but laugh out loud, feeling both anger and grief. This king might very well be his ancestor. If I can break free, there will definitely be a day when I will visit the desolate border and participate in the battle. Xianxia vowed. He clenched his fists. If the day came when he could stand at the top of the divine Tao, he had to flatten the disorder, suppress all enemies in the desolate border. Even if there were undying things, even if there were unimaginable unmatched figures, he still had to head there and slaughter his way into that realm. The symbol in the space between his brows shone, holy light surging into the sky, rushing through the murkiness. The beam of light shot into the heavens. In that abyss, the ice-cold corpse of the king that was sitting silently and unmovingly had some type of reaction. His forehead also shone, scattering the darkness. Xianxia's body trembled. The symbol in his forehead was resonating, as it encountered someone of the same bloodline and was unwilling to part. There was a type of sadness. Chi. Suddenly, the enormous corpse that suppressed the abyss released a streak of resplendent light, and upon closer inspection it was precisely the Sin character. It entered Xianxia's Sin character patterns. Xianxia's body immediately staggered, his forehead bone feeling hot, as if it was going to burn. Immediately afterwards, the space between his brows became even more resplendent, the radiance illuminating heaven and earth. Those patterns were interweaving, complex, and profound. The Sin character was as clear as if it were metal or silver strokes, making the blood in Xianxia's body surge and roil like a sea. In that instant, his body became comfortably warm. In this dangerous place, he no longer felt ice-cold while facing the gray mists and black fog, not feeling any more fear. When everything calmed down, that corpse became quiet and unmoving again. Xianxia's entire body was free from worry. He vaguely felt as if the complex patterns in his forehead had something added to them, but he didn't know how to operate it. Is this character really representative of sin? His eyes carried anger. He naturally knew that it was honor and glory, only it was given the alternate meaning of sin and chaos by the higher realms. In the future, he was going to pay Firecloud Cavern, Phantom Drake Dao Gate, and the other ancient sects a visit. What he had previously seen on that altar was that when the sinner's blood scatters the clouds, their strength would become more powerful, but he didn't know how to use it. Even though there was some reaction to that king's body, resonating with it and transmitting a streak of light, making the sin character in his forehead bone extremely clear. He still didn't know how to use it. Perhaps I'll only know after arriving at the desolate border. Xianxia was quite expectant. The great battle there was endless, a terrifying world. Meanwhile, he actually wanted to fight in that type of battlefield and slaughter. This was on the premise that he could leave from this place alive. When he arrived at the end and saw this abyss, Xianxia understood many things. He knew that the higher realms looked peaceful, but that was definitely not the case. Ominous and inauspicious. Does it all originate from this abyss? Xianxia thought to himself. What kind of origins did this king have? It was hard to fathom. Suddenly, ancient lamps appeared silently, one after another, suspending in the void. Meanwhile, thunderous sounds rang from the abyss below, attacking at the seal. Strand after strand of gray and black mist seeped out from the seal. It's not sturdy any longer. Xianxia's expression changed, and he saw something extremely bad. His heart immediately became cold. The king that was sitting there, half of his enormous body was dyed pitch black like ink, as if he became a demonic ancestor. It made one's heart tremble. The black fog surrounded him, wishing to infect his entire body. However, each time it reached his forehead, it would always be blasted apart by a streak of flowing light. Even though he was already dead, the sin character was still there, still shining. Not good. There will be a day when the seal will break. When that day comes, the ominous and strange things will invade the great earth. That will definitely be a great disaster, Xianxia said with a sigh. However, he couldn't be bothered to worry about that right now. In the distance, Zhuzhou sounds of ghosts wailing rose and fell. On the mountains at the other end of the horizon, all of them became pitch black like ink, releasing strange mists. Every single mountain had an enormous lantern that shone. They were scarlet like blood, lighting up the skies. Oh, it was like the weeping and howling of a million malicious spirits, as if the gate to the underworld had been opened. In between those mountains, black figures swarmed out in the tens of thousands, endless as they threw themselves over. That type of scene was too horrifying. There were too many dark figures. Perhaps they shouldn't be called ghosts, but rather ancient corpses. They leapt from one mountain to the next, throwing themselves over. Black figures covered everything as far as the eye could see. They were all corpses of ancient generations, all of them previously powerful individuals. They all slaughtered their way over now. Xianxia released a sigh. He was most likely finished. With so many enemies, if every single one of them wasn't weaker than himself, it was useless even if he cultivated a strand of immortal energy. It still wouldn't be enough. And it doesn't seem too right. It's not all of the ancient corpses that are extremely strong. There are some that have already rotted. Xianxia opened his heavenly eyes, seeing everything. Ever since the streak of light shone from the king's forehead bone, entering the space between his brows, he now discovered that he could use bone texts and other things, not receiving any recoil from touching the forbidden power. Kill! Regardless, Xianxia wouldn't just wait helplessly for death. Even if he were to die in battle, he would still go out strong instead of dying cowardly. Both his hands held halberds, the two weapons both originating from Immortal Palace's inheritor, refined from the void beast's bones. He rushed forward, sweeping through all of these ancient corpses. A stench assailed his nostrils. These corpses had existed for who knew how many years, their bodies long rotten and not existing. However, they were being controlled by some natural laws, still maintaining their physical body. Only now were they hacked through, turning into blood and mushy bones. Xianxia noticed that there were some ancient corpses that were different. They were surrounded by black mists and carried vitality, slowly walking over from the rear. They possessed powerful might. In addition, there was a group of people that had power similar to his own. It's coming again. The ominous and inauspicious. He saw a group of young individuals numbering in the dozens, standing there proudly, their expressions indifferent. They were all staring deathly at him. And they are all people from this era, some of them from the ancient era, some from the recent few thousand years. Hao was shocked. Dozens of people walked over, their terrifying auras overflowing into the sky. With all of them grouped up together like this, the scene was extremely terrifying. These were young supreme beings, all of them with an unmatched Tao. Hiss! Hao sucked in a cold breath of air. Could it be that these were all ancient outstanding heroes who ultimately encountered ominous events? Not only were their precious techniques seized, even their bodies were brought to this place. If this was true, then it was a truly horrifying thing. He looked even further out, and then he immediately felt despair. There were a few middle-aged individuals in the mountains with auras even more terrifying. They all had unyielding spirits, believing themselves to be unmatched. Those were individuals with even higher cultivation realms. They similarly had outstanding reputations in their eras. If they were to come over as well, how was he supposed to fight? He would undoubtedly be killed. Trials, slaughter, stealing techniques, sinister disasters. There will fluctuation coming from the abyss. That corpse seemed to be reacting to this type of scene. A roar sounded. The endless ancient corpses stopped their restlessness, no longer attacking. Over 100 blood-red lamps appeared, illuminating this place. Some of those several dozen young experts began to walk forward. The most dazzling creatures were about to take action, all of them at the consummate level of the divine flame realm. Kill! This was a cruel great battle. Hao had to face this group of inconceivably powerful enemies. This was especially true since the strand of immortal energy couldn't be used freely yet. Hao decided that he might as well not use it. He brandished the two halberds to fight them all. Soon after, he already killed 2 individuals. However, he himself was injured as well, blood flowing from his body. The most terrifying strike almost pierced through his heart. How formidable! Hao was shocked. That person's power was extremely great, his flesh unexpectedly not weaker than his own. He carefully looked at this creature. It was a golden being with a human body and an ant head, its strength boundless. Could that be the well-known golden ant from 20,000 years ago? Hao's mind trembled. He had also heard about a few ancient and formidable figures, feeling that this ant should be it. However, regardless, he wouldn't stop here. Even if he died, he would die in battle. Pooh! Another powerful young supreme being was killed by him. At the same time, bone texts shone resplendently and precious techniques clashed. He blasted another expert to pieces. Moreover, when he took action, the fiery light in his body emerged, blasting apart all of the shining blood-colored ancient lamps in the void, preventing them from displaying his precious technique. Chong! A gray and ordinary-looking sword hacked down. Brilliant rays of light immediately erupted, making Hao's heavenly eyes feel a wave of pain. His hands caved in, and then the 2 great halberds were unexpectedly sliced through. Bloody light flashed, and a world-shocking streak of sword energy entered his body. It was all too fast. This sword was exceptionally sharp, fast to the extreme, piercing through the void as it arrived from the distance. Hao quickly backed up, but his neck was still nicked. Blood gushed outwards, almost removing his head. It was truly too dangerous. That was a human-shaped creature, his sharp eyebrows reaching his temples. His temperament was extraordinary, eyes like cold lightning. In his hand was a grayish, dull ancient sword that was incomparably powerful. Hao knew that this person definitely had a brilliant name in the ancient eras. He was too powerful. Of course, that sword was quite special as well. When it wasn't used, it didn't draw attention. But once it was, the light released was many times more brilliant than the sun, making it hard for one to even open their eyes. Moreover, it was just a sword core and not completely refined to perfection, yet it was already like this. It was a bit ridiculous. Even a divine treasure like the Void Halberd was broken. This sword is truly extraordinary. Hao speculated. It should be some type of immortal gold. It was still just a sword core, yet it was so powerful. Hao moved, his speed as fast as lightning. He rushed at that individual. Dang! He attacked that sword core with precious techniques, releasing dang-dang sounds. Blood blossomed, There were many young experts around How, all of them exceptional. They took action together, immediately adding many injuries onto his body. Meanwhile, that youngster who held the mysterious sword core was even more terrifying. The sword didn't leave Hao's vital areas, and one strike even drew blood. Of course, Hao also returned a strike, slamming his palm against his body, blasting him backwards, blood flowing out from his mouth. So powerful. What kind of ancient being is this? Hao's expression was grave. He entered a situation of imminent death. Aside from the one who held that sword and the golden ant, the others were also extremely terrifying. He killed a few of them, but the situation was getting more and more dangerous. Soon after, Hao was seriously injured. Even though he had long propped up his only heavenly passage, it still directly caved in under an attack. These creatures took action together. No young experts of the present generation could face them. Dang! Under the metallic sounds, Hao smashed away the sword core, but he also took a strike from the sword. A terrifying cut was opened on his chest. Pong! He sent that sword using creature flying, seizing this sword. However, because of this, he paid a tremendous price, almost dying on the spot. Chi! Sword light overflowed outwards. How brandished it about, adding his own precious techniques on top of it, directly removing the heads of two people around him. His divine energy erupted. However, at this moment strange changes took place. The abyss released woo-woo sounds. There was a strange power that crushed down onto him. Meanwhile, that king's corpse shone, suppressing the abyss, and at the same time releasing an extremely gentle power towards this direction, surrounding How within. The gentle power supported him. It was extremely warm. Even the injuries on Hao's body were lightened. However, the black energy below the abyss surged, attacking intensely at the seal, making the seated king's body sway. The seal might be torn apart. Shoo! A black streak of light swept outwards, landing on Hao's body, originating from the abyss. Hao knew that after he continuously attacked, killing a few powerful strange corpses, the ominous couldn't tolerate him being alive. Fortunately, this king's radiance surrounded him. Oh! In the abyss below, a strange howling sound rang through the air, one that was many times more horrifying than that of the malicious spirits. Even as a cultivator, Hao still felt scared, cold energy seeping into his body through his pores. Not good. Hao was frightened. Not only were these young powerful experts at his level attacking, even those in the distance moved. Those middle-aged men were like enormous mountains, all of them with their own dominating auras. After hearing the roar from the abyss, they began to walk in this direction. These people were too powerful, unknown what kind of cultivation realms they were at exactly. One of them pointed out, and then the voice directly shattered, erasing everything in its way as it rushed here. Hao's mind was shaken. Even though he was surrounded by that king's gentle radiance, he still quickly moved out of the way. That finger was too large. It crushed downwards, creating a huge valley in the great earth. Rubble rushed into the clouds. What kind of cultivation realm is this? Heavenly deity or sect master level? Hao felt that if he didn't have that king's radiance wrapped around him, the powerful fluctuations would have been difficult for him to endure. There were middle-aged men who walked over from all sides, their eyes giving off an ancient feeling, clearly having experienced endless time. However, there was also a type of deathly gray color. They were scattered in different areas, cutting off all routes of escape. Meanwhile, those several dozen young supreme beings also moved, activating precious techniques and bringing out precious artifacts, slaughtering their way over. Those middle-aged experts towered there. If anything unexpected happened, they were ready to attack at any time to suppress and kill Hao. The situation was dire. The abyss voice was mournful, continuously attacking at the seal, about to blast apart that king's corpse and make its way out from below. Pooh! Hao held the sword core in his hands, attacking here with incomparable divine valiance. He once again removed the head of a young supreme being, cutting down another influential figure from his era. Oh! The abyss became chaotic. Natural law forces emerged from all directions, and all types of ancient lamps surged, continuously swaying about. Moreover, the corpses covering the mountains and plains stood up, gathering in this direction. Kill! Those immeasurable middle-aged men roared and took action. The large hand one stretched out covering heaven and earth, smothering the sky to kill Sure Hao. It was clear that the strange and ominous saw that Sure Hao was surrounded by that king's light protection, and that was why they released such great destructive force. Geniuses at the same level could not keep him in check, so they were going to directly eliminate him. Ancient lamps flew out one after another to copy and reflect his precious techniques, stealing away all of them. Dong! The body of the king seated in the abyss shone. It was affected by the power from all sides. His unmatched flesh released resplendent radiance after being agitated, turning into ripples that scattered outwards. With a pu sound, the great hand that originally slapped towards Sure Hao was swept through by the ripple, breaking apart in midair. Large amounts of blood poured down like a river. Following a hong sound, that hand fell onto the ground, making the great earth cave in, creating a pitch-black valley. This scene left Sure Hao stupefied. The sharp and intense cries sounded from the abyss below. The power of natural laws rushed over to erase Sure Hao's existence. This was the unmatched power of the strange and ominous. Sure Hao coughed out a large mouthful of blood, feeling a wave of coldness entering his body. If not for the gentle radiance the unmatched king wrapped around him, he would have received an unimaginably severe injury, possibly having his body and soul wiped out. At the same time, some of the surrounding middle-aged men moved. An enormous hand reached down again, and it was as if a mountain itself smashed down. The void distorted, continuously crumbling apart. There were several large hands that were like pitch-black clouds as they descended. They covered this place, all of them crushing down murderously towards Sure Hao. Hong! In the abyss, resplendent light blossomed. That king's frontal bone shone, flowing with endless divine force, suppressing the abyss, scattering all of the black mist and gray energy that seeped out. Moreover, his body released golden ripples one after another, scattering all of the ominous and inauspicious natural laws, sweeping them clean. The most terrifying thing was that the golden ripple shattered the large hands that were rushing at Sure Hao one after another, and those middle-aged experts broke apart inch after inch as well, turning into a bloody mist and burning into nothing. It was too terrifying. That type of power was too shocking. Sure Hao finally knew why this corpse could still suppress this place. It was because there were still unmatched symbols and divine force within his body, its power without equal. Kacha! The darkness was split open, revealing a streak of divine light. The space between that king's brows shone, and the sin character burned, unexpectedly blasting open a path. Then, the flame within Sure Hao's body moved as well, surging and engulfing the heavens, burning all of the ancient lamps and the mist. In addition, it unexpectedly threw itself into the abyss, dancing about that king, burning away some of the black-colored areas around his body, forcing some of the strange and inauspicious that had infected his body to disappear. Show! That flame returned, wrapping around Sure Hao and rushing into the passage that was pierced through, disappearing from this place. Outside the void, on the 3,000 bluestone path, Qing Yi, Chao Yuxing, the little rabbit, and the divine striking stone were all quite worried. What exactly did that enormous black void crack contain? Sure Hao went inside for too long, not coming out all this time, moreover warning them that they couldn't get closer, to stay as far away as they could. It made them feel uneasy. That black-colored crack is closing. Chao Yuxing's expression changed. What do we do? Sure Hao didn't come out. Can it be that he is going to disappear from Immortal Ancient just like that? The divine striking stone felt anxious. Many creatures within the various small worlds could feel the abnormalities that were taking place. Not long ago, the intense fluctuations transmitted from the 3,000 bluestone paths were too intense. A few sensitive experts perceived something already moving. Can it be that someone is trying to take that step, about to succeed? A few powerful creatures quickly rushed over, hurriedly arriving at the bluestone path. It was clear that more than one person felt this way. People from all directions sensed it. Chi, resplendent firework-like brilliance erupted in the nothingness. Shurhao was shocked. He discovered that he left the black-colored ancient boat from that passageway, unexpectedly escaping out. Moreover, he saw the great void crack that was about to close. He rushed in that direction. Behind him, the black-colored ancient boat trembled intensely. Then, it drifted into the endless void, gradually disappearing. He could vaguely sense the king's remaining will, as if it was a type of summoning. "Help me suppress? I will. I will go to the desolate border. And I will get on this ancient boat to settle everything." Shurhao roared. That flame surrounded him as he emerged, and then it entered his body again, completely entering hibernation, not displaying any more brilliance. Shurhao coughed out blood, feeling as if his entire body was going to split apart. He was in incomparable pain. It was because while on that ancient boat, before that abyss, the ominous and inauspicious natural laws had invaded his body, even though the ancient king's resplendent light entered at the same time to help him neutralize it. After all, this was the interaction of two types of unmatched Tao. Even with the king's symbols protecting him, he was still shaken up under this type of collision. If it was an ordinary person, they would have long turned into a bloody paste, no longer existing. Shurhao cultivated a strand of immortal energy, and he had experienced lightning tribulation. His flesh was far from ordinary, and that was why he didn't die. He hurriedly ate a half-divine fruit, quickly treating his injuries. However, the remaining trace of fluctuations surged, still causing him to cough out large amounts of blood. His flesh was also covered in cracks, about to break apart. "This powerful?" His expression changed. Fortunately, the strange power disappeared, the king's power able to protect him. Otherwise, the results would have been too horrifying. Not good. Despite this being the case, Shurhao's arm still split apart, falling off. He hurriedly connected it, pressing it in place, quickly operating bone techs to reconnect it. Pooh! Bloody streaks appeared on his body, especially by his chest. There were many wounds that were torn open, almost splitting him to pieces. Shurhao suppressed these injuries, his expression becoming grave. Finally, after some time had passed, his injuries stabilized. At this time, he discovered that he could already freely operate that strand of immortal energy. The immortal energy entered his body, harmonizing with his flesh, lightening his suffering. He could also feel a wave of extremely powerful fighting strength. Only now did he release a breath of relief. He had to take some time to recover. He lowered his head, looking at the sword core in his hands. It wasn't that long, nor was it sharp. It was extremely simple and unadorned, dull and lightless, unremarkable in any way. After carefully inspecting it, there were unexpectedly patterns and scenes of ascension on the sword core, leaving him shocked. What kind of material was this? The sword core shouldn't have been fully refined, just a rough material. Its blade wasn't even polished, never turned into a perfect precious artifact. However, it already had these types of patterns. And everything before him became completely dark, because the great void crack closed. Shurhao held the sword in his hand, hacking forward. With a chi sound, when he poured in divine force, the sword released the most resplendent light, immediately becoming extraordinary. This simple and ancient sword core was accompanied by a rain of light, unexpectedly shining 100 times more resplendent than a sun. There was no way to look directly at it. The void was hacked apart, and Shurhao rushed out, falling on the ground. Aya, he appeared, returned. The little rabbit cried out in pleasant surprise, jumping up and down. It is good that he came back. Qingyi revealed a smile. Pong! Shurhao fell onto the ground, his entire body dripping with blood. All of those injuries split apart again, and his left arm almost fell out again. The sword core in his hands became dim again, becoming simple-looking once more. Careful! Chao Yuxing cried out loudly. Qingyi and the others' expressions changed as well. The divine striking stone even more so turned into a streak of light, shouting loudly, "Get lost!" It was because a few figures appeared, taking action at the same time to attack Xianxia. These were the experts who rushed out from the small worlds. Someone's eyes shone with incomparable greed, staring at the sword core in his hand. With a trembling voice, he said, "That sword of legends." There were others who were cold and ruthless, carrying killing intent. They wanted Xiao's life to begin with. Now that they saw that he was covered in injuries and collapsed in front of them, they directly rushed forward murderously. There were Heavenly Country's assassins among them who came originally to kill Xiao, always looking for his whereabouts. They guessed that he failed while taking that step, and as such decisively took action. Kill him. This person wanted to cultivate immortal energy and to take that step, but unfortunately met disaster. Do not give him the chance to recover. A few others rushed over, decisively joining in to take action against Xiao. Xiao's entire body shone, activating that sword core. A few piu-piu sounds could be heard. Dazzling brilliance erupted, directly killing 3 experts. Heads tumbled, and blood flowed. With a pung sound, his body began to split apart as well. Blood flowed, and an arm fell off. He's finished. Attack. The others moved, with Heavenly Country in the lead. I'm finished? Ha! Even though Xiao was seriously injured from the black-colored ancient boat, he was still looking down on them. He activated the sword core, making it turn into a streak of rainbow light. His precious technique symbols merged together, directly killing 3 more. Only one person avoided this, his face revealing hatred, eyes cold, fiercely releasing a slap, blasting towards the arm that fell from Xiao's body, wishing to shatter it. However, what left Himi horrified was that the arm produced a strand of immortal energy. It moved through the air, and then unexpectedly slapped down on him. Heavens! He took that step. He cried out in horror. Pooh! Even though it was a broken arm that had left Xiao's body, it still blasted through this person's arm, and then even more so directly slapped his body rotten, killing him on the spot. The broken arm still displayed such power, blasting a Heavenly Country assassin into a mush, his corpse laying on the ground. This type of scene was too shocking. The little rabbit's mouth turned into an O shape, her eyes that were like gemstones shining. When she saw this scene, she felt that it was a bit inconceivable. Xiao raised his hand. That broken arm flew towards him to join together. At his cultivation realm, he was naturally full of blood energy, able to quickly recover. Chi! Several streaks of scarlet multicolored light flew over, bright red like blood, sparkling like jade. It wasn't that long, but it tore through the void, fast to the extreme. Careful! With a dang sound, the divine striking stone flew over, continuously smashing the 3 scarlet multicolored lights flying. Sparks flew in all directions. Chao Yuxing and Qing Yi's expressions both changed. Those were blood-altering needles, a type of poisonous and terrifying precious artifact refined from the bones of heavenly deities. They were incomparably sharp. No matter how powerful the true deity was, as long as they were hit, they would undoubtedly die, immediately turning into a pool of blood. There were several other streaks of scarlet multicolored light, one flying towards that broken arm, 2 towards the back of Xiao's head, arriving in an instant. It was clear that there were some who were unwilling to back off in the distance, wishing to deliver him a blow. It was because they saw that he was definitely seriously injured, or else why would that arm have fallen off? If they gave up on this opportunity, they might never have a chance to kill Huang again, because just now, Heavenly Country's assassin indeed shouted out that he might have taken that step. Woo-woo sounds rang out in a deafening manner, piercing through the void and arriving before him. They were red and translucent, about to enter Xiao's head. With a chong sound, a streak of light erupted. The sword core in Xiao's hands directly brandished about. He didn't even turn around. Sounds of metal snapping sounded. The 2 streaks of scarlet multicolored light were blasted apart, the blood-altering needles breaking, crushed into powder. Not even artifacts refined from the bones of heavenly deities were enough, still breaking under this sword core. There is still one more. Qing Yi's expressions changed. The other divine needle pierced through the void, suddenly appearing, shooting towards the nape of Hao's neck, silently arriving. Wang! Hao naturally sensed it. A layer of goosebumps appeared in that area. His body shone, and then an expanse of symbols stretched out, turning into patterns, interweaving there, restricting this needle. Kill! He released a grunt. After taking that step, his combat strength was already who knew how many times greater than before. Even though this needle was terrifying, the one who released this vicious weapon couldn't compare to himself. With a sound, that needle turned around. It became a streak of brilliant scarlet multicolored radiance, shooting into the distance. Ah! A miserable cry sounded. The face of a silver-colored creature with 2 heads and 4 arms changed greatly. It decisively removed the arm that was struck by the blood-altering needle. He was an assassin from heavenly country. Even though his actions were vicious, he still didn't want to die, wishing to flee. However, Hao's vicious killing intent shot over like a divine spear, directly penetrating his mind, locking him down. On the other side, Hao's broken arm moved slightly, avoiding the blood-altering needle. A strand of pure white immortal energy curled about, and then it opened its fingers, pinching down on this needle. This was extremely risky, actually using his flesh to touch this needle, fortunately not making contact with that needle's sharp point. Hao rushed over in pursuit with the dull sword core. Meanwhile, that broken arm moved extremely quickly with that scarlet divine needle. With a pu sound, it directly pierced through that silver-colored creature. Even though it did everything it could to defend itself, it was still not a match. This scene left all those in the darkness terrified. It was just too powerful. The broken arm still killed 2 experts after leaving the body. Only now did the broken arm recombine with Hao's body with a pung sound. Linking up. Symbols flickered. Blood energy surged, fusing together. Chao Yuxing, Qing Yi, and the little rabbit all hurried over, rushing to this place. Those people, the divine striking stone asked. How were they going to deal with them? Chao Yuxing said. What else is there to be said? Kill them all. Just now, they clearly all had bad intentions, revealing killing intent. Now that they are backing off, are we going to pretend that nothing happened? The little fatty was normally all smiles with his bun-like face, appearing harmless, but now, his killing methods were decisive, suggesting to kill them all. Just kill them all then. Hao had only just taken that step, so we don't know if he has fully stabilized yet. It's not good for information to leak. Better to prevent great enemies from coming. Qing Yi also said. At this moment, she was extremely decisive. Even though her clothes were exceptional, otherworldly, and transcendent, there was still a wave of coldness to her. Wow, I'm only going to capture the living ones. Kill! The little rabbit cried out, chasing after them. As for Hao, a single step covered a great distance, treating his injuries while pressing forward, taking action ferociously. The sword core aimed outwards, releasing brilliant sword light that suppressed the sun and moon. It was just too dazzling. It was like harvesting rice straw. With a raise of the immortal sword, a group of people would be swept through. Close to 20 experts would be killed, unable to stop its radiance. There were a few others who were caught by Chao Yuxing, Qing Yi, and the divine striking stone separately, unable to escape. The little fatty's killing formation, once opened, would release chaotic mist. Its power completely wiped out the individuals in his area. This battle was without any suspense. Those who harbored evil intentions and came with killing intent were all killed, not a single one able to escape. Heavenly country. Hao released a cold snort. For people came from heavenly country, their focus quite strong. It was clear that they had been following Hao's tracks for a while, wishing to eliminate him all this time. The bloodiness of this place was extremely thick. Even though Hao burned all of the corpses clean, there was still a bloody odor drifting into the distance. Not long ago, Hao had ignited 3,000 Dao flames. The disturbance he created on the bluestone paths quite great, startling many people. Quite a few creatures from the small worlds hurried over. It was clear that the assassins were the sharpest, the first to hurry over. In the end, they were the first to be eliminated as well. At this moment, there were fluctuations that appeared from the distance. A few other creatures appeared, coming here to investigate. They smelled the bloody aura from far away, leaving their hearts shaken. Let's go. It's better if we don't provoke any danger. Quite a few people directly left. A few people continued to walk forward. When they saw the shattered blood-altering needles, they were all shaken up, hurriedly leaving as well, not willing to proceed further, feeling that this place was extremely dangerous. On the 3,000 bluestone paths, Xianxia sat down, using the half-ginseng fruits to recover from his injuries, while silently studying the wondrous uses of immortal energy. Immortal Tao energy, this was something that could simply link up heaven and earth. It provided unending magical force, the essence of heaven and earth surging over. This was likely the main reason why one could fearlessly fight an army of millions. This energy could nourish the flesh and also support the primordial spirit. Its wondrous uses were endless. When it merged with the body, it could make it even more powerful. Xianxia ate many divine fruits, causing his body to overflow with brilliance. His precious blood roared, his body rumbling like thunder. The many cracks closed, and his broken arm regrew. He opened his eyes. It was as if divine rainbow flew through the sky. "How do you feel?" the little rabbit asked while blinking her large eyes. Even though she was asking him, she was staring at the simple and unadorned sword core resting on his knees. "The injuries should be fine now," Xianxia said. However, he was inwardly frowning. While treating his injuries, he discovered that the strange and ominous natural laws left behind a trace of mysterious force that wished to tear apart his body. It wasn't completely eradicated. This caused him to shiver inwardly. That thing was unexpectedly not erased. Then, he thought of the flame made of mysterious symbols. It clearly had the power to eliminate this trace of strange energy, yet it left it alone. One had to understand that when this flame displayed its might in the abyss, it burned through the mist, purifying that region. After thinking about it to himself for a bit, he decided that this might not necessarily be a bad thing. Leaving behind a bit of strange force in his flesh for him to continuously suppress and restrict, it might allow him to deeply understand how to deal with its true essence. Could it be that it was purposely left for him by that mysterious flame? This sword core really is formidable. What kind of background does it have exactly? Chao Yuxing asked. It was because he personally saw this simple, dull sword core shine with brilliant sword radiance when activated, suppressing the sun and moon with its resplendent light. Could easily hack apart the void. It was clear that the void halberd was able to cut apart the void because of its innate patterns. However, this sword completely relied on its sharpness. It was impossible to defend against. In reality, it hasn't had an edge applied, still quite round. Qingyi said, "I don't know of its origins either. It should be something left behind by an ancient freak." Xianxia knew that being able to obtain this thing exceeded his expectations as well. He encountered several inauspicious events. The weapons those creatures used were all extraordinary. However, when they died, their precious artifacts would rot away as well. Only the sword core was different, its material clearly world-shaking, able to exist with this world. It's that thing. None of them could see through its origins. But the void sky divine vine jumped out, appearing quite moved, but also sad. It stared continuously at this sword core. "You recognize it?" Xianxia asked. "It is the everlasting immortal sword," the void sky divine vine said. "What? It is actually that sword." Qingyi was moved, feeling incomparably shocked. Everlasting immortal sword, it originally belonged to a 5-crown king, but in the end, he disappeared from Immortal Ancient. It was unknown where this sword ended up. The little rabbit released wah-wah sounds. Xianxia immediately understood what happened. The void sky divine vine had previously said that it had followed an ancient freak, that person ruling over 5 eras, unmatched in Immortal Ancient. All geniuses, all exceptional talents before him would become dim, far from being his opponent. However, he still fell in the end. An ominous event happened when he was taking the final step, carried away by the gray mists, thus disappearing. Turns out it was him. Xianxia nodded. On that black-colored ancient boat, that person left him with a deep impression. Even though he died, he still had an unmatched attitude. The few life-threatening injuries on his body were all left behind by that person's sword core. Once, it almost swept through his neck, once almost piercing his heart. If that person was still alive, he would definitely be even more terrifying. This sword's inheritance is ancient, only a core, not properly refined. It is incomparably ancient. The Void Sky Divine Vine said. After knowing the identity of that sword, Qingyi, Chao Yuxing, and the little rabbit all understood clearly, because they had heard a few rumors. Its material was unmatched, made of everlasting immortal gold, a natural sword core. It wasn't forged, being like this when it was unearthed from a mine. This form was designed by the heavens. This was an unmatched material, something even true immortals found hard to find in the last great era. It was rare and precious to an unimaginable degree. Of course, the most bizarre things is that the sword core is innate, with endless mysterious colors added. There are many legends around it. Chao Yuxing said. He then stared at the sword, saying with shock, on its surface, there truly are ascension scenes, those patterns. So heavy. The little rabbit picked up the sword core, wanting to play around with it and see exactly what it was like. But as a result, her wrists fell, almost landing on the ground. This sword core wasn't all that long, but it was more than 100,000 gene in weight. The sword core was a dull gray, and if one didn't look closely at it, they would think that it was some wooden sword. The patterns on it were fine with human-shaped creatures. The area surrounding it was all dull, but there were some fog-shaped vein lines. Ascension scene? If one looked at it like this, then it seemed quite ordinary. Those patterns didn't display anything astonishing. However, when the little rabbit lightly brandished it about, this sword shone, becoming extremely magnificent. If one tried to stare at it, they would feel waves of stinging pain. The humanoid figure on the sword core seemed to be alive. Light scattered about, incomparably resplendent as it turned into ascension light. The mist-like patterns were like pure white immortal energy, as if it was pervading the air. The others sighed with admiration. Worthy of being called everlasting immortal sword, the strange scenes it displayed astonishing. If it was refined and polished, it would definitely become a supreme treasure. Even though everyone is saying that it was naturally like this when it was dug up, rumor has it that there might be other secrets, Chao Yuxing said. Many people didn't believe that the world could directly produce this type of sword core. It seemed a bit absurd. They took turns holding the sword, all of them loving it so much they didn't want to part with it. If this treasure was properly refined, it would definitely show great brilliance in the higher realms, becoming one of the greatest treasures. Exactly how did you encounter it? Qingyi asked. Right, you saw the source of the strangeness, yet could still return alive. The little rabbit muttered. Children's words carry no harm, just a gust of wind. Xianxia tapped her on the head. He told them about that black-colored ancient boat, about the strangeness. Those who heard him were all stupefied. The stone cauldron filled with heads and immortal blood. The inauspicious sealed under the abyss. Even though they never experienced it for themselves, when they heard Xianxia's summary, all of them were shaken to their core. So many things happened in such a short amount of time. Even the divine striking stone felt as if a chilliness was rushing over its body. The ancient boat was terrifying and mysterious, existing with the world. Returning alive from it truly wasn't an easy task. They discussed with each other, talking about this topic for a long time, but there was still no way to research or theorize. They didn't even know what exactly they were dealing with. I think that the strange and ominous likely can't do much against the most powerful figures. After all, it has already been sealed. Qingyi said. She speculated that the king's return from the desolate border might be something from recent eras, only sealing it after pursuing it for a while. Of course, this was just her speculation. There was no way to prove whether it was true. Where is the so-called desolate border? What kind of place is it? The little rabbit muttered. She was full of curiosity towards that ancient place. It might very well be in the innermost depths of the uninhabited region. The so-called archaic alliance was likely set there. Chao Yuxing said. Only, he didn't understand why the desolate border was isolated from this world. Could it be that it was of a different world, not belonging to the higher realms at all? Sure Hao released a sigh. He knew that the desolate border was an extremely bitter place, and that now it was even more dangerous. He had previously seen one of the 7 kings fall from the altar, killed in battle, and now, another person broke through the desolate border, returning to the higher realms, dying for the sake of sealing up the abyss. Are the remaining 5 still alive? Sure Hao said softly, feeling like things were becoming more and more desperate. After an endless amount of time had passed, the remaining kings might have died as well. If that was the case, the consequences would be too horrible to contemplate. If the desolate border was broken through, great waves would definitely engulf the higher realms. When that time came, there would be a great disaster. All 3,000 realms would be bathed in flames, great battles continuing endlessly. He had a bad feeling that troubled times were likely coming. This great era will definitely be extremely chaotic. Qingyi sighed softly. She knew that the situation was incomparably serious, the future war perhaps miserable beyond imagination. Fire Cloud Cavern, Phantom Drake Dao Gate. Sure Hao clenched his teeth, feeling great fury inside. For the sake of covering up the truth, they treated the descendants of the desolate borders heroes like this. This was completely internal strife, harming the strength of the higher realms as a whole. Just what kind of goal did they have? Did they not fear that when the world is engulfed in flames, not even they could protect themselves? Everything they did wasn't good for the higher realms, swaying its foundations. The situation is extremely complex. I've heard the old man mutter a few times that this involves the undying emperor and even immortal many sides in opposition. Chao Yuxing said. The so-called old man he was talking about was his mysterious master. Can you speak about it in more detail? Sure Hao asked. He truly wished to know more about the inner details. The little fatty shook his head. He only heard his teacher mutter a few sentences while drunk. That old man wouldn't speak no matter how he asked, so he didn't know what those words truly meant. In conclusion, things are extremely complicated. When the time comes, the desolate border will truly be broken through, and the consequences won't just be something our world will have to worry about. It will spread far out, the effects unimaginable. It was precisely because of this that they couldn't see exactly what was going on. Everything was shrouded in mists. Because of various reasons, there will be killing between similar races. It is because the creatures standing behind them that they relied on were different, belonging to different camps. Why do I feel like I have a headache? So complicated. The little rabbit was confused, rubbing her temples. In the future, only the most powerful can protect a place, intimidate a region. Everything will be enveloped in the flames of war, great battles shocking the heavens. This world will no longer be peaceful. Chao Yuxing said. One could imagine that when that time came, what order, what code of conduct would there be to speak of? Everything would be toppled, and the most cruel and chaotic world might arrive. This should be a battle that has continued from the immortal ancient great era. This great era will become even more bitter. I wonder if it will come to an end in this heaven and earth. The divine striking stone said. They had a feeling that the effects would be even more widespread, not limited to the 3,000 provinces. If there truly is a battle on that scale, there is no way the creatures of the 3,000 realms wouldn't become aware of it. Only, I wonder if we'll have the chance to participate in it. Chao Yuxing said. I am going, Sure Hao said. Chao Yuxing gave him a look and said, Rumor has it that Celestial Clan's Dao Protector, that fella had tried to look into everything regarding your past, but in the end, came to a conclusion while vomiting blood. You don't belong to this set of history. How do you know about Celestial Clan's matters? Sure Hao was shocked. Something my master said. The little fatty replied. That old bastard was actually still scheming against me. Wait for me to come out from this ancient place. I'll definitely plug up the city of heaven and slaughter them until they wail like ghosts and wolves. Sure Hao said. He was utterly disgusted with how the Celestial Clan kicked their benefactors in the teeth. Don't belong to this set of history. Don't tell me that you truly are going to leave the higher realms and participate in those battles? The little rabbit said. That sentence can't be interpreted that way. Not even my master could figure out what it meant. Chao Yuxing shook his head. What nonsense prophecies. The future is full of unknowns. Who can be sure what is going to happen? Everything will change. Hao shook his head. What else did your master say? Qingyi asked. The future is too cruel. There is a person who doesn't belong to the past or present that will arrive in this world's 3,000 provinces, and then ask someone who is good at eating for help. The little fatty said, I am someone who is good at eating. Could it be that this person will ask me for help? However, didn't you just say that I don't belong to this set of history? That's self-contradictory. Hao said with thick skin, treating himself as that unmatched individual. Don't tell me that this was also what your master said. The little rabbit gave him a sidelong glance full of disdain. Is your master a divine being or a lunatic? Coming up with subjective ideas all day. Isn't he just speaking all types of nonsense? The divine striking stone said. How did you know? My master has become crazier and crazier these past few years, even frightening me to the point where I don't even dare stay together with him. There was one time where he almost sold me off, saying how that was my fate and way home. The little fatty was incredibly depressed. When those people heard this, they were all stupefied. What kind of master was this? They began to doubt that old man's words more and more. It seemed like his mind really wasn't normal. The most annoying thing is that he keeps saying that even if he doesn't sell me sooner or later, there'll be some person who is good at eating who will sell me. I'm never going back to him. Let that person act crazy by himself. The little fatty was incredibly angry. Those people were all speechless, offering a moment of silence for the little fatty's strain master. If he wasn't careful, he really would have been sold. That would be too unlucky. Then that means your conclusion really will be quite miserable. Why don't I help you out right now and sell you off? The little rabbit clearly had malicious intentions, staring with her large ruby-like eyes, giggling as she said this. This is where you're wrong. My master said that my luck is incredibly good. When I wake up, I would crawl out from underground, definitely not dying, reuniting one day. The little fatty spoke proudly. Towards this type of complete nonsense, the others all felt disinclined to say anything else. How much time did I use up in total from isolation cultivation? Hao asked. He forgot everything while cultivating, not feeling the passing of time at all. Half a year. Qingyi told him the amount of time. This short? I thought that at least 2 years had passed. Hao was shocked. The amount of time that passed wasn't as long as he expected. The first time he cultivated in isolation, he used up a year and a half. This time, he used up another year. It had already been 2 years since he entered Immortal Ancient. Now, he was 19, almost 20 years old. We have to think of a way to break through and improve as well. The little rabbit clenched her fists, giving herself motivation. However, she knew that taking that step was too difficult, something that was pretty much impossible for all heavenly talents. However, in this half-year, their harvests were great as well. They read all types of bone books Hao acquired from Immortal Palace's inheritor, all of them containing insights from those before them. Their Dao paths were steadily advancing. What are you planning to do now? Qingyi asked Hao. I want to cultivate a second strand of immortal energy, Hao said. Those people were immediately petrified. This fella had just taken that step, yet he wanted to defy the heavens again? They truly didn't know what to say. Do you understand your own path clearly? Chao Yuxing asked. One has to understand that Hao had just succeeded on one path, so was he going to step onto another path? This was demanding instant success, bringing about great changes. It might lead to his Dao foundation becoming unstable, producing terrifying problems. I am clear about my own path, and I have long made sufficient preparations. Hao nodded. I feel like it is still better if you don't rush things like this and stabilize your condition first. It might be a good idea to take a look around outside first. Qingyi said, fearing that he might go insane. That's good as well. Hao nodded. There were definitely people who wanted to deal with him after entering Immortal Ancient, so he might as well go out to eliminate his enemies. Woo, I'll bring you all to a good place. Each time Immortal Ancient opens, the most powerful exceptional talents and ancient freaks would go there to search for opportunities. Chao Yuxing said, "There's a place like that?" The others were all shocked. My master said that it was rumored that Ning Chuan obtained a living arm bone, while Ten Crown King even more so obtained an immortal Dao shrub. What? Those people were immediately shocked upon hearing this. What kind of place was this? Sure Hao was extremely shocked. He already heard from Dragon Girl that Ten Crown King used a shrub to take that step, becoming unmatched under the sky. And now, he discovered that this type of thing was actually obtained from Immortal Ancient, coming precisely from that place. Even Ning Chuan's Dao seed was obtained from that place. Truly was strange. Let's go, we definitely have to take a look. I am looking forward to it. Before anyone else spoke up, the Divine Striking Stone was the first one who couldn't sit still. I'm hungry, wanna go eat some stuff first. Sure Hao rubbed his stomach. The others immediately rolled their eyes. When one reached his cultivation realm, just ingesting multicolored light and energy was enough. A single breath of natural heaven and earth essence was enough to replenish all of his needs. Hunger my ass. Don't tell me you really are the foodie that crazy old man is talking about, the little rabbit said while widening her eyes. The others all had strange expressions as well, feeling like this made sense. That is just what an old man whose mind has become abnormal says. You all even believe his words? He even wants to sell off his own disciple, definitely someone who has gone mad. Don't have to pay him any attention, Sure Hao said. Then, he curled his lips and said, if I was that person, then I would naturally sweep through all 9 heavens and 10th earth, suppressing and killing all enemies. I wouldn't leave behind any trouble. What if you don't belong to this history, or if you have other reasons? The little fatty muttered. Fatty, you've been affected by your master becoming crazy as well? What kind of nonsense are you spouting? Sure Hao said. It's not like I said the one that was being looked for was definitely you. Chao Yuxing said quietly. I'm so hungry. Sure Hao rubbed his stomach, rumbling with Gulyulu sounds continuously. He was the first one to turn around and leave, not displaying the style of someone who had just taken that step at all. Chao Yuxing shook his head with all his strength. He felt like he had truly been tormented by that crazy master, affected by his nonsense. Otherwise, why would he immediately compare someone with that person? In the outside world, the cultivators of various sects felt that it had been too peaceful recently. In the last half-year, not many great things happened. A few parties that were paying close attention to Sure Hao, wanting to know his current situation, were left helpless, because the 3,000 paths were hazy, preventing them from seeing how he was doing. Only not too long ago, someone carved his name again, seeing that powerful fluctuation that was terrifying to the extreme. Then nothing could be seen again. Don't tell me that he successfully took that step, a heavenly deity said softly. In reality, regardless of whether Sure Hao was cultivating in isolation or emerging, it was difficult for them to see anything. Once he reached that state, everything would be shrouded in secret, his secrets unable to be pried into. Only when Sure Hao completely brought the immortal energy into his flesh, not allowing it to emerge, retracting all of its aura, would they be able to see him again. Even though half a year had passed, Immortal Palace's people still gnashed their teeth in anger when they saw him, unable to restrain their anger. They truly wished that they could jump into Immortal Ancient and kill him, taking revenge and wiping out the grudge. Soon after, a few other inheritances couldn't remain calm, because that fellow walked out of the 3,000 bluestone paths, arguing noisily when he emerged. It was just too hateful. Haha! Phantom Drake Dao Gates people, Fire Cloud Caverns creatures, I have come. Where are you all? I'm so hungry. His attitude was frivolous, as if he was a devil king that emerged into the world, about to carry out a hunt to fill his stomach. One has to understand that the inheritances named by him intimidated the higher realms. Their disciples were all the elites of the higher realms, yet they were being treated like food. Of course, everyone knew that he wasn't joking. This was especially the case with Phantom Drake Dao Gates people who felt even more anger. Their exceptional talent, a flood dragon, was the first creature to be eaten by Sure Hao in Immortal Ancient. When he entered a small world, Sure Hao continuously asked around for information about the whereabouts of the creatures from those inheritances. You need them for something? Someone asked suspiciously. Of course. I'm about to die from hunger, Sure Hao said. These people were immediately confused, not understanding why he would say that. However, there was still someone that pointed in a direction, telling him that demonic sunflower gardens creatures were in the ruins up ahead. Only when Sure Hao left them did those on the side discuss with small voices. That person seems a bit familiar. Could it be the rumored Huang? Heavens, he really might be. He looks just like the rumors. I recall giving his portrait a rough look before. A few people couldn't help but cry out. In that instant, quite a few people broke out into cold shivers. The Devil King said he was hungry, and he was looking for the creatures of those great sects. There was no need to think about what was going to happen. In a single day he ate 7 or 8 exceptional talents, and later on even ate a great golden-winged pung casserole. This savage Devil King had truly frightened quite a few creatures badly half a year ago. Soon after, inside some ruins, precious light rushed into the heavens. Berating sounds rang out continuously. Demonic sunflower garden, when I was in the lower realm, you all wished to kill me, and that old sunflower even ran over to the celestial clan later on to stop me. I am here to collect a bit of interest from you all first, Sure Hao said. He didn't take any lives, but instead picked a large bag of black-colored demonic sunflower seeds. They were black like jade, sparkling and translucent. He chewed on them while walking. Ayaya! I love this. This is vegetarian food. The little rabbit jolted her buttocks over, asking him for some. She cracked them between her teeth, eating them delightfully. In the ruins, those experts from demonic sunflower garden were so angry they fainted. It was just too miserable. The divine seeds their bodies produced were actually being treated by someone like ordinary sunflower seeds. In the outside world, the cultivators of all sects were stupefied. They wanted to laugh, yet they felt that it wasn't too appropriate. In the end, their minds became heavy, because they also had disciples in Immortal Ancient. This Devil King was too domineering. Just now, he completely swept through everyone, defeating them all in an instant. Demonic Sunflower Garden's lord's face was unpleasant. The demonic garden it established was a plant-type holy light, intimidating the world, yet this youth dared to do this. These sunflower seeds are sweet and fragrant, but they can't alleviate my hunger. I want to eat meat, pung wings, flood dragon kebabs. Sure Hao mumbled. He was now intentionally looking around, so how could he not discover some of his enemies' whereabouts? Soon after, he found some people from Fire Cloud Cavern. The Fire Cloud Cavern of the outside world was the ancient cave left behind by a true immortal. It was a place extremely suited to cultivation. The creatures that lived there were all extremely powerful. Sure Hao encountered a few people. None of them were originally human, some of them flame birds, blazing hounds, and there was even a golden flame lin beast. These creatures were all quite strong. When they saw Huang, they carried hatred, as well as fear. They immediately turned around to leave. Haha, this is too great. Otherwise, I would have died of hunger. This battle didn't hold any suspense at all. Soon after, smoke rose in spirals. Sure Hao propped up a cauldron to slow cook the divine hound and roast the flame lin beast. Soon after, the fragrance of meat assailed the nostrils. The meat was cooked until it was golden and shining. Sure Hao invited the others to eat with him. He ate heartily. In the outside world, Fire Cloud Cavern's people's noses almost went crooked from anger. This was more than they could bear. This sinner's blood descendant truly messed with their minds badly. Then, Sure Hao and the others went on their way, heading towards another ancient place. It was clear that it wouldn't be peaceful along the way. Sure Hao took the initiative to attack, sweeping through a group of enemies. They were all disciples from inheritances he was destined to stand against. This type of unstoppable might, sweeping through everything, left the cultivators in the outside world stunned. They truly began to develop suspicions. Did this fella truly take that step? Ka. Suddenly, Sure-How heard his heaven and earth pouch release a sharp and clear cracking sound. His mind was moved. He stopped moving, producing a golden cocoon. He spread out his hand, placing it on his palm. The emperor butterfly finally displayed some activity. It had slept for too long. The golden cocoon was cracking apart. Then, with a pung sound, it broke open. A golden butterfly that was an inch long appeared, incomparably gorgeous and carrying a large expanse of light. It danced about in the air. It broke free of the cocoon, turning into a butterfly. Now it developed true wings, turning into a true butterfly, not just the golden silkworm of the past that had a pair of transparent wings made of divine force. This is too amazing. Sure-How laughed loudly. The emperor butterfly moved around him, fluttering quickly about. Its appearance was wonderful, like a little fairy, carrying great joy. Chao Yuxing and Qing Yi were both moved, because they knew this divine bug's origins. In the future, it would most likely become a bug emperor. Hungry. The emperor butterfly released a divine will. The first word it said was that it was hungry. This left everyone speechless. It really did match Sure-How quite well. Sure-How laughed loudly. He produced a half-divine fruit and directly passed it over. He didn't have too many holy medicines and half-divine fruits left, but it was definitely enough to feed the emperor butterfly. This butterfly really is pretty. If it landed on my silver hair, how great would that be? It's a natural bonot. The little rabbit's large eyes blinked as she said. When Sure-How heard this, he hurriedly removed the emperor butterfly from his head, placing it on his shoulder. Otherwise, it really would be inappropriate. The others all laughed. Where is that ancient place? How far are we from it now? Sure-How asked. Wait for me to produce and treasure. It is shrouded in mystery. This type of place cannot be discovered by others. Chao Yuxing said. He naturally feared that others would observe him from the outside world through the immortal Dao flower's petals, finding out about that place, so he produced a bone artifact, immediately making the immortal Dao flower petal become indistinct, preventing the outside world from finding out. This is already the last time Immortal Ancient will be opened. Even if others find out about this ancient place, it's not a big deal. Sure-How said. Makes sense. However, since I already brought it out, I'll just put it away once we get there. Chao Yuxing nodded. At the same time, he stared at Sure-How, Qing Yi, and the little rabbit, and then warned them that they had to be careful there, because everyone there were all experts. There were definitely ancient freaks roaming about. Burial Realm, Broken Sky Mountain. This little world was extremely mysterious. Normal people couldn't come in, and only a few people knew about this place in the past. Those that could come here were all the most powerful exceptional talents or ancient freaks. There's so many people? Chao Yuxing was shocked. It was different from how he had imagined. It is definitely because this is the final time Immortal Ancient is being opened. Many people don't want to keep the secret any longer. News leaking out, so more and more creatures are coming. Qing Yi said. There are tribes. Sure-How was shocked. And correct, you definitely have to be careful. Do not make the creatures from the tribes your enemy. Chao Yuxing warned. It was because those were the natives of Immortal Ancient. They were extremely mysterious and powerful. Generally speaking, they wouldn't leave their places of residence. And Sure-How was shocked. As soon as he approached this place, he felt a wave of immortal Dao energy, leaving his mind shaken. It was because he successfully took that step, cultivating a strand of immortal energy, making him quite sensitive to that type of energy. He could vaguely sense that his body's strand of energy received nourishment. What is going on? Sure-Hao's mind was shaken. Just now, he clearly sensed many unique auras. There was one that seemed to belong to Willow Deity. What kind of place was this? It left him greatly shocked. Did you feel some type of strange sensation? Chao Yuxing looked at him. Yeah, there's immortal energy here. Sure-Hao noted, becoming even more suspicious. Could it be that Willow Deity was here? Otherwise, why did he produce that mysterious reaction just now? That's how it should be. It's always like this. the little fatty said. Those with sharp divine senses would always feel something the first time they came to Burial Realm, sensing the traces left behind by the immortals. This also proved that this place was extraordinary. Around Qingyi's body was a green halo. It was as if holy moonlight appeared, surrounding her within. Soft green essence shone, mists rising around her. So strange. I can feel its grief and joy. Qingyi felt as if she was in a dream. She reached out her delicate hands to touch the green-colored radiance, and then she looked towards this great earth. Golden radish, purple jade cabbage. I seem to have seen many ancient medicines. They all look so delicious. The little rabbit seemed to be dreaming, her large red eyes half closed, as if she was experiencing incomparable enjoyment. World stone, origin stone, 10,000 methods stone. Heavens! I seem to have seen them all. The divine striking stone cried out strangely, as if it became possessed. It continuously moved back and forth. Burial Realm was extremely large, many times larger than small worlds. Mountains stretched majestically as far as the eye could see. The plant life looked sinister, a hint of blood-colored patterns within the green color, shining brightly. There were many rumors that originated from this realm. What was most commonly known by everyone was that a battle had previously happened here in the last great era, fighting until the heavens collapsed and earth split. Ghosts cried and deities howled. The blood of all types of experts scattered out. As a result, there were some regions in this small world where it was absolutely barren, containing world-shocking killing intent. Nothing grew here. Even if an expert came, they still couldn't stay here for a long time, running away soon after, or else they would be destroyed, the bone texts around their bodies completely blasted apart. That type of formless killing intent was extremely terrifying. Meanwhile, there were some places that were full of vitality, for example, the area right before them. The plant life here all had scarlet colors embedded in the green color, as if streak after streak of divine patterns were growing. It was because after some creature's blood and flesh landed on the great earth, it displayed powerful vitality, able to nurture all living things, not containing the frightening murderous energy. As a result, this small world became known as Burial Realm. The creatures were buried here, the battlefield that was now beneath the earth. There were too many secrets stored underground. Willow deity, sure how clenched his fists tightly. Let's go. We should look around as well. There really is good stuff here, but it is hard to detect them. However, once you obtain something, it definitely won't be small natural luck. Chao Yuxing said. Sure how and the others were all shocked. What exactly was there here? However, after their prior experiences, they all had some vague ideas. This place was Burial Realm, a place with many exceptional items. Once one obtained one, it would definitely be unimaginable. That type of feeling disappeared, something only those who entered for the first time would experience. This feeling was caused by the battering of the Great Tao, resonating with those individuals. There was a tribe in the mountains. A few strange creatures were roaming about, from time to time giving this side a look. Their eyes were cold like lightning, not showing any type of expression. Sure how and the others didn't provoke them, not wanting to offend them at all, because it was rumored that it wouldn't be rare to see a sect master-level expert overseeing these native tribes. Of course, this type of small-scale tribe normally wouldn't produce such terrifying figures. They look so strange, half human, half horse. Their bodies are so large. They seem quite formidable. The little rabbit said. And those are the centaur race. They possess extraordinary strength, all of them master archers. When they release their enormous bows, an enormous mountain would be blasted through, the most powerful ones able to shoot down the sun. The little fatty said. This was a race that had been survived all this time in Immortal Ancient. In the last great era, everything was destroyed, only a small portion of the races were left in these small worlds, their bodies having a portion of their bloodlines. However, due to various reasons, they now seem to have become a bit different. In summary, Immortal Ancient Great Era's races have all been wiped out. Chao Yuxing said with a sigh. It was because all of the ones that survived produced strange mutations. Will there be a day when this great era will also fall, nothing existing any longer? If that day truly comes, we will all be in this type of place. Xianxia said. Through what they heard about the black-colored ancient ship and the desolate border from Shihao, they knew that there were territories even more vast than the 3,000 provinces where cruel battles were being carried out. In the future, once the desolate border is broken through, the higher realms will definitely be in great chaos. When that time came, not even immortals would be able to reappear. To participate in that type of battle, it truly was an unimaginable thing. Will the day really come when the higher realms no longer exist? Everything buried? After endless time passes and the world produces new life, will the creatures of the later world look at our great era in a similar fashion? These words were accompanied with a soft sigh, making one feel as if they saw the terrifying scene of flames covering the great earth, matchless experts roaring through mountains and rivers, great battles continuing endlessly. It was to the extent where they could vaguely smell a bloody scent. When that time came, scenes of blood flying about and bones piled up into mountains really wouldn't be all that rare. That is why I am going to treasure my time right now, doing everything I want to do, the little rabbit said. Relax, with someone like me who is unmatched under the heavens, those things won't happen. What undying, what long-life creatures, what ominous. As long as there is anything harmful and dares to stir up trouble, I'll completely. Shihao waved his arm, appearing incredibly domineering. Stew, roast, slow cook them. As long as they aren't human-shaped, I'll eat them all. The first half of his speech still made others surprised, feeling that he was truly courageous, but the latter half completely ruined those bold and visionary words. Within a scarlet stone forest, there were unexpectedly traces of brilliance that appeared. They were like the radiance of the sunset glow as they shone before them. From what Chao Yuxing said, this was one of the most well-known ancient lands of Burial Realm. All of them produced formidable things before. Based on the rumors, in this era, Ningchuan found a sealed arm bone here. It was still alive, surrounded by a type of divine liquid. The immortal Tao symbols were perfectly preserved. Chao Yuxing said. This made the others' expressions change. Immortal bones were incredibly rare and precious. Meanwhile, bones that contained complete immortal Tao patterns, that was something that could only be described as heaven-defying. Those people all felt worried for Shihao. The item 6 Crown King Ningchuan obtained was too terrifying. If he truly completely merged with it, once he released a slap, wouldn't that be an immortal method? Nothing that special. Shihao didn't mind it too much, de-emphasizing the situation. Suddenly, a cry sounded from within the stone forest. Multicolored light surged from one place, shining extremely brilliantly, drawing many people's attention. They all rushed in that direction. Sure enough, someone obtained something good, Chao Yuxing said. The stone forest was quite vast, unable to see the other end with the naked eye. It was like red coral that carried luster. There were many people in this area as well. Ever since news of Burial Realm was leaked, it no longer became a secret. There were too many people who came to this realm. What is that? Shihao and the others also moved over to see what kind of divine object was found. Heavens! Don't tell me that this is 7-colored immortal gold? The people here were all shocked when they saw what it was. It was the size of a palm, curling with mists 7 types of radiance surging. It was exceptionally beautiful. This was a piece of metal, something that was extracted from rock material. In an instant, everyone's eyes became red. As for that lucky expert, his expression directly changed, fearing that he would be schemed against by others. The atmosphere of this place immediately became nervous. A great battle was on the verge of erupting. No, it's just 7-colored copper and not the unmatched immortal gold. Someone spoke, recognizing this material with a frown. What a pity! The crowd sighed. 7-colored copper was also a divine material, able to be forged into sect master-level weapons, but compared to immortal gold, it was too far off. One was an immortal Tao treasure, while the other was just an item from the world of mortals, a natural disparity of quality. Each time Immortal Ancient is opened, there will always be people who come to search this place. All the good stuff has pretty much been looted clean, someone said with a sigh. After wandering about for the larger half of the day, even though there were many people here, no one obtained any harvest. The seven-colored copper was the only rare divine material that was unearthed. Didn't you cultivate a heavenly eye? Hurry up and look around, the little fatty said. This was the main reason why he dragged Xianxia over. I've been using the heavenly eye this entire time, but this place is truly quite barren, not having anything. Xianxia shook his head. After carefully thinking about it, he felt that this was to be expected. Immortal Ancient had been opened 3,000 times already. Even though the number of people who came wasn't many, there were still the natives, so what good items could remain through all this time? Let's go. This region is extremely large, so there's definitely some other place that we overlooked. We'll continue forward and look around. Chao Yuxing was unwilling to give up. After traveling 2,800 li, they arrived in a natural crater. There were many creatures surrounding this place, some who went down to search, some digging about in the surroundings, seriously looking about. Sigh, the earth and stone here are dyed in a strange type of blood, able to block the exploration of divine senses. It truly is troublesome. Otherwise, the supreme treasures here would have long been excavated. Someone grumbled. How could there be so many experts around this crater? The little rabbit was curious, asking a few creatures who were comparatively nicer for information. It was rumored that Ning Chuan had previously found an arm bone in this crater, something that should belong to an immortal. Correct. This should be the place. Chao Yuxing also nodded. The little rabbit immediately cried out with AOAO sounds. She jumped out, making the mountain stones split apart and the great earth rumble. Part of the earth below her feet caved in, but that was all. The scene of heavens falling and earth splitting didn't appear. In addition, she grabbed her little feet while grimacing in pain, tears flowing outwards. It hurts so much. Be careful. There are 4 places that are extremely special, buried beneath the flesh of powerful creatures that ultimately merged with the earth and stone, becoming incomparably hard. Chao Yuxing said. Why didn't you say that earlier? The little rabbit was furious. Suddenly, Xianxia revealed a look of shock. He stared into the very depths of the crater. His martial Dao heavenly eye condensed into patterns, peering through the great earth. He saw a shocking scene. Don't tell me you really did discover something? Qing Yi was surprised. She had been standing next to Xianxia this entire time, so she noticed his change in expression. And I really did see something, and it might very well be formidable. That area is too resplendent, Xianxia said. His eyes became more and more deep, symbols becoming profound. What exactly is there? The little rabbit was curious, becoming extremely happy as well, huddling over. Do you all think that something from Immortal Ancient can survive all the way until now? Xianxia asked. Impossible. So much time had passed. Everything would have rotted away by now. The little fatty shook his head. Then his eyes widened greatly, revealing a look of shock. Don't tell me that there is something alive down there? Correct. There is a stone room with powerful life symbols. It is incomparably resplendent and exceptionally shocking, Xianxia said. Heavens! Ning Chuan had previously brought away a living arm bone, and now you discovered something as well. Could it be that this place is an immortal treasury? The little fatty was extremely moved. Careful. Don't attract the attention of others. Qing Yi warned. I am actually looking forward to Underworld Clan, Heavenly Country, Fire Cloud Cavern, Ning Chuan, and others coming here though, Xianxia said softly. There are definitely ancient freaks in Burial Realm. If we truly get something good, a battle will be unavoidable. Chao Yuxing said. That thing is a bit strange, but I don't think it has life. You all should move back a bit. I'm gonna go take a look, Xianxia said. The others nodded. They all understood Xianxia's current strength. After cultivating a strand of immortal energy, it would be hard for him to encounter his match. He didn't fear the people below him. The only ones he had to worry about were Ning Chuan, 10 Crown King, and other unmatched creatures like this. If people like them came, there would definitely be an extremely terrifying battle. You have to be careful, Qing Yi said. Then, The little rabbit, Chao Yuxing, and herself separately looked into a different direction, observing the activity of the surrounding area. Sure Hao produced the everlasting immortal sword, and then he leapt towards the bottom of the pit. There were many individuals there, all of them searching about. This hole was extremely large and deep, just the area at the very bottom covering over 1,000 li. There were rocks piled everywhere, their surface a blood color. A wave of harsh energy pervaded the air. Chong! Sure Hao took action, hacking down with the powerful sword core. It immediately entered the ground. The natural crater was extremely large. Even though there were many creatures, it still wasn't crowded. No one paid much attention to Sure Hao, all of them respectively searching about. There were many dark caves underground as well, these caves almost completely excavated by everyone. After all, Six Crown King did obtain an immortal arm bone from this place, so everyone was hopeful, searching around to maybe obtain the other parts. Sure Hao took a deep breath. When he reached deep enough where no one else was around him, he began to pour divine force into the sword core. In an instant, it erupted with brilliant radiance, becoming incomparably dazzling. Even though he was already deep underground, the people above this natural crater were still shocked. They saw brilliant light seeping out from the cracks on the ground. Heavens! Don't tell me there is some immortal treasure that appeared. Right? So brilliant! Is someone using a forbidden secret treasure? Or has some type of immortal treasure appeared from underground? The group of people were startled, all of them extremely shocked. If they saw the scene underground, they would definitely be shocked because it was several dozen times more brilliant than what they were seeing. It was simply impossible to look directly at. Sure Hao's head was below his feet, both hands holding the divine sword. He turned into an undying sun, the glorious sword radiance tearing through everything in its way, quickly heading towards the depths of the earth. His speed was just too fast, body and sword becoming one, turning into a shocking rainbow as he pierced through the earth. Nothing could stop him. All of the enormous rocks, metal pieces, and other things couldn't hinder him at all. Along the way, he saw divine treasures, ancient broken weapons and other things that released brilliance, but he didn't stop. He had a clear goal heading straight downwards. During this process, those divine materials, ancient weapons, and other things were all crushed by the unmatched sword core in his hands. There was nothing it couldn't cut through. Hazy radiance scattered outwards. The humanoid creature on the sword core's surface became more and more clear, bringing a large rain of light. It was as if it was sprouting wings and ascending to immortality, vivid and lifelike. Sure Hao didn't want to leave behind any traces of the sword core along the way, and as such, with a light shake of his sword, it trembled. Instead of piercing open a rocky tunnel, it directly produced a spacious road. An enormous pit appeared, taking form as he rushed downwards. His surroundings were splitting apart, the cracks extending outwards. The earth here was dyed with the blood of many ancient creatures, becoming incomparably tough. It was extremely difficult to split apart the boulders, earth, and other things here, or else this place would have long been searched through by others. However, now, Sure Hao's sword light was like a rainbow, speeding downwards, hacking towards the underground depths. Arrived! Sure Hao's mind was shaken. He slowed down his speed, moving the sword core the entire time to arrive at his destination. The bluestone rocky layer was extremely thick, stopping the path down. Sure Hao knew that this was that stone treasury. Once he cut it open, he would see the resplendent creature below. The life force here is exuberant, with powerful life source energy. However, it should be dead, Sure Hao said to himself. He cleaned out all of the stone materials around him, crushing them to pieces. He swept through the other areas as well, revealing an ancient stone hall. It wasn't that large, but it was full of a unique style. This ancient place carried a type of sacred aura, a building that belonged to the last great era. Sure Hao sucked in a breath of cold air, greatly shocked. He saw an indistinct hand imprint on this stone palace. It was quite blurry, but still extremely terrifying. It was because at this time, the flame within him appeared, shining here, reflecting the unmatched great Tao contained within that hand imprint. In addition, Right at this moment, Xianxia vaguely saw a wondrous scene. A palm slapped down in the world beyond, accompanied by ascension light, slapping down on the earth's surface. The ground didn't move in the slightest. In the end, a hand imprint appeared on the stone palace. Then, the creature in the stone room roared angrily, fiercely resisting. An endless rain of light poured down on this place. Xiao's expression became heavy. This should be something that happened endless years ago. He carefully activated the everlasting immortal sword, cutting apart the stone room, revealing the true scene within. That is an immortal body? Even though he had already seen it with his heavenly eye, he was still shocked. The stone hall was easily cut open. The materials used to set up the past restrictions had long decayed under the passage of time. Meanwhile, the Tao patterns and other things had been crushed by the hand imprint. Inside the stone room, brilliant light shone. The aura of life here was too rich. There was a humanoid creature there laying on the ground. Resplendent light wrapped around him, his body not moving at all. Xiao's mind was shaken. He didn't dare stop here. He directly rushed upwards, retreating for now, fearing that the rain of light would bring about some kind of unfavorable changes. When he returned to the natural crater, he discovered that a commotion had long erupted here. Many people were staring downwards. Light continuously surged from underground, the radiance too magnificent. It really seemed as if this was the multicolored light of ascension. Everyone knew that there was something good underground, that there was definitely something formidable, something related to an immortal. Heavens! Is that an immortal body? Many people were trembling with excitement. Xiao already came out. He didn't discover any weapons, inheritances, or even any immortal Tao symbols from that body that seemed like the corpse of a true immortal. He frowned, standing outside the crowd. He then soared to the highest point of the natural crater, meeting up with Qingyi, the little rabbit, Chao Yuxing, and the others. Good stuff. Can it be an entire set of immortal bones? The little fatty was incomparably moved. This body has some kind of problem. The supreme immortal Tao symbols have been erased. Xiao frowned. He had inspected it underground before. At this moment, many people headed down into the natural crater, looking deep underground. There was finally someone who couldn't hold themselves back any longer, rushing downwards to fight over the immortal corpse. Even though there are problems, that is still an unmatched natural luck. You have to know that this is an immortal's body. We can't let them take it away. The little fatty felt anxious. Let's wait a bit first. I fear that there might be something strange, Xiao said. After experiencing his journey through the black-colored ancient boat, he felt great apprehension towards this type of unmatched creature. Even if it was just a corpse, it shouldn't be easily touched. Ah! Suddenly, a miserable cry sounded. A group of creatures in the stone room were blasted into bloody paste, their bodies and spirits wiped out. There was another group of people who were still quite far away, yet they were still battered by the mysterious power. Their bodies split apart, miserable cries sounding as they fell. What happened? Someone wanted to bring away the immortal corpse, but in the end triggered an unmatched power. Great chaos erupted below, everyone panicking. Several hundred creatures rushed upwards, all of their expressions pale. They were comparatively more fortunate, not entering the stone room. Otherwise, they would have all turned into bloody pastes. That power was too great, not something an ordinary deity could withstand at all. One has to understand that this was just the ripple produced by a corpse, the power that was produced when it was violated. If it was still alive, what kind of power would it display then? Right now, Qingyi, the little rabbit, and the others all saw that immortal body. It was laying in the stone room, surrounded by a sphere of viscous liquid. Endless multicolored light was released. It didn't have any flesh, only a set of snow-white bones. They were sparkling like jade, the viscous liquid like sweet dew, releasing a fragrance. All of its flesh has dissolved, only leaving behind a skeleton. There really aren't any symbols to be seen. The little fatty said, frowning over there. There is a faint hand imprint on its skeleton. Xiao said, pointing towards its chest. There was a faint imprint flickering about. Suddenly, everyone trembled. They seemed to have heard shouts of slaughter and saw a strange scene. A hand slapped down from beyond, immortal light shining endlessly as it swirled about it. It struck onto the ground, but no smoke or dust was produced. However, an expert in an underground stone hall released an angry roar, doing everything it could to resist. Pooh! Inside the stone room, that creature fell on his back. Meanwhile, in the sky, that hand was also cut apart by mysterious natural laws, falling down, smashing into the depths of the earth. Everyone vaguely saw immortal blood splash outwards, rushing into outer space, directly blasting through several dozen to over 100 stars. The starry sky immediately became dim. All of the creatures here shivered coldly, feeling incomparably shaken. Was this what happened back then? As a result, everyone understood why the hand bone Ningchuan found was buried here, as well as knowing why the creature inside the stone room died. There was actually this type of relationship. There are no strange black mists or gray energy, so there shouldn't have been anything inauspicious that happened. Sure How thus felt relieved. Once again heading down, he silently arrived before the stone room, sitting down in a corner. Those above couldn't see him. He sat down, trying to sense the rain of light. And Sure How trembled. The strand of immortal energy seemed to be nurtured, immediately becoming resplendent. While carrying a rain of light, it quickly absorbed the immortal Tao energy here. So comfortable. Sure How couldn't help but release a light moan, stabilizing his immortal Tao foundation here. Soon after, that strand of immortal energy became a bit thicker, now carrying more immortal characteristics. His own body was also being cleansed, the feeling extremely comfortable. If I cultivate here, it will definitely be an unimaginably great natural luck. Sure How was inwardly shaken. All of you can leave. Someone spoke up in front of the natural crater, his voice cold without the slightest human emotion. There were many creatures here, all of them exceptional talents from different clans. They were extremely powerful. They turned around at the same time. A young man walked over, in his hands a dark red halberd. His blade carried beads of blood, releasing a world-shocking wave of killing energy that made everyone here tremble. Who was this person? They were all horrified. At the bottom of the natural crater there were over 1,000 experts, and there were even more further out. However, they were all shocked by this cold killing intent. The dark red halberd seemed to have slaughtered tens of millions of creatures. He is Heavenly Country's most powerful inheritor's younger brother, the sex number 2 assassin in the young generation, second only to his older brother. When this sentence was spoken, everyone sucked in a cold breath of air, their bodies going cold. They all felt extremely afraid. Heavenly Country was the higher realm's most terrifying organization. Once targeted by them, even if your magical force was heaven overflowing, there was still no way to stop their repeated assassinations. The most powerful inheritor of this generation in Heavenly Country, just based on his true strength, was comparable to Immortal Palace, Fallen Deity Ridge, and others' most powerful disciples, powerful to a ridiculous extent, possessing an unmatched attitude. Moreover, his forte was assassination, attacking in secret. He definitely wouldn't follow the rules. As a result, Heavenly Country's most powerful inheritor was actually what the present young generation considered to be the most dangerous individual. His own strength was great, and together with his proficiency in assassination, who would be willing to provoke him? This person was his young brother Xueji, known as their number 2 assassin. He wouldn't be much inferior, so how could everyone not be scared? Your Heavenly Country is indeed formidable, but this underground immortal body wasn't discovered by you all. So why are you chasing everyone away? So you can have it to yourself. There was someone who was discontent, secretly transmitting it to everyone to form an alliance and take action against him together. Are you treating my words as wind? Xueji laughed coldly. He immediately vanished from his original location. Pooh! In the crowd, a single-horned humanoid creature's eyes widened, pupils carrying unwillingness, as well as a type of fear. His head flew out diagonally, carrying a large expanse of bloody rain. The headless corpse fell onto the ground. With a schwa sound, Xueji reappeared with his dark red halberd in his original position. His expression was calm, however. This only made him appear even more cruel. Blood dripped from that halberd. In front of the natural crater, many people were angry, but they didn't dare speak. In the distance, the little rabbit was truly angered, muttering, "Too unbridled. It was sure how who discovered and excavated it, yet he dares to force away others so domineeringly." Of course, she wasn't worried for sure how, because that fellow was extremely strong, and he already went down. Truly bossy and domineering. Isn't he an assassin? He actually dares to reveal himself. Too insolent. Qingyi also spoke out. Isn't he just relying on his older brother, the one known as the #1 assassin? The little rabbit was furious as well. Chao Yuxing's expression was grave. He carefully observed his surroundings and said, "Heavenly Country's #1 assassin. Someone even the ancient freaks fear. That person is too dangerous." He felt like that person might come, that he was nearby. Heavenly Country was going to occupy this place. No harm. Sure how we'll cut them all down soon. The divine striking stone said, feeling great confidence in Sure how. That isn't the most terrifying part. The most worrisome thing is that it was rumored that Heavenly Country also has an ancient freak, an individual terrifying to the extreme. If he wanted to kill someone, even Ning Chuan or 10 Crown King would have to be serious. Chao Yuxing said, "If that person truly exists, then that really would be bad. It would be too terrifying." Qing Yi's expression changed. "Did you all not hear me?" Xueji was merciless. He then disappeared again. Poo-poo sounds rang out continuously, and then numerous miserable cries sounded inside the natural crater. They were mysteriously assassinated. Heads tumbled onto the ground, the space between their brows splitting apart, leaving behind a ground of corpses. Many people backed up in retreat, their bodies shivering with coldness. As allies, there is our share of natural luck here as well. Suddenly, a voice sounded. A silver-colored cat that was less than half a meter in length walked over. Its fur was silvery white like silk fabric, moving through the void slowly. "You all still aren't scattering apart? Do you all want to be completely massacred?" This silver cat looked at everyone. Then, it suddenly brandished its claws, its flesh unexpectedly releasing some chaotic mist, shocking everyone here. Pooh! Right at this moment, a group of people suffered disaster, torn apart by a silver-colored enormous claw, turning into a bloody mist. "All of you, just get lost. Also, you by the stone room, get out here as well. If you don't want to die, immediately leave this place." The silver cat spoke in a somewhat lazy manner. Could this be an ancient freak? It was too surly and unreasoning. It is a cat raised by an ancient freak, its power extremely great. This isn't the first time it entered Immortal Ancient. Someone said softly, "A cat raised by an ancient freak?" Many cultivators didn't dare believe that this powerful vicious beast wasn't the overlord of an area nor a young supreme being, just a pet. This was incomparably absurd, difficult for one to accept. It was just too inconceivable. Even though many of them felt stupefied, they also felt a type of fear, their faces becoming ugly. Even the cat that an ancient freak raised was so powerful, incomparable, giving them a sense of complete defeat, grief, and dismay. It dealt a huge blow to their confidence. "Ow Wu, didn't hear what I said?" The silver cat turned around, staring at the group of stupefied creatures. It narrowed its eyes, and then began to slowly move about. A walla sounded. A large group of the people in the natural crater moved, retreating. If even a cat was like this, when the true master came, what would it be like then? No one dared to imagine what would happen. Perhaps, if that ancient freak appeared, just a finger alone would be able to massacre the group of experts. The difference in strength was just too great. It was as different as sky and earth. "You all are too slow." The silver cat stood on a large bluestone, raising its head. Even its eyes were silver, shining like two small suns, glistening and dazzling. When the group that left the latest heard this, they all trembled in fear, hurriedly rushing into the sky, frantically escaping. Yeah. The silver cat released a low cry. One could clearly see that silver-colored symbols were being released from its mouth, spreading out into the air like ripples. A group of people cried out miserably in midair. Poo-poo sounds rang out continuously. The bodies of more than 10 creatures who weren't that weak cracked apart, blood covering them as they fell from the sky. Run! There were still several dozen individuals who were coughing out blood. They quickly rushed to the sky, not even daring to turn around, leaving behind quite a bit of blood in the air. The cultivators on the scene were all terrified. Those people were only a step late, yet they encountered such a bloody disaster. It was truly quite wrong. This silver cat was powerful and terrifying to a ridiculous level. It was completely fearless, taking action as it pleased. Not one could stop it. It seems like I haven't killed enough. The things I said were similar, but there were some who wanted to retaliate and quite a few people who didn't move. On the other side, Xueji spoke. His long hair scattered out behind him, his body carrying a murderous aura. In his hands was a dark red great halberd. He aimed it at everyone here. Shoo! He vanished into thin air, disappearing from his original location. This was precisely an assassin from heavenly country, invisible and without shadows, able to assassinate all powerful creatures under the sky. Immediately afterwards, the sounds of bones splitting rang through the air. Blood splashed up high into the air. A dark red great halberd, while carrying scarlet multicolored light, brandished about. 6 or 7 people were cut down on the spot. Then that halberd swept out again. Dark red radiance erupted. Some more cultivators lost their lives, their corpses falling onto the ground. This stirred up great panic. Everyone hurriedly retreated, fleeing from that region, rushing towards the edge of the natural crater. Many people were furious. Heavenly Country's second assassin was too domineering. Everyone else had already backed up a long time ago, yet he was still taking action. It was all because he felt that he didn't display as much power as that silver cat. That's why he carried out this type of slaughter, cruel and heartless, truly overbearing. Only not a single person dared to step forward and try to fight against him. Even though these people felt hatred, this assassin from heavenly country was indeed powerful. Once the halberd swept out, few people were his match. Of course, there were definitely people who could keep him in check. Only once they fought against him, provoking his older brother, that would then be extremely troublesome. The one known as the number 1 assassin was someone that anyone would feel restraining fear against. Many people speculated that he was nearby, already here, or else why would Xueji dare to act so unrestrained, taking action so unbridledly? Let's go. There's no hope. He is so merciless, all for the sake of intimidation, already expressing his resoluteness. Heavenly Country is going to occupy this place, not allowing anyone else to step foot inside. Someone released a sigh. Let's wait a bit longer. Someone said softly. There was still one person who hadn't come up after being threatened, so perhaps a few things might happen. In the distance, the little rabbit was extremely angry, carefully watching the situation with Qing Yi and Chao Yuxing. They were searching for the hiding number 1 expert's energy, wishing to know if he really did come. He most likely has, Chao Yuxing said, sensing something inwardly. I really hope the owner of that silver cat doesn't appear. Qing Yi said. An immortal body had just appeared. If several exceptional great experts appeared right off the bat, then the consequences would be terrifying. Still not coming up? Are you waiting for me to come and ask you nicely? Xueji stood in the natural crater, staring downwards with an extremely cold expression. The dark red halberd aimed downwards. Meow. Since that is the case, don't bother coming up, the silver cat said. Let me, Xueji said. He wanted to be the first to move. The halberd in his hand stabbed towards the depths of the earth, releasing a dazzling cutting edge. He revealed a slight cruel smile. He didn't have to expend a great deal of effort. As long as he provoked that immortal corpse, causing it to release divine force, the person below would immediately die. Who cares if he is powerful or not? Sure How sat there, currently absorbing the immortal Tao energy. His entire body was incomparably comfortable. The strand of immortal energy he cultivated shone with sparkling light, clearly becoming thicker. A streak of bloody light shot over, rushing at the immortal corpse, as well as at him. Xianxia suddenly opened his eyes. He raised his hand, facing that bloody light. He himself also immediately rushed upwards. The bloody radiance was destroyed, brilliant like fireworks between his palms and fingers, but still unable to tear into his flesh. Quickly disappeared without a trace. At the same time, Xianxia left the bottom of the earth, arriving at the surface now only a few zhang away from Xueji. Xueji's expression changed, immediately disappearing from his original location. Then he appeared behind Xianxia, bringing his great halberd down, the divine radiance several hundred zhang in length. This kind of strike would be enough to make even an army of 1,000 nurse a grievance. However, the figure in the void disappeared with a flash, only an afterimage being cut. The true body appeared close in front of the blood halberd, 2 fingers clamping down on his halberd's blade. Actually this fast, just too formidable. Everyone cried out in alarm. There were many people in the surroundings. When they saw this scene, they were all stupefied. That person's movement technique was even more shocking than Heavenly Country's assassin, and he stopped the dark red halberd with his bare hands. The moment Xueji was shocked, he also stirred up crazy divine force, making that halberd blade shine, wishing to break Xianxia's fingers. Gabbing, the blade of this great halberd made of divine materials snapped between those 2 fingers. Xueji's expression changed. This kind of person far exceeded his expectations. He knew that he had encountered a huge trouble. When he saw the mist scatter from this person's body, he was even more shocked. "It's you!" He recognized Xianxia because this person was Heavenly Country's target. They had always wanted to kill him, yet in the end, they lost several outstanding deities, all of them defeated. Huang! He released a low roar, decisively backing up, disappearing from this place. However, immediately afterwards, that figure flickered, breaking the void, pressing forward with his palm. Xueji was greatly alarmed, blasted out. He hurriedly used the great halberd to defend himself. Bang! The great halberd had another part of it broken, once again destroyed by Xianxia's hand. This scene left many people shocked. The insufferably arrogant Heavenly Country No. 2 assassin was completely no match. Going to risk it all, Xueji disappeared into thin air. The damaged halberd continuously released radiance, and a strange type of symbols accompanied it, as if it could refine the void. Xianxia stood in his original place, his 2 legs not moving. Only his arms and hands continuously slapped out. However, in the end, each time they collided with that halberd, there would always be a piece of metal that came off. Everyone was shocked. This was just too powerful. That person stood there without moving like a demonic volcano, powerful to the extreme. His divine might was inviolable. "Have you had enough?" Xianxia asked. With a dong sound, his palm slapped out. All types of symbols collapsed. The final part of the halberd turned into metal pieces, falling from the sky. Pang! Xianxia's arm reached out, dragging a person from the void. It was precisely Xueji, his neck in Xianxia's grip. Everyone widened their eyes, their fine hairs standing on end. How powerful was Xueji? He was an incomparably tyrannical individual, yet right now he was being carried like a chick, his arms and legs struggling about. "Will you be able to leave?" Xianxia swept his eyes over to that silver cat on the side. It was currently trying to sneakily leave. In reality, it had already turned around, wishing to escape the moment Xianxia broke free. However, a powerful divine will still locked it in place. If it moved, it would definitely suffer a thunderous attack. Couldn't take this pressure anymore, deciding to risk its life to escape. Chi! It brandished its claws, wishing to forcefully tear apart the void to escape. A large hand descended, cutting off the path. It hurriedly backed up. Everyone became stupefied. There were 2 vicious individuals who considered themselves unequaled here. Yet now, both of them were completely frightened and depressed. It left the crowd trembling continuously. Huang! He is Huang! Immortal Palace's inheritor was killed by him. This time, Heavenly Country has kicked a metal board. Everyone was shaken up. They never expected that Huang would come here. I was the one who dug up the stone hall, discovering the immortal body. Yet you all wish to chase me out and kill me? Shihao asked. Xueji became silent. This was a bitterness that was difficult to describe, as well as a type of humiliation. If he knew that it was Huang, how could he possibly dare act so ostentatiously? It is our wrong this time. We are willing to make amends. Please let us leave, the silver cat said. Not a shred of sincerity, not even lowering your heads. Could it be that you believe that just because you have followed by the side of an ancient freak, I wouldn't dare kill you? Shihao said. The silver cat's pupils contracted. Took a few steps back. At the same time, Shihao saw a hint of ruthlessness and coldness. He silently sensed about realizing something. The terrifying individual known as the number 1 assassin should have arrived as well. Come then. I heard that your strength alone isn't weaker than Immortal Palace inheritors. Let me take a look at your methods, Shihao said, speaking into the void. When Xueji heard this, his mind was thrown into disorder. He was waiting for his older brother's sky-shocking strike that would cut down Huang. But when he saw how calm Huang was, he immediately felt uncertain. Not going to come out? Shihao's expression was cold. He flung Xueji into the air, and then he pointed out with a finger. Following a pung sound, a small half of his body was blasted apart, turning into a bloody mist. Xueji released a groan through clenched teeth, his head covered in cold sweat. The intense pain made his face pale. Still not coming to fight? If you still don't come out, then your little brother will lose his life. Shihao's voice was calm. He raised his hand again. However, there were no fluctuations in the void. That person didn't appear. His finger pointed out. Xueji's body broke apart inch by inch. A bloody mist pervaded the air. He roared outwards, eyes full of despair. Pooh! Xueji lost his life, body and spirit erased. This place was completely silent. Everyone shivered inwardly. Heavenly Country's number 2 assassin was killed just like that. Huang was just too powerful. Now that they were seeing him with their own eyes, they felt that he was even more heroic. Everyone knew that Heavenly Country's number 1 assassin definitely wouldn't let things end like this. He was definitely going to release the most terrifying assault. If I didn't see incorrectly, you should be the rarest gold-marked white tiger, right? Stop trying to cover things up. Did your master come? Shihao asked, looking towards that silver-colored creature. This wasn't a cat, but a legendary gold-marked white tiger? It can't be, right? The legendary white tiger lord's killing methods are the most terrifying, each generation more powerful than the last. Meanwhile, the one with golden patterns on its back is even a king race. Many people were shocked. How powerful was the white tiger? It was one of the world's most vicious races. This clan's ancestor dared to challenge the true dragon, its vicious name world-shaking. The silver cat backed up, its fur shining, as if a layer of stellar splendor covered its body, the light able to reflect its surroundings. Every single hair was sparkling and releasing brilliant light. An expanse of symbols formed, about to appear from its body. A terrifying aura pervaded the air. It was going to risk it all. And, suddenly, Shihao's expression changed. He left behind a spiritual body, and his true body disappeared from this place. In his hands was the exceptional immortal sword. It hacked through the void, divine light shining in tens of thousands of streaks. Lightning erupted endlessly as he moved quickly. Pong! After who knew how many li, a black-colored peak exploded, turned into broken pieces with a single strike. Countless great cracks appeared on the great earth, extending in all directions. You really are quite good at restraining yourself. Shihao released a light sigh. Someone used a realm-shattering symbol to leave this place. Even though he sensed something, it was too late to chase after that person. He hacked open the void with the sword core, but that person still left. That was, without a doubt, Heavenly Country's number 1 assassin. Immediately afterwards, he disappeared from this place, quickly returning to the natural crater. That gold-marked white tiger displayed its viciousness, wishing to escape, but it was stopped by his spiritual body. With a schwa sound, How merged with his true body, the two combining. The gold-marked white tiger's eyes were deep. It continuously took steps backwards, feeling that the situation wasn't good. Now, not only this white tiger, but everyone knew that Huang had just left to pursue Heavenly Country's #1 assassin. He was powerful to a shocking degree, truly quite the character, indifferent even towards his own younger brother's death, leaving like this. How said with a sigh. When this sentence was spoken, everyone shivered inwardly. Heavenly Country's #1 assassin actually gave up on How, directly leaving, clearly not feeling any certainty. Otherwise, he definitely wouldn't have acted like this. This person is extremely terrifying. Qing Yi frowned. He didn't even care that his own blood brother died before his eyes, coldly and decisively backing off. This person was worthy of his reputation of being from Heavenly Country, a king who walked in darkness. There's trouble. This person is ruthless and vicious, and so patient. Once he takes action, it will definitely be a thunderous and fatal strike. Chao Yuxing's expression became grave. Heavenly Country's #1 assassin, known as one of the higher realm's most terrifying young supreme beings, his true strength comparable to Immortal Palace inheritor. Yet he didn't attack from the front, always using hidden attacks. Who could stop him? He was one of the 3,000 realms' most terrifying youngsters. No one dared to provoke him because being targeted by him meant death. There was no chance for life. Ancient freaks all felt restraining fear towards him, because there was no way they would always be vigilant. Everyone had times when they would display carelessness, and once he grasped that opportunity, cold blade radiance would illuminate 10 provinces, blood splashing over heaven and earth. I come from the divine temple, the gold-marked white tiger said, its silver pupils flickering, still backing up. Divine temple? Everyone sucked in a cold breath of air. This background was indeed terrifying. That was an ancient temple, an ancient inheritance comparable to Immortal Palace and Supreme Hall. And How wasn't worried in the slightest, walking forward step by step. I do not wish to become enemies with you, hoping that we can just part like this. The gold-marked white tiger said, its voice overcast. I've cultivated the martial Tao heavenly eye. The hatred and resentfulness within the depths of your eyes cannot hide from me. If I let you go, that is just a disaster waiting to happen. It's better to just kill you to simplify things. How calmly said. If he left this gold-marked white tiger alive, it would definitely ask its master to take action. There will be a battle sooner or later. Moreover, when How had been surrounded by 8 exceptional talents, he had killed a lion from Divine Temple, so he didn't mind killing a rare white tiger as well. Ancient Holy Child is about to take that step. There is an 80% chance of success. The gold-marked white tiger said, staring into How's pupils. It raised its head. While speaking this, it was full of confidence, feeling pride for Ancient Holy Child, as well as a sense of intimidating all enemies in the world. In the surroundings, all of the creatures here sucked in cold breaths of air. Taking the final step? How many heavenly talents from past to present have strived to accomplish this, but ultimately nursed regrets, dying along the way? Divine Temple was an incomparably shocking inheritance. This inheritance coexisted with the world, grasping 9 heavens 10th earth scriptures. It was known as a supreme inheritance, an unmatched heavenly art. Ancient Holy Child was precisely this sect's ancient freak, his cultivation making him unmatched among cultivators of the same level, shocking past and present. No one could face him. Since he is about to succeed, who else could even match him? A few people trembled, finding this inconceivable. So far, everyone only knew that 10 Crown King succeeded, and Ning Chuan seemed to have produced immortal Tao energy. Only, it hasn't been confirmed yet. Now, another, the Ancient Holy Child, was added. Everyone was feeling great fear, indescribably shaken. Many people looked towards Huang. Even though he was powerful, if he didn't take that step, he would undoubtedly be in danger. The death of someone as stunning as him would truly be too much of a pity. This wasn't the first time Xianxia heard about ancient holy child. He had previously heard about him from the lion in Silver Polish Mountain, knowing a bit. He was incomparably calm. I'll wait for him to take that step then. If he doesn't know right from wrong, then let him come look for me. You? The gold-marked white tiger took steps backwards, feeling shock, as well as a wave of fear. This person was clearly about to take action. Ancient Holy Child's name couldn't stop him. As for the others, they were all greatly moved. Huang was truly too tyrannical. Only once he took action here, there was likely no way for those two parties to have any kind relations. If Ancient Holy Child came here, how was he supposed to withstand his power? Ancient Holy Child is about to come out of isolation. You have to properly think things through. The gold-marked white tiger said with a heavy voice, its eyes deep. It already had no way out. It didn't plan on lowering its head. I already said that if he wants to come, then he should just do it. Xianxia reached out a hand, grabbing forward. Ow ho! The gold-marked white tiger released a long roar. Its body became large like a small mountain. Silver light burned like flames. There were also streaks of golden patterns that interweaved over its body. Pooh! It brandished its claws. Chaotic energy immediately pervaded the air. This was incomparably shocking, incredibly powerful. It was actually like this, displaying primal chaos. Dang! Xianxia slapped out, colliding with that white tiger claw. Ear-splitting kungxiang sounds rang through the air. This white tiger's claws were just too tough and sharp, unexpectedly being unharmed. If it was anyone else that clashed head-on with the current Xianxia, their flesh would definitely explode. There was no way they would still be alive. After all, he cultivated a strand of immortal energy. It seems like the rumors were true, that ancient holy child had previously discovered a primal chaos pool, inside of which was some mysterious liquid. He smeared it over his body, allowing his flesh to become powerful to the extreme. Chao Yuxing said. Based on what he said, this gold-marked white tiger's claws definitely had that liquid applied on them as well. There's this kind of heaven-defying thing? The little rabbit's large eyes blinked as she cried out noisily with AOAO sounds. Why wasn't she the one that encountered this type of opportunity? This immortal ancient has many natural luck waiting to be discovered. Who knows? We might also be able to encounter something formidable and mysterious. Chao Yuxing said. Dang dang dang. Sparks flew in all directions. The gold-marked white tiger was shocked. Its incomparably sharp claws were in intense pain, as if they were going to break. Yet the other party's face remained unchanged. Ow ho! The white tiger roared, shaking heaven and earth, the sky about to collapse from the sound. The golden patterns on its back became resplendent, all of them lightening up. They formed a web surrounding Xianxia. Unfortunately, when the golden patterns appeared in the void, it was blasted apart by a slap from Xianxia, unable to harm him in the slightest. Chong! The gold-marked white tiger's expression changed. One of its claws that had been soaked in the chaotic pond's mysterious liquid broke, directly blasted apart by the other party. He was powerful to a terrifying degree, making it feel incredible fear. Could it be that he took that step, even before ancient holy child? When it thought of this possibility, the gold-marked white tiger trembled, all of its confidence vanishing. After a final roar, an expanse of blood erupted. It ignited its own body with a secret method, turning around to leave. It wanted to escape. Stop wasting your essence blood. It'll ruin the quality of the meat. Xianxia spoke. A large hand dropped down, covering it, completely capturing it. Everyone was stunned. The gold-marked white tiger was even more furious. What kind of words were these? It was going to be turned into food? The gold-marked white tiger was captured and killed without any suspense. This divine temple holy beast who had previously terrified and killed many exceptional talents was captured by Xianxia and turned into food. Even after a long time had passed, this place was still extremely quiet. Everyone was intimidated by his might. Huang's reputation is not in vain as expected. scaring away Heavenly Country's #1 assassin, killing ancient Holy Child's holy beast. Is he going to pierce the heavens? A storm is brewing. There will definitely be an exceptionally great battle. After who knew how much time had passed, everyone began to discuss among themselves again. The natural crater was full of noise. Right now, Hao was studying this place with Chao Yuxing and Qing Yi, trying to figure out a way to collect this immortal corpse. It was extremely troublesome. This thing was too exceptional, with a single mistake harming themselves. We definitely cannot directly bring it away. This thing cannot be touched. We'll just dig out this entire stone room, leaving it untouched. The divine striking stone said. This is the only thing we can do. Qing Yi also nodded. I feel like there's something wrong. While cultivating there, I would occasionally feel some strangeness. Also, there were others who discovered this immortal body, but ultimately decided not to touch it. Hao said. Let me take a look through your heavenly eyes. The divine striking stone said. Hao grabbed it, transmitting everything he saw to it. Within that stone room, only the space the immortal corpse rested on couldn't be seen through. Everything else was visible with the martial Tao heavenly eye. There really is some strangeness. There is a strange ancient formation set up around that immortal corpse, but it doesn't seem to be a harmful one. The divine striking stone was shocked. It looked like simple stone, but from what the divine striking stone said, there should be an ancient formation. It was quite unordinary. Even though it was pretty much corroded, some of its efficacy still remained. In the end, the divine striking stone took action, arranging a moving formation. They used up a large amount of divine materials before finally completing it. This formation was quite unordinary, able to transport the immortal corpse, but moving quite gently. It wouldn't touch upon its original power, able to safely bring it away from the stone room. This formation is the result of the sweat and blood of our predecessors. This kind of situation has likely been encountered before as well, said the divine striking stone. Before starting, they had everyone back off, not allowing them to stay near the natural crater. It was because if they failed, it might be extremely dangerous. Even they themselves stood by the nearby transport formation. If anything unexpected happened, they would immediately escape. Kacha! A strange sound rang out from within the stone room. The immortal corpse did move in the end, but it didn't seem right. It seemed like something bad was about to happen there. The immortal corpse moved. A black pot suddenly appeared, unexpectedly cracked. Black-colored blood began to pour out from it, and then waves of black mists surged. Go! They borrowed the transport formation to immediately leave this place. Heavens! There was actually a pot there. What exactly is sealed inside of it? The little rabbit was reluctant to part, feeling great regret. However, they could only flee into the distance. That wave of energy was incredibly terrifying. Pong! The jar smashed open, dark light overflowing into the heavens. The black blood underground surged. It was incomparably horrifying. Run! The others also screamed loudly, all of them running. While standing several tens of thousands of li away, Hao and the others turned around. They could still see the black light rushing into the heavens. At the same time, there was also immortal Tao energy that erupted, interweaving. After who knew how much time had passed, that place finally became peaceful again. Hao and the others immediately returned. There were some others who hurried over as well, wishing to enter that stone room. However, when they saw Huang, their expressions changed, not daring to act recklessly. That is, the pot was shattered, turning into broken pieces. Meanwhile, the black-colored blood also dried up, as if it was burnt. A small half of the immortal body remained. Auspicious light overflowed outwards, immortal mists pervading the air. Divine power fluctuated intensely. What a pity! A large half of the immortal corpse was destroyed. What else is sealed inside the pot? Chao Yuxing felt incomparable pain. We should be content with what we have. There is still a small half left. The divine striking stone spoke, surprisingly optimistic. It was clear that what was sealed was definitely formidable, making one's heart tremble. An unimaginable creature, but still ultimately sealed to death, turning into black blood. Now it has been dissolved by the immortal corpse. Hao frowned. This time, things went quite smoothly, carefully storing away the immortal corpse. There is something else. Suddenly, the little rabbit said with a trembling voice, pointing towards the fine powder the black pot turned into. Hao shivered inwardly. His martial Tao heavenly eye unexpectedly didn't even see through it. When a wind blew past and the ashes scattered, only then did he discover a piece of green-colored frontal bone. It's the sealed creature. There are still bones left over, Xianxia said. Soon after, her expression changed. She couldn't help but take steps backwards, because that frontal bone was shaking. Willow deity! Suddenly, Hao cried out involuntarily, his body shaking. He saw the traces left behind by the willow deity on that green frontal bone. There was that kind of aura. Leaves. Golden willow leaves. The divine striking stone also cried out strangely. This was a piece of frontal bone that was green like jade, still sparkling even after so many years had passed. A golden leaf, one that wasn't too big, but translucent and resplendent, pierced through that frontal bone, nailing right between the brows. The scene was strangely beautiful. The frontal bone had a few other holes that were extremely fine, also left behind by a leaf previously pierced through. There were a few leaves in the ashes, glodden and swiring with luster. This type of scene made everyone's minds jump crazily, because it was extremely mystical. As for Hao, he was already frozen in place. The divine striking stone cried out with AOAO sounds, finding this hard to believe. They sensed the willow deity's aura here, and the golden leaves belonged to a willow tree. How formidable! What kind of immortal tree is this? The leaves nailed an unmatched creature to death. Chao Yuxing cried out with shock. The black-colored blood was left behind by that sealed creature. It had already been dissolved, leaving behind only a piece of frontal bone, exposing a few secrets of the past. Hao found it hard to calm down. He stared rigidly in that direction. This was something left behind by the last great era. There were actually golden willow leaves. This caused great emotions to stir within his mind. Willow deity, what kind of identity do you really have? There was no mistaking this aura. It was exactly the same, definitely originating from the willow deity. He thought back to some of the things Kong Choji told him, as well as some legends he heard after discussing with others. The willow deity's origins were strange, incomparably mysterious. It seemed to have undergone rebirth, reborn again from a seed. However, later on, it was believed to have been half destroyed later on, taking root in an unknown location to recover. The willow deity had never spoken about its past, as if it had long forgotten everything. Hao was completely lost in his own thoughts. What exactly happened in Immortal Ancient Great Era? Did willow deity exist even back then? Just what kind of miserable battle did it experience for that great era to ultimately reach its end? A cool breeze dispersed the ashes, leaving behind a few leaves. There was another piece of green frontal bone that also swirled with radiance. There wasn't a single individual who wasn't shaken. From this scene, they could guess at a few things that happened in the past. A willow tree had previously defeated an unmatched creature, sealing it inside of a pot. That creature is definitely extremely powerful, not dying even after having its frontal bone pierced through, needing to be sealed up. Could it be that its primordial spirit was unharmed? Xianxia said with a sigh. They remembered that there used to be a true immortal sitting in the stone room. Did he just happen to be cultivating in isolation here, or was he in charge of defending this jar? It was difficult to say. There is a piece of a willow branch as well, but it is scorched black and ruined, Chao Yuxing said. In the ashes, there was a willow branch that previously pierced through that frontal bone as well, penetrating it along with a few leaves. Only, this branch already ignited all of its natural laws and immortal Tao force, leaving behind only a ruined trace. How frightening and formidable! Divine might truly matchless. The divine striking stone said with a sigh. To think that there was a willow tree that was this powerful back in Immortal Ancient Great Era. A golden branch piercing through all obstructions, impaling the head of an unmatched creature and sealing it away. What kind of backgrounds do those enemies have exactly? Who was it fighting against? Xianxia said softly. He wanted to know the truth quite badly. Only, too much time had passed, and his own strength wasn't enough. It was too difficult to research this to its end. He wanted to become stronger. A powerful willpower surged within his heart. He was going to reach the peak of the divine Tao. Xianxia knew that the last great era passed, but the battle might not have ended yet, likely continuing to this great era. There will be a day sooner or later when an incomparably great battle would erupt. The only thing he could do right now was hurry and become stronger. Should that day truly arrive, there would be no place to hide. Flames would engulf the heavens above and earth below. No pure land left within the 9 heavens and 10th earth. It would become the most terrifying world. Wang! Suddenly, that green-colored frontal bone trembled, distorting the void. Everything continuously trembled. This made these people shocked. Time flowed on, endless years passing. It could still move, still leaving a mark. Could it be that it was still alive? This was unimaginable. It was simply incomprehensible. This green-colored frontal bone's owner was too powerful. No wonder it was sealed up, still like this even without a primordial spirit. Was it truly impervious to all destruction and tribulations, undying and immortal? Xianxia immediately produced the sword core, preparing to hack down. The willow deity's enemy would definitely be his enemy. He could not allow this frontal bone to produce any strange changes, had to cut it apart, not giving it the chance to display any evil. Use the immortal corpse, Xianxia said. Other types of power might be completely ineffective, because even though this unmatched existence had fallen, the ruined bone it left behind was unimaginable. Show! In the ashes, several golden leaves shone as well. That scorched black willow branch also became resplendent, trembling in response. In addition, what was shocking was that a streak of bizarre patterns flew out from within Xianxia's body, merging with the golden leaves, making them even more resplendent. That wasn't any natural law or fluctuations, only because Xianxia and the willow deity had lived together for many years, its aura mixed with his. At this moment, these golden leaves sensed it. This seemed to have stirred up some type of imprint within the golden leaves. They released wang sounds. Natural law forces now displayed. Pooh! The scorched black branch and the golden leaves moved around that frontal bone, splitting it apart together and then turning into a clump of sinister yet beautiful radiance, exploding here. Xianxia, Chao Yuxing and the others all backed up, quickly distancing themselves from the natural crater. When everything calmed down, the golden leaves and green frontal bone disappeared, thus turning into fine powder, no longer existing. No wonder it had to be sealed up. Even after all these years, there was still this type of strange change. The little rabbit sighed with admiration. This was like a dream. Even a great era ago, the willow deity still existed, moreover being so powerful. Xianxia couldn't say anything for a long time. Let's go. We should leave. It wouldn't be good if we stay for too long. It's better if we don't draw the attention of the natives. The little fatty said. After all, the disturbance they had created was not small. Several individuals departed into the distance, turning into streaks of divine rainbow before disappearing into the horizon. Nearby, the surrounding creatures all got up, leaving this place. Really is great natural luck. In a place with no one else around them, the divine striking stone cried out with AOAO sounds. It said that it could eat the immortal bones like stones, but it was immediately slapped to the side. You might want to die, but we don't. The small half of the immortal body was shining with bright mists, releasing immortal Tao energy. Cultivating around it would undoubtedly result in twice the effect with half the work, its value priceless. Unfortunately, even if they cultivated with it, one still couldn't condense their own immortal energy. That step was harder than climbing to heaven. One could only rely on themselves. Otherwise, why did so many exceptional heavenly talents fall from the past to present, unable to succeed? Broken roads can only be crossed by relying on oneself, leaping out from the sea like a fish. Success was success. If one couldn't do it, then they couldn't. Too regretful. The immortal Tao symbols that it possessed have all been scattered, completely erased. Otherwise, that would be an unmatched inheritance. The little fatty sighed. However, they should still be content with what they had. After all, this was a small half of an immortal body. The immortal body has many great uses, the natural luck endless. We should just be satisfied, Xianxia said. Then, he produced the crystal he obtained from Immortal Palace's inheritor that had a clump of immortal blood sealed within. There were a few symbols inside of it that he hadn't researched yet. It was because this path wasn't quite the same as his own. He didn't want to plant blood, bones, or other immortal seeds within himself, combining with them. He wanted to cultivate immortal energy alone so that everything originated from himself. This was true for even the second strand of immortal energy he was contemplating. He wanted it to be incomparably pure, relying on himself to nurture it. Only then would it be his unmatched Tao. Are we going to look around anymore? The little rabbit blinked her large eyes as she asked. After all, they already obtained a plentiful harvest, so there wasn't much regrets left even if they left now. Let's keep looking, Xianxia replied. It was because he felt that Willow deity had fought before in Burial Realm. The traces he left behind shouldn't just be this amount. He wanted to try looking around some more. After all, the first time he entered Burial Realm, there was a powerful reaction, as if Willow deity was still here. That type of fluctuations and divine patterns were incomparably great. Chao Yuxing nodded and said, "That's good as well. Actually, blindly going into isolation cultivation now isn't the best choice. As far as I know, a few ancient freaks would walk around after cultivating in isolation for a bit, exploring the mountains, rivers, creatures, and all types of different styles within the various small worlds, to the extent where they might even take the risk to visit native tribes. Everything is for the sake of broadening their insights." Burial Realm had 4 well-known ancient lands, all of them previously producing precious items. The earth layer had been dyed in the blood of ancient creatures, sturdy and unordinary. The stone forest doesn't have much left. Let's go to an ancient place, Burial City. The little fatty said, I really hope we can find something. If we can dig out some immortal Tao scriptures, that would really be great. The divine striking stone drooled. Stop daydreaming, Xianxia said. It might not be a complete fantasy. It's actually quite possible. Chao Yuxing said. It was because in the past, there really was someone who dug up half of a book of scriptures, obtaining heaven-defying natural luck. I want to eat an immortal medicine. Even a single stalk would be great. The little rabbit wiped away the drool coming from its mouth, looking like quite the glutton. That kind of thing really does exist, Qingyi said. She mentioned how Divine Temple's ancient holy child had previously discovered a chaotic pool that had mysterious liquid. Someone had previously said that it might be a miraculous liquid produced by heaven and earth, and others said that the pool most likely merged with a dead immortal medicine. Only, it was difficult to say if the chaotic pond was discovered in Burial Realm. Burial City, an ancient city, one of the 4 great ancient lands. The trip went quite smoothly without any unexpected events. They directly hurried over to the ancient place. Even though it was called a city, there were no city walls here, just a large open market. It was extremely bustling. There weren't only streets and massive structures. There were also rocky mountains and mountain areas flourishing with plant life in between the lively areas. Generally speaking, this place was disorderly and messy. It was as if there were many open markets pieced together, and just like that, an enormous ancient city was constructed. Did you all hear? Heavenly Country's number 2 assassin was killed. Truly shocking news. What's so special about that? News of this already went about a while ago. Forget about him, the number 1 assassin was even chased away by Huang, not daring to take action. Divine Temple Ancient Holy Child's holy beast was also captured and killed. As soon as he arrived in this place, Xianxia's group heard all types of discussions. Those people were all shocked. That's the centaur race, an ancient fiend race? The little rabbit felt as if her 2 eyes weren't enough to take everything in. It was because the races she saw were the creatures of immortal ancient great era that had only been recorded in bone books. In this region, apart from many outsiders, There was a large number of natives who set up booths in the open market as well to exchange various divine treasures and other things. Be careful. This is one of the few cities with large numbers of natives. Chao Yuxing explained. The natives were quite strange. Normally, few walked out from their tribes, and only in a few enormous cities in certain small worlds would a large amount of them roam about. What kind of secrets were there exactly? Even now, those from the outside world didn't know. Divine Temple's people have appeared. Suddenly, Qingyi said softly. She saw a few people stand in the distance, and then quickly leave. It can't be that fast, right? Can it be that ancient holy child already took that step and came out from isolation? Chao Yuxing's mind was shaken. They had just arrived in Burial City. Could it be that another great storm was already stirring? Sure Hao closed his eyes, silently sensing his surroundings. I can feel that there is an extremely terrifying expert in this city. There were a few creatures in Burial Realm with strange auras, quickly disappearing from Sure Hao's range of divine sense. These were clearly exceptional individuals, making it difficult for him to immediately appraise them. Might not necessarily be an ancient freak, might be natives as well. Those people are extremely formidable. Chao Yuxing said. Sure Hao nodded. Once one reached his level, already cultivating a strand of immortal energy, he already transcended above the masses. Even if he did encounter danger, he could still get away, and as such, he didn't have to worry too much. Divine Temple's people have left. Not coming over, Qingyi said. She had a feeling that she just caught sight of trouble brewing. There might be a great battle coming. That gold-marked white tiger was Divine Temple's holy beast. They definitely wouldn't just ignore it being killed like this. Sure Hao didn't chase after them, not attaching much importance to them. Ancient Holy Child was the only one noteworthy. So what if he took that step? If he dared to appear, he'll give him a pleasant surprise. After all, he already cultivated a strand of immortal energy. Divine Temple is truly frightening. Their 9 heavens 10th earth scriptures known to be an unmatched inheritance, Chao Yuxing said. Sure Hao nodded, already understanding a bit about this ancient inheritance. That temple wasn't all that large or vast, but it existed throughout time, consecrating 3 divine statues. It was rumored that those were 3 great indestructible statues that represented utmost power. Someone had said that those were immortal lords from immortal ancient times, and others said that they were the undecaying divine ancestors of the divine Tao era. There were even some that said that they were unmatched heavenly emperors that would rule the heavens above and earth below. Burial City, a place filled with open markets, people constantly coming and going. The fact that this little world had immortal treasures was no longer a secret. Many creatures appeared here after news was leaked out. There were vendors' booths everywhere, all types of goods laid out. Cultivators were exchanging for what they needed. In the city, there were large areas of dark red mountainous ground, the color caused by the contamination of immortal blood, left behind from the ancient battles. There are many creatures coming and going, all of them searching for certain things. The underground in this place is the most incredible. Someone dug out half a book of immortal scriptures here. Chao Yuxing explained. Moreover, it was rumored that the immortal Dao shrub 10 Crown King obtained was also obtained because he found a vague recording on a jade bone book here. He only found it after later searching for it. As a result, creatures from the outside world flocked over, entering Burial City, all of them wishing to obtain great natural luck. Meanwhile, this was also the place where the natives exchanged for what they needed, so it became an extremely bustling place. Suddenly, Sure Hao raised his head, feeling a somewhat strange feeling. A chilliness suddenly appeared within his body. This type of feeling was extremely weird, appearing mysteriously. Back up! Following a large shout, he flung out his sleeve, sending the little rabbit and the others into the distance, leaving this place. This type of feeling was too mysterious and strange. He cultivated a strand of immortal energy, so his current power increased substantially, his divine senses now sharp to the extreme. He could now produce some type of psychic reaction to incoming danger. The void silently split apart. Bloody light appeared, sweeping through this place. At first, it didn't leak out any fluctuations. Only when Hao took action about to destroy it, did it produce boundless fluctuations. It was too sharp, bloody light flooding outwards, exceptional and matchless. It was a blood-colored bone sword that looked like it was carved out from jade. The killing energy poured out like a sea. Right at this moment, the entire open market froze, the temperature dropping greatly. Many people discovered with horror that they couldn't move, as if time came to a standstill. How could this be? Everyone shouted in their heads, wishing to struggle free. However, they couldn't budge an inch. This was the case for the outside world, so there was even less of a need to talk about Hao, who was the main target. He sensed endless killing intent that carried cruelty, chilliness, and endless profound symbols. If it was anyone else, they could only await death. However, the powerful Hao struggled free, breaking free from the restrictions. The surroundings were extremely calm. Only him and that blood sword able to move. Everyone else seemed to have sank into a deathly stillness, as if they froze together with time. Dang! The sword core in Hao's hand hacked down onto that blood sword. The noise produced ear-splitting. Heavenly deity bone. His mind trembled. This sword was unexpectedly refined from the primordial true bone of a heavenly deity. Only one of these swords could be refined from each heavenly deity, truly a shockingly extravagant item. If not for his sword core being heaven-defying enough, the last strike would have really been troublesome. It was because this was a heavenly deity magical artifact. It was clear that the heavenly deity bone was far inferior to the everlasting immortal sword's material, but it possessed terrifying restrictive force, using symbols to protect the bone sword and attack Hao's unmatched sword core. The everlasting immortal sword resisted the strike of this restrictive power. Immortal gold possessed strange abilities, able to protect itself, not allowing the sword core to be damaged. Despite this being the case, Hao also brought out the pill furnace to defend himself. After all, this was a heavenly deity-level magical artifact, its restrictive force too terrifying. He protected his body with the pill furnace and used the sword core to attack, cutting towards the scarlet-red bone. At this moment, everyone could move again. They quickly backed up out of fear of getting caught up in this terrifying battle. Wang! The scarlet bone sword dripped out blood, clearly heavenly country's methods. It released incomparable fluctuations, shaking this place. And this scarlet bone sword was a bit strange. It was absorbing the power of the void, making its symbols even more resplendent. Hao's mind shook. He quickly hacked apart the void with the sword core, about to sweep it inside. In addition, he shouted, "Everyone, withdraw from this place." Hong! This place exploded because the bleeding bone sword began to burn. The light it released was resplendent, blasting itself to pieces here. It was too vicious. For the sake of killing Hao, heavenly country's people directly used up a heavenly deity magical artifact, willing to destroy everything indiscriminately to bury Hao's true body here. When the smoke and dust cleared, the open market was flattened. The ground was bloody, with many creatures dead. Even though a large group of people left ahead of time, there were still quite a few casualties. Meanwhile, this was still because Hao hacked open the void, sending the bleeding red bone sword inside. Otherwise, it was hard to imagine what kind of terrifying result this heavenly deity magical artifact would produce. Demented and insane. Heavenly country's people are all lunatics, for the sake of killing their enemies, even willing to explode a heavenly deity-level magical artifact, making so many people lose their lives. The divine striking stone shouted. It was truly angered. Just now, it was almost caught up in the explosion. You group of lunatics, for the sake of reaching your objective, willing to use any methods fair or foul, disregarding all regulations and restrictions, Chao Yuxing said. Hao's face fell. His body was unharmed, only his clothes tattered. At the crucial moment, he hacked apart the void with the sword core, withdrawing into the distance. Heavenly country. Not a single one can think about surviving. All those that entered Immortal Ancient will be killed without exception, Hao said, his eyes cold. Immediately afterwards, he disappeared from his original location, slicing apart the void with the sword core to move with extreme speed. He warped several hundred li forward, searching for the mysterious aura. Pooh! Within Burial City, a human head fell from the void, landing in the open market, drawing cries of alarm. They fell one after another. A total of 6 heads flung onto the ground, blood dyeing the streets. Then Xianxia appeared, landing in this place. He was extremely sensitive towards the auras of Heavenly Country's assassins. After moving about, he found that there were 6 people nearby. Unfortunately, he didn't find the main character. Heavenly Country's #1 assassin used a realm-shattering symbol ahead of time to escape again. He really does know how to act appropriately. The creatures in this open market are all from the outside world. Otherwise, he would have provoked a huge disaster, since the native tribes have extremely terrifying experts overseeing them. Still dare to come? Xianxia shouted angrily. His head of hair began to drift about, his eyes intimidating. He held the sword core, rushing into the air, hacking apart the void. White light flickered there. A white bone appeared, releasing sinister fluctuations to kill Xianxia. Below, everyone already scattered, fleeing towards other markets, not daring to stay here. Hong! In the sky, white light shone blindingly. One could vaguely see a white bone mountain appearing, countless malicious spirits howling with grief as they stood on it, their roars shaking the sky. Underworld mist covered the sun and moon. "This is Underworld Clan's secret treasure," Xianxia said. It was a magic artifact refined from endless white bones and souls, its power beyond compare. It produced Underworld Clan's killing field here to trap and kill Xianxia. Kacha! Xianxia carried the sword as he moved, his heroicness incomparable. Above his head was the pill furnace, symbols protecting his body. The sword core in his hands hacked apart the killing field, slicing through the white bone banner at the center, breaking down this formation. He displayed exceptional valiance. They really don't treat heavenly deity secret treasures as anything important. Another one was destroyed. The divine striking stone cried out. Everlasting immortal sword's name is not in vain, worthy of being the artifact that had its glorious legends recorded in bone books. Even though it didn't produce heavenly deity-level patterns, it is still shocking enough. That pill furnace is also quite mysterious. No, the most important thing is still that Xianxia is powerful enough himself. Xianxia, the little rabbit, and Chao Yuxing discussed among themselves. It was unexpectedly Underworld Clan's experts that attacked, wishing to kill Xianxia here, taking advantage of the situation after seeing him slightly relax after experiencing a disaster, but they still failed in the end, unable to harm him in the slightest. After Xianxia cultivated a strand of immortal energy, his divine senses were sharp, able to develop a strange reaction towards incoming dangers. Normal assassinations attempts were practically useless against him. Dao brother is truly heroic, rarely seen in this world, admirable. Someone walked over, cupping his fists and carrying a smiling expression. This was a male who looked 30 or so years old. On his back was a pair of gray-colored wings, and on his head a pair of dragon horns. He was clearly not an ordinary individual. When he saw this person approach him with a smiling face, Xianxia naturally wouldn't ignore him, cupping his fists and greeting him as well. Chao Yuxing, Xianxia, and the others walked over to size up this person. "This isn't a good place to talk. Dao brothers, I wonder if you could lend me some of your time." The person who came invited them in a cordial manner. He also introduced himself as Long Yu. In the end, they entered a small wine shop that was quiet, thus beginning their discussion. "Huang's name is great. I've long heard about your reputation and admire you quite greatly." Long Yu's words then turned, becoming direct. "Fellow Taoists, to be quite honest, I came in place of my family's Great One hoping to form an alliance with you all." "Who is your family's Great One?" Xianxia asked. "Jun Dao," he said softly, speaking this name. Xianxia, Chao Yuxing, and the little rabbit were all shocked, and even Xianxia revealed a look of surprise. He knew a bit about ancient freaks because others always brought them up. For example, 10 Crown King and 6 Crown King Ningchuan, they had great reputations, their might suppressing experts throughout generations. There were still others, for example, a young man named Duan Hong who rose to the top in one generation of Immortal Ancient. This individual was difficult to forget because he reached the top without even igniting a divine flame. Meanwhile, Sword Valley's Gu Jianyun, as well as the snow-covered restricted lands Jundao, were individuals most people knew about. They had appeared in more than one era, well-known powerful individuals among ancient freaks. "Why does he want to ally with me?" Shihao asked. "Looking after each other will always be better than fighting everyone alone." Long Yu smiled. After a bit of hesitation, he said, "Actually, Dao Brothers' situation is quite unfavorable. Underworld Earth, Heavenly Country, Divine Temple, any one of these are giants, their most powerful individuals extremely terrifying. Rumor has it that they are already walking together, wishing harm on Brother Shi." He told them this piece of information with a sincere expression, informing them that those three parties were already allied. "Since my situation is unfavorable, why do you all still wish to ally with me? Moreover, by joining like this, I fear that you all will only be inviting trouble upon yourselves." Shihao said, "We attach importance to Dao Brothers' potential, believing that you will come out on top. Moreover, our relationships with those parties aren't all that great either. Our side is actually quite strong, not lacking experts. Also, Fallen Divine Child is about to take the final step." The one who came said, "Fallen Divine Child?" Shihao narrowed his eyes slightly. This name wasn't unfamiliar to him. His two senior brothers had previously been humiliated and chased away by this person, causing them to leave Supreme being Dao right. Ancient freaks all move alone, believing themselves to be unsurpassed. Why would they wish for an alliance? Shihao asked. The situation is critical. Some people took the initiative to form an alliance, so if others fall behind, they will be in danger. For example, Dao Brother, even though is brilliant comparable to ancient heavenly talents, if two individuals join up, or if three attack you at the same time, will you be able to protect yourself? Long Yu said. Shihao smiled, but didn't say anything. I understand that Brother's strength is truly enough to overlook the present world. However, this is true for any one of those kings. They were all the first among their generation. Long Yu explained further when he saw that Shihao didn't seem to agree. The ancient kings, apart from Ten Crown King, if they don't take that step, won't be much weaker than the other. If 2 or 3 individuals joined up to attack a single party, then that would definitely be fatal. That is why, even though Brother is powerful, it is still best if you ally with a few comrades. Shihao nodded, not saying anything. Chao Yuxing, Qing Yi, and the others stood off to the side, not expressing any opinions. They were greatly shocked. Ancient freaks were finally coming, viewing Shihao as one of them. Brother should ally with us, because only then can you ensure your protection in Immortal Ancient, as well as fight for the ultimate great natural luck. Long Yu said, conciliating a step further. I can consider it. However, these trifling heavenly country assassins and others still aren't worth much attention. Shihao calmly said, Dao Brother, do not look down on heavenly country. They are actually the most dangerous. That number 1 assassin is extremely powerful, enough to pose a bit of threat to ancient kings. However, the truly frightening one is heavenly country's ancient freak. If he takes action, even 10 Crown King and Ningchuan have to treat him seriously. Long Yu warned seriously. Could it be that he will take the final step? Shihao asked. From that person's abilities, he definitely can. Long Yu said. Oh. Shihao didn't express his opinion on this statement. The divine striking stone felt extremely uncomfortable. It really wanted to say that Huang already took that step, but it couldn't say it because they were going to use this misconception to bury their enemies of this world. Divine Temple's ancient Holy Child's 9 heavens 10th earth scriptures are unexplainable, powerful to a ridiculous degree. When he spoke up to hear, he emphasized this. He then mentioned Underworld Earth. Divine Dark Child isn't an ancient freak, but he is even more powerful. There is this type of saying? Qing Yi asked. Understanding a bit more about one's enemies was always a good thing. Divine Dark Child is an ancient corpse. As for its awakening and development of intelligence in this realm, everyone is aware. Do you all know what he truly is? That is a wondrous corpse that had been buried since the archaic era. His flesh is unbreakable and undecaying, terrifying to a horrifying degree. Even though he lost his past divine abilities, his flesh still possesses all types of instinctive reactions, able to release mysterious radiance to tear apart all enemies. He is extremely terrifying. In Jun Dao and Fallen Divine Child Great One's eyes, he might be even more terrifying than a few ancient kings. So it's like that. Sure Hao nodded, still not expressing anything. Long Yu sighed and said, Dao brother is too arrogant. Let me tell you another piece of information that we are still seeking confirmation on. What information? The divine striking stone asked. Sixth Crown King has come out from isolation and is organizing his troops. Some of the most powerful kings are following him. Apart from this, the mysterious individual in the vicious nest who cultivated a strand of immortal energy has come out as well. There are people who are allied with him as well. When Long Yu's words sounded, Chao Yuxing, Qing Yi and the others' expressions changed. The information was truly terrible, extremely shocking. Ning Chuan, that was an unmatched expert. He and 10 Crown King could definitely take that step. As for the individual by the vicious nest, Sure Hao was even more so an eyewitness, personally seeing his power. He had succeeded a long time ago, definitely powerful beyond belief. Immortal Ancient is going to become chaotic, Chao Yuxing said. Sure Hao finally nodded. That's fine. I wish to immediately eliminate Heavenly Country and Underworld Earth's people. I wonder if those on your side can find them and take action as well. Long Yu stared blankly, saying, Dao brother is too impatient. How terrifying is Heavenly Country's ancient freak. Underworld Earth's divine dark child is even more strange, so we need time to make a decision. Acting so indecisively, how long do you all want to wait? Could it be that you wish to see them take that step? Sure Hao said. Long Yu shook his head. How could the final step be that easy to take? Not even many among ancient kings could accomplish it. When he spoke up to hear, he paused slightly and then said, It isn't that we cannot take action. As long as we have certainty, then we can deliver a thunderous blow. What is considered certainty? The little rabbit blinked with her large eyes. Naturally someone on our side taking that step. Taoist Jun Dao is in isolation cultivation, his current status unknown, but Fallen Divine Child definitely can, about to succeed. Long Yu said. This left Qing Yi and Chao Yuxing shocked. They were quite familiar with these people, and as expected, they were indeed astonishing, overlooking many heroes of both past and present. Fallen Divine Child was someone from thousands of years ago, the one first in the last Immortal Ancient opening. That was his first time participating, yet he killed 2 ancient freaks, shocking the world. About to take that step? Truly quite formidable. Sure Hao said. This wasn't mockery, but real admiration. Only when one personally experienced it would they understand how terrifying it was. Long Yu said, I previously heard that Dao brother obtained an immortal body not long ago. If Jun Dao Great One and the others can study it together, we will definitely be able to make progress in our breakthroughs. Fallen Divine Child Great One might be able to break through and succeed even sooner. Soon after, he hurriedly added, I understand that this is rather presumptuous, but the situation calls for it. We need to hurry and take that step, or else there will be great danger. Also, I believe the 2 Great Ones won't study it without giving you anything in return, definitely exchanging with supreme treasures of equal value. Oh? What kind of great treasures exactly? I really am looking forward to it. If the value is extraordinary, I don't mind bringing out the immortal corpse for them to study. Sure Hao said. When Long Yu heard this, he felt a bit excited, saying, Good. I will leave right now and inform Great One. I promise that Dao brother will be satisfied. Please wait for me in Burial City. He got up and immediately left, not wishing to delay for even a moment. He left Burial Realm through a realm-shattering symbol. It is difficult to follow his trail. The divine striking stone said. The situation really is this dangerous, with even ancient freaks joining up. The little rabbit frowned, her large ruby eyes blinking. She clenched her little fists and said, I am going to take that step as well. Are they trustworthy? Xianxia said. Some of the things he says are true, as well as some that cannot be trusted. Shihao said, his eyes deep. Heavenly country and underworld earth walked together. This wasn't something unexpected, as they had connections previously. However, if Ning Chuan and others were also forming alliances, then it seemed quite unlikely. Even though that person was an enemy, Shihao could still sense his pride and arrogance, wishing to sweep through the world with his own power. He had confidence that he was unmatched in this world. Moreover, Shihao cultivated a strand of immortal energy himself, understanding that at this level one didn't fear being attacked from all sides at all. He didn't fear others allying together. Immortal energy connected heaven and earth, the supply of magical force endless, making him transcend above all others. He was now standing at an invincible position, not something others could imagine at all. Even though there were many ancient freaks, in the end, not many of them could cultivate immortal energy. Those who truly cultivated it didn't need alliances. After speaking about these things, he then said, One more thing. Long Yu understands too little about me, not knowing that there is enmity between fallen divine child and myself at all. Everyone became stupefied. That fallen divine child was an incomparably terrifying individual, killing a 3-crown king during his first entrance into Immortal Ancient, leaving the entire world shocked and in an uproar. Within an unknown small world, an ancient place where multicolored clouds surged. In the mountain depths, within an ancient cave, Jun Dao opened his eyes. He looked at fallen divine child who appeared before him and said, Your strength has improved again, immortal energy already vaguely appearing, about to succeed. It truly leaves me shocked and envious. In the ancient cave, chaotic energy swirled about, everything hazy. Fallen divine child sat down. When his eyes opened and closed, there were scenes of deities dying and devils falling. That was his Dao. What? You are about to succeed. Jun Dao's eyes revealed light, and then he released a light sigh. Based on what he knew, roughly half of the ancient freaks had died, all of them because of falling on their own paths. Yet now, the fallen divine child before him was about to have immortal energy wrapped around him, transcending above. I fear that at the final moments, the most terrifying strangeness and inauspicious would take place. So I am seriously making preparations, not daring to rashly attempt at it to prevent my body and Dao vanishing. Fallen divine child replied, Perhaps you are overthinking things. If my suspicions are not mistaken, recently, a few changes have taken place in Immortal Ancient. The strangeness have temporarily retreated. Jun Dao said, Why do you say as such? Fallen divine child's eyes released divine radiance. I obtained news that today, there were 3 others like you today where the inauspicious didn't appear while attacking at the limit. However, they still died, not because of the inauspicious, but because of their own great paths. The inauspicious and ominous are dormant, not appearing again. Fallen divine child's eyes became brilliant, his pupils contracting. Many deities fell, ancient devils withered away, the strange scenes shocking. The reason I invited you this time is because of a good piece of information. Perhaps you will be able to take that step soon. Jun Dao said, What is it? Long Yu encountered Huang not long ago. He obtained a small half of an immortal corpse. Jun Dao said, You miscalculated. Several thousand years ago, I had previously visited Supreme Being Dao Right, trampling Huang's senior brothers under my feet, chasing them out. Fallen divine child calmly said, So there was this type of matter. I was not aware. Jun Dao shook his head. Fallen divine child laughed coldly and said, I didn't wish to borrow an immortal corpse to begin with, about to succeed already, so there is no need for external objects. What one cultivates through oneself is what truly makes one feel at ease. You really are exceptional. Those who were able to truly transcend above are perhaps only 10 Crown King, Ning Chuan, and a few others like yourself. Jun Dao sighed. I am going to cultivate in isolation now. After taking that step, I'll help you get the immortal corpse so you can study it. Right now, I cannot be distracted. Don't have time to go out and kill. Fallen divine child got up. I am about to attack at the limit. You should wait patiently a bit. Let me see if the ominous and inauspicious truly no longer exist. Jun Dao said. When fallen divine child heard this, he nodded. A day later, Jun Dao emerged. His Dao path advanced, once again proceeding along his own road. There were no ominous or inauspicious phenomenons that appeared. Jun Dao said, "It seems like something strange truly did happen. The horrifying disaster didn't appear again. Fallen divine child, you should go into isolation, but don't be careless. Even though the inauspicious and ominous aren't appearing, subduing one's own Dao is what is important. Those like us have mostly died on their own great paths. Don't worry. I will definitely succeed and come out in 2 days to help you acquire the immortal corpse." Fallen divine child turned around to leave. If fallen divine child knows that you came, then he will likely take action. The little fatty said. Fallen divine Ridge's #1 is powerful beyond compare. There's so many legends around him. Wow! I'm finally going to meet him. The little rabbit cried out with wah-wah sounds. Which side are you even on? Sure Hao tapped her on the head with a dong sound. Ayaya! You dare flick me? The little rabbit stared with her large red eyes, directly stamping with her foot. The street next to the wine shop immediately caved in with a hong sound. However, this didn't draw any attention. Battles often broke out in Burial City, and buildings being destroyed was an extremely normal thing. I'll wait for him to appear, Sure Hao said. He always wanted to demand an explanation for his 2 senior brothers. If fallen divine child wanted to kill him, then it was the perfect time to settle accounts. Go, let's take a look around as well. See if there's any natural luck to be gotten. The divine striking stone said. Chao Yuxing led the way, heading towards another region. Burial City didn't have walls. It was extremely large and incomparably bustling. There were open markets and old city districts, a place where people good and bad were mixed together. There were people of all different types. Aside from this, the city had mountain regions as well. They were dark red in color, left behind from the battle of the last great era. There were many rare treasures buried beneath the earth. Only the earth was too hard, difficult to cut apart. Despite this being the case, this place had still been plowed through again and again by people since the ancient times, not willing to let any wondrous items go. What was shocking was that even though this was all they could do, a few good things still appeared from time to time. A bead that's scarlet red like blood? Heavens! Someone dug up something good. Don't tell me that it is some condensed blood essence left behind by some unmatched existence after its death. After wandering about for an hour, cries of alarm sounded from within the mountain region. Then a battle erupted here. Someone took action to fight over the blood bead. Sure Hao and the others frowned. This was definitely not some good place. Even if someone had some kind of harvest, if one didn't have the strength to keep it, they still couldn't bring it away. There will still be life-enduring worries. The one who discovered it died, killed without even being allowed to speak a sentence. A group of people began to fight over the blood bead. What was pitiful was that later on, they found that even though it was a blood essence bead, the divine essence inside had long dried up, so it wasn't all that valuable. Ever since they arrived, Sure Hao's heavenly eyes had been open this entire time, the symbols within his pupils resplendent, continuously staring at this region. Unfortunately, they didn't find any divine treasures. There were a few weapon fragments and normal artifacts, but at his stage, he didn't need these types of precious materials at all. People have visited this place since ancient times, so what else can remain? Let's just change locations. Sure Hao shook his head. Fatty, are you even useful? I thought you were some big shot around these parts. Yet in the end, you brought us to this kind of place that has already been searched through 100 times over. The little rabbit grumbled. Burial City isn't simple. There are too many mysteries, and there is one place that definitely has good stuff. It has been surrounded by irregular scenes for thousands of eras. It's just that not many people dare enter. Qingyi revealed a faint smile. Black Abyss was located at the center of Burial City. When one looked downwards, it was dark and black, simply impossible to see the bottom. One would only be greeted by darkness. This place is a bit scary. The divine striking stone was a bit speechless. It was a stone, yet when it saw this place, it still felt like breaking into a cold shiver. The depths of the abyss was, just like the name stated, extremely dark, giving others a fear or dread. They could vaguely hear woo-woo sounds from the innermost depths, as if something was weeping. At the same time, wisps of colorful splendor would emerge from the bottom of the abyss from time to time, the strange scene astonishing. There are those who speculate that an immortal artifact fell into this dark abyss, waiting for people to pick it up. What a pity. No one can go down, an elder on the side said with a sigh. Who would even be able to do such a thing? Great Senior has previously surmised that there is an endless distance between the immortal artifact and the surface of the earth, to the extent where it is sealed within this world. Another person said with a sigh. There were many creatures in the surroundings. They all looked over from the distance. Not many dared to head down. It was because this place was too dangerous. Most of those who went down would die, difficult to return alive. It was known as Burial Realm's most dangerous area. This place is quite strange. There are divine objects beneath the earth, but a type of aura separates everything. Divine senses cannot penetrate it. Xianxia said with a frown. Correct, this place is the most terrifying. Standing on the surface is still fine, but if one went down, divine senses cannot be released at all, or else they will be devoured. Chao Yuxing said. Black Abyss had a diameter of 10,000 zhang. It was pitch black like ink, its walls ancient and rough. Since it appeared, no one had truly reached the very bottom since ancient times. Not even the ancient great figures of the natives, those sect master-level terrifying beings, were enough. It was rumored that in the endless past, the most powerful figures had previously joined hands to enter the Black Abyss, but they never returned. Towards the natives, this was already a taboo area. The most powerful experts of their clans never stepped foot here again. There really are a lot of people here, the divine striking stone muttered. Creatures packed the area around the Black Abyss, all of them looking downwards. There are quite a few natives. Qing was shocked. Each time Immortal Ancient opens, there will be some natives guarding this place. If outsiders bring back anything from below, they are willing to use shockingly precious things to exchange for them. Centaur race, all of their figures massive, half-man, half-horse, enormous bows on their backs. It was rumored that this race's most powerful being could shoot down the sun. Ancient fiend race, all of them pitch black like ink. They had scales over their body, their appearances sinister and terrifying. No outsiders were willing to offend them. There were extremely terrifying existences among those clans. Xianxia's eyes were in great pain. The heavenly eyes symbols condensed, but there was still no way for him to see clearly. This place was extremely sinister, the strange natural laws and power of this abyss preventing him from seeing through. The heavenly eye lost effectiveness. This made him frown. The heavenly eye can be used at close range, but if one wishes to explore to the very bottom, then that definitely won't work. Chao Yuxing shook his head. Generally speaking, how far can a cultivator travel downwards? Qing asked. For example, how far would someone like me be able to go? The little rabbit also asked, wishing to go down to look around. This place is extremely strange and dangerous. If you are lucky, you'll travel even deeper than the sect masters, but if you aren't, then you might fall after just 100 zhang. Chao Yuxing explained. This black abyss stone walls were covered with strange symbols, appearing irregularly, without any way to predict them. The further down one went, the more dangerous it became. In summary, for divine flame realm cultivators, 100 zhang shouldn't pose any dangers, able to protect their own lives. So it's like that. Xianxia nodded. He then inquired about quite a few more details. There's no need for you to go down. It's too risky. Qing frowned. I just have this feeling that this place is a bit strange, as if something is calling out to me. Only, the natural laws on the stone walls seal off this mystery, preventing me from clearly sensing it. Xianxia said. He told the others to be careful. not to be assassinated by heavenly country's people. Don't worry. My killing formation has long been prepared. As soon as there's killing energy, it will automatically activate. There's formation banners everywhere. Chao Yuxing said. This time, Sure Hao didn't even bring the divine striking stone or the emperor butterfly, heading into the abyss alone. He wasn't the only one who entered. There were quite a few people along the black abyss's walls, all of them carefully crawling downwards. Only when entered would one notice that flight was harder than climbing to heaven. Good stuff. Who is this? Actually bringing back a piece of ruined weapon fragment with a small 10,000 methods stone embedded inside. When a creature came up, it drew cries of surprise. What was brought out was definitely good stuff. A group of natives immediately surrounded him, willing to exchange for it with many holy medicines. In this place, normally no one used force because there were natives enforcing order. Even though the competition between outsiders was fierce, they still didn't violate the taboo. Sure Hao glanced over. Without any hesitation, he climbed downwards like an ape, quickly traveling several dozen zhang. Sure enough, not only was flight impossible, he couldn't even reach out his divine senses, or else it would feel as if he was being cut by blades and receive serious damage. Fortunately, his primordial spirit had received a baptism, becoming incredibly powerful. He didn't suffer damage after a momentary test. However, Sure Hao still didn't dare extend out his divine will again. Truly strange. Sure Hao was incredibly shocked. When he reached deeper, he couldn't even see as clearly as on the surface. There were mysterious symbols swirling about that blocked all forms of observation. When he was a bit further up, he could still see a bit ahead, but now that he was down here, his field of view rapidly shrunk. If he didn't use the heavenly eye, he would only be able to see the scene within a few zhang in front of him. Even with the martial Dao heavenly eye, he could only see 100 zhang out. This made him become even more careful. However, this made him much better off than the others. Quite a few cultivators were fumbling about, carefully trying things out. Their visible range was limited, fearing that they would encounter something dangerous. Sure enough, the first 100 zhang of distance was still considered safe. Even though there were mysterious symbols flickering about, attacking at one's body, it was still easily neutralized. It was clear that in this distance, there were no opportunities on the walls with no artifacts visible. They had long been brought away by explorers of the past. Once one left this area of safety, the situation immediately worsened quite a bit. Sure Hao could feel that the rough and ice-cold cliffs carried strange and unsettling patterns. Not far out, an individual cried out, falling from the wall. His entire body shone, but he couldn't fly. His voice became weaker and weaker, all the way until it faded into the bottomless abyss. How frightening! A few people were horrified. When he reached 150 zhang, the number of individuals on the walls was much fewer, because heading down any further would be more dangerous. A single mistake could result in the loss of their lives. Sure Hao's speed was extremely fast, moving along the steep walls like a lizard. He headed downwards, arriving at 600 zhang in the blink of an eye. During this process, he didn't carefully search the stone walls because he didn't care about ordinary weapon materials at all. When he reached this depth, the number of figures was extremely sparse, almost none in sight. It was because even if there were opportunities or natural luck, it wasn't as important as their own lives. No one was willing to throw away their lives. This is a piece of star essence fragment. Normally, not even sect masters can obtain it. Sure Hao cried out with shock. When he reached 800 zhang, he saw a damaged weapon on the cliff. Even after all these years, it still wasn't destroyed, flickering with sparkling luster. However, the powerful symbols within it had disappeared. When he reached 1,000 zhang, Sure Hao seemed to have sensed danger. The stone walls shone, producing mysterious symbols, almost turning him over, falling into the abyss. This is troublesome. However, I can feel some type of calling, as if it is becoming closer and closer. He frowned, not wishing to stop here. When he reached 1,300 zhang, Sure Hao felt a tremendous pressure. The stone wall made his heart tremble a bit. The energy that was released was becoming more and more terrifying. However, it was precisely at this time that he saw a sparkling speck several dozen zhang below. After a slight bit of rest, he took a deep breath, and then headed downwards again. This is a willow leaf. Shihao was shocked. He saw the willow deity's leaf again. It was green and lush, full of vitality. This stone wall was pierced through, creating a terrifying ditch. There were dark red blood stains on it, as well as mysterious symbols. There seemed to be an unmatched creature that was killed here. Inside the crack were 2 leaves, green and translucent. They were left behind after the willow deity fought a great battle. What exactly rests below? The willow deity has visited this place before. That type of calling isn't from the willow deity. Shihao trembled inwardly. The leftover leaves were a soft green. Unknown how much time had passed since they were left here. They still carried life force, not being destroyed. Shihao picked them up. The symbols within them had already been erased, but there were still wisps of life force within them. He didn't know what kind of intense battle happened back then here. After a short period of silence, Shihao decided to continue heading downwards to see what it was exactly that was calling out to him. He just couldn't feel at ease until he took a look at it. Of course, this was if he could head down any further. If it really was too dangerous, then he could only turn around and head back. At this time, he already brought out the pill furnace to protect himself. The abyss became darker and darker. The walls were rough like dragon scales, with many small cracks. There was even more so a horrifying fluctuation that was released from time to time. Dong! The pill furnace trembled. The sound it released like thunder. Symbols flickered on the stone walls, landing on the pill furnace's body. If not for the pill furnace protecting him, Shihao would have likely fallen into the abyss. Only 1,500 zhang. Yet already like this, how deep is it exactly? Will I even be able to head down any further? Shihao frowned. Dang! When he reached 2,000 zhang, the pill furnace received a heavy blow. All types of patterns appeared on the walls, striking him like a hammer. The pill furnace shone, and one could vaguely hear the sounds of dragons and phoenix cries. Light shone brilliantly, surrounding his body, protecting this region. Now that he had already traveled so deep, he already couldn't see other creatures. This was already the limit of what everyone could handle. If they headed down any further, there would likely be great dangers. When the ripples scattered and the walls became calm again, Shihao took a moment to rest. He felt a bit of hesitation. Should he continue forward? This abyss seemed bottomless. The pill furnace is extraordinary, defensive strength astonishing, but it definitely won't be able to withstand it all in the end. Is there any other way? He thought to himself. Voila! Shihao put on the tattered armor, something he obtained from Origin Sky's secret realm. It was covered in large holes, and any random shake would cause rust stains to fall off. However, he knew that this thing was extraordinary. It originated from the depths of the uninhabited region, possibly having some incredible origins, related to the Lightning Emperor. What was unexpected was that as soon as he put on this armor, he felt warmth. In addition, the armor shone, becoming exceptionally brilliant. This armor resonated with this place, as if there was some type of reaction, unexpectedly becoming sparkling and translucent. Even those rust marks began to shine. The scene was incomparably shocking. What happened down below? Why is there a sphere of light shining? Could it be that an immortal artifact has been dug up? Many people were observing from above. They vaguely saw a bit of light flickering there, causing many people to be shocked. On the cliff, Shihao was moved. He never expected to see this type of result. He set his resolution to continue downwards. This time, things went unexpectedly smoothly. Even the ripples he previously encountered completely vanished. The rough stone walls were calm again, not displaying the slightest bit of danger. It is a bit strange. Why did this tattered armor revive here? Could it be that the Lightning Emperor left something behind here? Shihao was truly shocked. He was like an armored lizard, quickly moving downwards. In the blink of an eye, he already reached 3,000 zhang. Not the slightest mishap happening along the way. The abyss was calm and incredibly dark. He tossed aside everything else, using this chance to quickly head downwards. 4,000 zhong, 5,000 zhong. In the blink of an eye, he already traveled 8,000 zhong. If others knew about this, they would definitely be shocked. How many people could travel this far? It was too inconceivable. Finally, Hao heard a pai-pa sound. He saw a string of sparks. It was right below. Meanwhile, at this time, the armor on his body became more bright. It released a flourishing energy, as well as thunderous noise. Strand after strand of electrical arcs appeared. And Hao widened his heavenly eye, seeing the scene over there. It wasn't the bottom of the abyss. Still along the way, a bit of electricity flickered on the cliff. Even though it was extremely weak, it still didn't scatter this entire time, moving about within the crude rocky gaps. It was rather terrifying, making even one's soul shake. What formidable electricity! Frightening leftover lightning. Hao's expression changed. There was clearly immortal Tao energy there. The electrical arcs were astonishing. They condensed together, not separating even after endless time had passed. Apart from this, there was horrifying blood. Even though it had already dried up, it still released a frightening aura. This was two completely different types of power, one belonging to electricity, and another that carried a harsh frigidness. Its owner was struck down by lightning. The Lightning Emperor had previously appeared here, killing a terrifying creature. Hao came to this conclusion. No wonder the armor on his body was shining. Was he going to head down any further? He was already 8,000 zhong below, yet he unexpectedly encountered energy left behind by the Lightning Emperor. What kind of place was this exactly? Even though he felt that this place was extremely dangerous, Hao felt more and more curious, finding it difficult to calm down the great waves within him. He really wanted to see exactly what there was in the abyss below. Going to stake it all. The armor shone, still able to protect him. Hao continued again. This time his speed even greater, almost as if he was swooping downwards, turning into a streak of light as he moved along the stone walls. Just how deep does it go exactly? Hao trembled inwardly. In addition, right at this time he sensed another familiar aura. The Kuan Peng technique operated automatically, producing a pair of wings on his back, resonating with this place. Kuan Peng. After Hao moved down a set distance, his heavenly eye saw another region. There were a few crushed scales and 2 broken feathers. These belonged to the Kuan Peng. It also fought here before? Hao's expression changed, feeling even more terror and dread. This place was simply heaven-defying. There was another pool of dark purple blood dyed on the Kuan Peng's scales. It was quite clear that the purple blood was left behind by a creature after it was killed and dissolved. A pool of thick blood? The Kuan Peng had fought an intense battle here, killing this kind of creature? Hao's expression became serious. That purple blood was half-dried, but there was still endless killing intent. He stared at it but didn't get close to it. This is a battle from the last great era, a terrifying battlefield. Hao, while shocked, was still thinking about what he witnessed. Why did all of the most powerful creatures slaughter their way into this abyss? In addition, they unexpectedly didn't destroy this place. It seemed like the stone walls possessed unmatched symbols, containing matchless formations. He felt extremely uneasy, but he still headed downwards. This time it was even faster. He moved while sticking to the stone walls, along the way seeing a few leftover traces, all of them from battles. There was even blood that hadn't dried yet. The killing energy world shocking, completely unapproachable. When there was still some distance in between, it would make one feel as if their bodies were going to explode. Hao avoided those regions, quickly rushing downwards. He reached 50,000 zhong. This time, there were ruined feathers among the battle traces that drew his attention. When he carefully inspected them, his mind trembled. These might very well be phoenix feathers. However, the true feather symbols had already been destroyed. They were inserted into the stone walls, large amounts of dark red blood marks that had already dried around them. Their life force wiped out by the phoenix feather's true patterns. Why was this here? What kind of ancient abyss was this? He felt that this seemed to be some type of path. Unsurpassed experts were fighting intensely, slaughtering each other as they moved, and that was why these types of remains were left behind. Otherwise, how could they have charged into this place? When he reached 90,000 zhang, Xianxia heard waves of whimpering sounds. He was close. He might be close to the bottom. It was precisely here where he once again sensed the willow deity's aura. Soon after, he found a golden branch, on it a row of golden leaves. It belonged to the willow deity, and even now, there were still divine force fluctuations. However, they were already incredibly weak, almost wiped out. However, this was still incredibly shocking. After all, an entire great era had already passed. For a branch that was left behind after a life and death struggle to still be like this was already incomparably heaven-defying. That willow branch was a zhang in length. It was nailed into the stone wall, sparkling and shining. What? Suddenly, Xianxia trembled. That stone wall caved in. When he approached it, he saw a badly damaged creature, impaled by the willow branch. Is this the enemy? This was a damaged skeleton, one that was exceptionally large. Unfortunately, only the chest remained, the other parts all gone. It was nailed to the wall. What kind of appearance does it really have? Xianxia stared at it. While looking at this chest bone, he reckoned that this creature's height should be at least 3 zhang tall. Pooh! Suddenly, following Xiao's arrival, waves of divine force fluctuated. Those bones turned into fine powder, directly crumbling. This left him startled. That was definitely an unmatched creature, not rotting away even after tens of thousands of eras. Why did it suddenly crumble away now? Right, he immediately understood. This should be caused by the golden willow branch. It had been suppressed for all this time, completely dissolving it. The willow branch was still there. Even though it lost its unmatched divine might, its form was still preserved. There was also a faint immortal Tao energy that flowed out. Xianxia was moved. He crawled forward, carefully testing things out. He unexpectedly successfully pulled out that golden willow branch without receiving any harm. He placed this branch into the heaven and earth pouch, storing it away. This was the willow deity of the last great era. Legend had it that the willow deity experienced a rebirth, a seed germinating again. Did it still remember the past? Did it have a great mission that it wished to carry out? Unfortunately, too much time had passed. Many things were lost in transmission, so it was impossible to say. I arrived at the bottom. Xiao's mind trembled. He traveled 100,000 zhang, finally arriving at the bottom. Countless skeletons could be seen everywhere in this abyss, from creatures of all different species. They stretched out as far as the eye could see. It was like a country of death. It was clear that these were all experts who came to take risks in the abyss, but ended up falling from the stone walls. Their corpses accumulated through endless time. They were everywhere. This is... What's calling me? Xiao's mind trembled. There was an altar there. It was incomparably massive and ancient, releasing chaotic energy. It seemed to have existed with the world, surviving from the ancient times until now. The altar was damaged, already half ruined. However, that type of aura, that type of great changes still made others tremble, immediately wishing to bow down and kowtow towards it. There were all types of blood on the altar. Silver, black, purple, blue, red. Even now it hadn't dried up. It was as if it experienced the most bitter battle. Even though the blood was surrounded by the altar's gentle radiance, there was still endless killing intent. Xiao's soul moved. He sensed for the first time how frightening the creatures of Immortal Ancient were. Symbols clearly still existed in the blood, the killing intent never retreated, and it was precisely because of this that it was so terrifying. This wasn't like the lump of immortal blood Immortal Palace's inheritor possessed, where the killing energy contained within had been long erased. This was all the most primitive, unmatched precious blood, maintaining the immortal Tao power from the past. Xianxia had a feeling that if any drop of this type of blood got out, it would be enough to kill sect master-level figures. It was too tyrannical and incomparable. Aside from this, there was a broken willow branch, damaged feathers, and other things on the altar. The scene was terrifying. "Are you the one that is calling me? Why are you doing this? What kind of relationship do you have with me?" After the initial shock, it took Xianxia quite some time to calm down. He quietly asked this. The altar became indistinct. All types of void cracks appeared around him. Absent-mindedly, Xianxia felt as if time and space were distorting, as if the river of time was flowing in reverse. "This place," Xianxia backed up. There was a strange feeling that was difficult to describe. Hong long long sounds rang through the air. After a moment of distractedness, that altar became complete, no longer being damaged. The ancient energy pervaded the air. This place became indistinct. "That is 9 dragons pulling a coffin?" Xiao's mind trembled. He could vaguely see a few creatures fighting a great war. Then, these creatures entered a bronze coffin. 9 dragons pulled the copper coffin, breaking through the shackles from this altar, fleeing into an unknown world. Right, Willow Deity and the others were defeated, destroyed in Immortal Ancient Great Era. This is an immortal path. They escaped through this place. Xianxia seemed to be talking in his sleep as he watched the indistinct scene. He had previously seen by the 3-world coffin that Immortal Ancient Great Era was completely buried. Nothing left behind. Only the 9 dragons escaped while pulling a copper coffin. Defeated, they were all defeated. Xianxia repeated this sentence. With a wung sound, this place became quiet again. The altar was damaged once again, no longer complete. A gentle radiance surrounded it. On the altar, the various types of blood formed a ghastly sight. "Why? Why did you call me here? It doesn't make any sense," Xianxia asked himself when he became clear-headed again. Suddenly, the altar shone again. This place became even more blurry, and time seemed to have become chaotic. Shocking changes were taking place. On the damaged altar, the void distorted. The entire world seemed to be disappearing. Didn't the 3-world coffin leave? Could there be something else? Xianxia stared at this altar. Suddenly, he widened his eyes with shock as he looked at this ancient damaged altar. This time, there weren't any strange things leaving from this path, but rather something that was coming. A cauldron, one that was extremely indistinct, seemed to be arriving from the distance. It did everything it could to appear on this altar, but in the end, it still couldn't truly appear. One could vaguely see that this cauldron had 3 feet and 2 ears. The cauldron's opening was perfectly round, the inside surging with primal chaos. Strand after strand of heaven and earth source energy was released from within. There was a supreme holy aura. Only it was too blurry, unable to truly appear. It was too difficult for it to come out. Dong! The altar trembled. Xianxia saw a few things clearly. That cauldron seemed to truly take form slightly. "There's blood." Xianxia saw that the cauldron was sticky with striking blood. Moreover, not just 1 or 2 types. The dark red color was glaring. He could vaguely hear a type of calling. Someone was shouting towards him, needing him to go over and participate in the great battle. What can I do?" Xianxia was shocked and stunned. The calling came from far away, and it was extremely faint, almost inaudible, but still extremely real. It wasn't an illusion. Xianxia stood there, his body and mind trembling. He really wanted to walk over, but even if he really did step on the altar, what could he do? That cauldron couldn't come over, unable to truly take form. Apart from this, the altar was damaged as well. It was too ancient, and together with the great battle from the past that destroyed half of it, there was simply no way to transport any creatures or objects. Wang! The altar shone, the symbols ancient. Xianxia couldn't recognize a single one of them. They were all incomparably mysterious. Were those immortal Tao patterns? Dong! Then, the vague 3-legged 2-eared circular cauldron shook greatly, about to truly take form on the altar. Wang! A cry sounded. There were still other words after it, but it was forcibly cut off, preventing him from hearing it. The cauldron was too ancient and sacred, momentarily truly taking form, towering above the altar that had remained on the ancient path throughout time. At this moment, it shook heaven and earth. This cauldron was too mysterious. There were all types of patterns, including flowers, birds, fish, bugs, plants, all living things, as well as the stars in the sky. All types of creatures appeared vivid and lifelike. However, it was sticky with blood and not just one or two types. An unsurpassed aura seeped out from the dark redness, pervading the air. Divine will transmit it out from this cauldron, calling out for him to ascend onto the altar and enter that cauldron, leaving with it to enter a boundless battlefield. There was no hostility, nor was it an illusion. This was a true and urgent calling, requiring him to cross over. What happened? Do I know you all? Xiao's breathing was urgent, feeling the urge to step out and walk onto that ancient altar several times. He felt the impulse to cross heaven and earth, travel through 10,000 ancients to fight against the most powerful creatures. Shua! The cauldron quickly became blurry. It immediately grew dim, fading away on the altar, only leaving behind a void shadow. It was too difficult for it to truly appear here. It was quite clear that if it truly came, it needed to exhaust an endless amount of power. It could only stop in that indistinct void, wait there for an answer, waiting for someone to lend a helping hand. It was enduring an endless amount of natural law pressure. Why are you calling out to me? Do you know me? Xiao absent-mindedly asked. Unwittingly, he already began to walk, about to approach the altar. He truly wanted to see where that cauldron would bring him. Suddenly, his fine hairs all stood on end, his body going taut. He quickly backed up, staying far away from that altar. Ever since he stepped on his own path and took that step, cultivating a strand of immortal energy, his divine senses became incomparably sharp. He was able to always sense dangers a step before they arrived. At this moment, even his scalp felt a bit numb. He understood clearly that there was great dangers here. If he continued any further, he would undoubtedly die. Is this a trap? A type of temptation? Purposely guiding me over and then killing me? He was incredibly shocked, feeling horrified as he continuously stepped backwards. That damaged but massive altar flickered with a strange brilliance. Streak after streak of flowing light appeared in his surroundings, shining with incomparable brilliance. This type of light was extremely shocking. Even for someone as powerful as Xiao, his mind was still greatly impacted, feeling that his primordial spirit was going to leave his body, about to throw itself into this stream of flowing light. He understood that the immortal Tao, auspicious multicolored light that he occasionally saw above the abyss was definitely this type of scene. Everyone thought that an immortal artifact appeared at the bottom of the abyss, but in reality, this was just the light released by an ancient transport formation. And this light? Xiao's expression was serious. He saw that those strange lights could twist the void and open up streak after streak of great cracks, and even vaguely saw quite a few floating ancient corpses between those cracks. Moreover, the clothing of the creatures floating in the different cracks weren't the same, as if they belonged to different eras. There seems to be more auras of living creatures. Are the cracks in the void related to a few ancient realms? He felt a wave of anxiety and uneasiness, feeling that this place was quite chaotic. It gave one the misconception that they were going to fade into nothingness, no longer existing and entering those great void cracks. Pong! Suddenly, creatures fell into the abyss from above, a total of 4 of them. 2 of them landed on the edge, smashing into a pile of skeletal remains without any abnormalities. Meanwhile, the other 2 appeared at the edge of the altar. They were swept through by the light, displaying shocking changes. What kind of power is this? Xiao's eyes widened, feeling great shock inside. One of the corpses, originally a young individual, immediately began to age. His long black hair quickly became snow-white, and his skin that was full of luster began to sag, eventually fracking apart and falling off from the body. This type of change happened too quickly, completed in an instant. His entire body aged and then broke apart, crumbling into ashes, completely wasting away. This altar is extremely terrifying. Xiao was horrified. Just now, if he didn't back up, he would likely turn into trailing dust. The other corpse also changed, but it was entirely different, leaving Xiao shocked. He continuously stared in that direction. This was originally a middle-aged man, but his body became young. His face gradually became tender, and eventually he turned into a child. The light there was too resplendent. However, when the altar trembled, that child was directly destroyed, turning into flying ashes. The expression in Hao's eyes became blank. He stared at that altar, not saying anything for a long time. This place was extremely sinister. That type of power was great and ridiculous, not something human power could contend against at all. He also had the reincarnation technique, but when compared to the altar, it truly was a grain facing a vast sea, not something on the same order of magnitude. In this place, space wasn't stable, and time seemed to be chaotic as well. There was terrifying and shocking destructive force. Hao produced 2 stalks of holy medicines, accurately tossing them towards 2 different directions. He opened his heavenly eyes to carefully observe their changes. One of the medicines immediately shrunk, becoming tender and replete with moisture, and then it actually turned into a seed, ultimately exploding unstably in space. The other holy medicine's changes were even more shocking. It quickly grew, the flower buds blossoming, and then it began to wither. Produced fruit, landing on the ground. Its own body became a dried-up yellow. Even though it was a holy medicine, it still had the day when it would decay, unable to live forever. As such, it rotted away, ultimately returning to dust. Meanwhile, those seeds also displayed shocking changes. They immediately produced buds, their radiance resplendent. They quickly grew, and soon after, they turned into mature holy medicines. Then, they produced seeds that landed on the ground, while their own bodies died, quickly aging and becoming dust. Hao was stupefied. In that instant, that region was already covered in holy medicine, the rays of light resplendent. The medicinal fragrance was astonishing, fragrance wafting through the air. This altar was too heaven-defying. Forget about turning aged creatures and medicinal herbs back to their younger state. Just the latter type that allowed medicinal herbs to quickly mature was world-shocking. If others obtained this, how formidable would that be? Holy medicines were everywhere. Multicolored mists shone. Medicinal fragrance so dense it turned into holy light, filling this place. Hao felt as if he was going to sprout wings and ascend. Pooh! Unfortunately, with a shake of the altar, this place became unstable. All of the surroundings split apart. The medicinal herbs everywhere immediately erupted, and then turned into ashes, all of them dying, no longer existing. A streak of light swept out, and then the altar's surroundings were cleaned and restored. Nothing remained. Hao didn't say anything even after a long time had passed. He looked at the altar, and then at the indistinct cauldron, feeling a wave of silence and speechlessness. This place left one with great shock, and it also made one think about many things, too many associations to make. It was quite clear that time here was chaotic, space unstable. It was incomparably weird. This was a heaven-defying place. 3-world coffin escaped. This is something I know and can understand. After a long time had passed, Hao spoke. However, what are that cauldron's origins? It wishes to come here, but I've never seen such a thing before. In the strange scenes I saw in Fire Province's grasslands when the copper coffin was opened, there wasn't anything like it. Hao frowned. He found it extremely difficult to calm down. There were some shocking speculations, but nothing could be proved. Where did it come from? Why did it never appear before? There are no rumors of its existence in the present world. Why is it calling out to me? Hao said to himself. Only with his current self it was impossible to set foot onto the altar. Otherwise, if he didn't immediately die, then he would become a child, and then be erased by the void. Time and space here seem to be ever-changing, impossible to stabilize. There aren't many creatures who could ascend the altar. As soon as they got close, they would definitely die. Hao silently thought to himself for a long time, not willing to move at all. It was as if he was petrified as he stared at the altar, truly wishing to understand it. There were too many mysteries here. Everything was shrouded in mists. With his current amount of strength, it was completely impossible to decipher them all. There will be a day when I will definitely return and ascend the altar. I will head towards that unknown place and explore it to its end. Shurhao vowed. It was difficult for him to find peace without solving these mysteries. He always felt empty. In the future, he definitely had to return. I am going to become stronger, Shurhao said. Taking a step back, even if he truly had the ability to ascend that altar and depart through that cauldron, what could he do? With his current strength, it was simply impossible to participate in that unimaginable, bitter great battle. At the same time, he thought of other things. This world was going to change. The desolate border was unstable, and great chaos might soon engulf all 9 heavens and the 10th earth. After all, even the Willow deity had been defeated in the past, only able to flee. Everything was intersecting. It wasn't just one battlefield, passed through all of time. One had to consider the element of past times and great vicissitudes over the years. Time, space connected everything from the ancient past until now. They were from different regions, different battlefields. In the future, it was definitely going to be extremely bitter and desperate, but there was a chance that it might very well become incredibly brilliant. I have to become stronger and ascend to the peak of the divine Tao, sweeping through all enemies in my way, Shurhao said. Then he suddenly turned around, leaving this place. He wanted to return above the abyss. He was going to rise up now and squeeze out every bit of his own potential. While Shurhao was walking up to the stone walls and about to climb upwards again, he turned around to give this place one last look. He was shocked once again. That cauldron vaguely took form. Precisely at this moment, someone walked out from within. That person was extremely indistinct, unable to see clearly at all. That person stood on the altar. This is... Shurhao found this difficult to believe. He stopped moving and stared in that direction. Show! The altar trembled. It was extremely unstable. A blurry radiance shone there, and then an unstable passageway appeared. That person fell inside, thus disappearing. Someone came, landing in the void passageway, leaving this place. Where exactly does it lead to? Shurhao's voice was trembling. After a long time had passed, his eyes became resolute, his expression serious. He said to himself, "This is a leftover image from the past, the reappearance of an engraving. Everything I saw didn't happen just now. Who was that person? Would he meet this person one day? If they did meet, he would be able to understand who it was that was calling out to him, wishing for him to join that great battle." Shurhao didn't hesitate anymore. He quickly climbed up the abyss walls. On the abyss there were many creatures. Where is Huang? He will have an audience with my clan's great one. Someone spoke, walking towards Qingyi and the others. Fallen Divine Ridge's cultivators. Chao Yuxing's expression changed. Fallen Divine Ridge is an extremely ancient, but incomparably large sect. Fallen deities were demons, and demons were one of the 4 great ancestral courts. This was a young man with scarlet hair. A pair of horns grew from his head, making him look extremely sinister. Where did this cow come from? Not even completing your evolution, yet already coming out to scare others. Go back and refine away your cow horns first. The little rabbit glared with her large red eyes. I am only here to pass on the message. Whether you all decide to go is your choice. This youth sensed killing intent and immediately backed off. He wasn't of the impulsive type, not wishing to suffer for no reason. He cupped his fists and then turned around to leave, not staying here for even a moment longer. Only when he was in the distance and about to disappear did he say again, "Divine Child Great One is about to come out from isolation, so please have Huang prepare to greet him." "That cow really does run quickly," the Divine Striking Stone said. It originally wanted to take action and directly smash outwards to break one of its horns, but it was stopped by Qingyi. Fighting is prohibited in the Black Abyss surroundings. There are natives maintaining order here. This was a restricted place. There were natives from all different races standing guard here, waiting to exchange for the artifacts cultivators brought out from below. Battles were not permitted here. Why hasn't Shurhao come back up yet? Don't tell me that he encountered some type of danger, right? This isn't some kind place. Chao Yuxing frowned. Should be okay. the little rabbit said. She felt that since Huang could even come back from the black-colored ancient boat, this abyss shouldn't be too troublesome for him. Time continued to pass. They waited left and right for Shao's return, and eventually, they all frowned, feeling that things weren't quite right. Forget about those who were with Shao, even the ones that went after he went down had came up again a long time ago. This was just too slow. Even if he traveled 2,000 zhang, he still should have returned. The first 100 zhang was a safe region. Once one passed this region, it became difficult to say. Generally speaking, it was already extremely rare for one to travel 1 or 2,000 zhang. Normally, it was extremely rare for anyone to break through 3,000 zhang. Even the furthest would be merely 2,000 or so zhang. A single wait took up the small half of a day. In the end, group after group of people went down and returned. Based on normal reasoning, the amount of time should have long passed, and he should already be back. Heh, could it be that Huang died below? If that's really the case, then it'll definitely be a huge joke. Someone so powerful fell in the black abyss and died. As time went on, quite a few people who were paying close attention to Shao's party revealed strange expressions. Some of them began to discuss in soft voices. What is so strange about that? In the past, there were some ancient freaks who didn't believe in evils, wishing to explore things to their end, ultimately falling to the bottom of the abyss, their bodies and Tao erased. At this time, everyone began to suspect that something unexpected happened to Shao, because normally, even if he traveled 10,000 zhang, he should have returned. However, who dared to travel that far? Not even heavenly deities could do it. One has to understand that the rough stone walls were extremely strange, more terrifying the lower one went. The symbols that were released were impossible to withstand, injuring or even making those climbing fall. Could it be that Huang is going to fall here? Haha, why do I feel so happy? Someone roared with laughter, his voice ringing from left and right, the source unknown. He didn't dare reveal his real body out of fear of being captured by Chao Yuxing and the others. However, he was secretly mocking others in an unrestrained manner. Most of the people here became silent, all of them feeling that Shao encountered danger, that something unexpected might have happened. A small group of people revealed joy, hard to hide the happiness on their faces. For example, those from Demonic Sunflower Garden, Beast Sea, and Heavenly Country. They all bore hostility against Shao. If he really did die, then it would be too great. The people laughing in secret became even happier. Haha, if he really did die from his own decisions, then that's completely suicide. Who said he had to enter the black abyss? Wu, I originally wanted to see fallen Divine Child kill him. Rumor has it that Divine Child Great One might have taken that step, so killing him would definitely be as easy as chopping vegetables. I never expected him to look for death himself, throwing his life away ahead of time. Hong! Suddenly, a figure rushed out while sticking to the abyss stone walls, immediately landing on the ground. He wore tattered armor on his body, and with the ferocious movements, the rust that was on it began to fall. Chong! Shao put away the armor, his eyes ice-cold as he swept through the crowd, making this place immediately become silent. Not even those in hiding dared to speak again. This is too great, he finally returned. The little rabbit was bouncing about excitedly, reaching out her hands while shouting noisily, asking for good stuff. Show! An afterimage remained at his original location. Shao disappeared, and then with several up and down movements, he carried over 3 individuals, tossing them fiercely onto the ground. Sure enough, they are Heavenly Country's executioners and Underworld clan's corpses. Chao Yuxing said. Shao raised his feet, about to kick them into the abyss. Towards these people, there was no need to say too much, just directly eliminate them, and that was that. Stay your hand. You are not allowed to use force here. Someone from the natives walked over, eyes cold, exerting powerful pressure. Right, you cannot kill us. The 3 captives cried out, as if they were clawing at their life-saving straw. Pong! Shao didn't kick them down, but he stepped down on each of their bodies, almost trampling apart their bones. The 3 of them immediately screamed miserably. Murderer! Everyone, Please uphold justice here. Even though there weren't any injuries, the three of them screamed frantically, wishing for the natives to take action and kill Hao. You cannot act rudely here. The centaur race, 8-armed spirit race, ancient fiend race and other natives walked over, their expressions serious. However, with each step they walked closer, the expressions of the elders among them changed, revealing expressions of disbelief, as if they sensed something. Their eyes flourished with radiance as they stared at Hao. Young esteemed guest, we are willing to exchange for the things in your hands. An elder spoke up with a trembling voice, hurriedly walking over. Moreover, when they passed by the three captives, they directly kicked outwards, sending them one after another into the abyss, cleanly eliminating them. Ah no! Save us! Miserable cries sounded from the abyss below. All of you, are there any others who dare to treat our esteemed guest with disrespect and stand out? The other elders also walked over, shouting towards the surrounding creatures. Everyone became stupefied. Were they watching a play? I understand, he definitely found formidable things below, and these immortal ancient natives sensed them. Someone said softly. When others heard this, their eyes all flourished with brilliance as they looked towards Hao. Unfortunately, they didn't dare to steal from this devil king even if they were the bravest in the world. They could only watch from the side. With a walla sound, Hao threw a pile of things onto the ground, for example star essence, sunstone, ruined weapons, a purple crystal core, and other things. They were all rare divine materials, invaluable things. These were things he found on the walls when coming up. After all, he traveled 100,000 zhang, far surpassing everyone's imaginations. Even if he didn't deliberately look around, he still encountered a few divine materials along the way. The eyes of those around him immediately stood up straight. There were quite a few materials that would even move sect masters, all of them able to produce world-shocking precious artifacts. I only need holy medicines, divine medicines, and the like, Hao said, willing to exchange with the natives. No problem, an elder replied joyously. Then he lowered his voice, saying, Esteemed guest, do you have other divine objects on you? We are willing to exchange for them. I don't. Hao shook his head, but his mind was moved. He still had the willow deity's branch on him, but how could he exchange that? Something's not right. You definitely do. You have immortal energy on your body. There is the aura of guardian spirit, ancient ancestor. The elders that came from different clans all spoke like this. This shook Hao's mind, but he didn't say too much. He didn't wish to gift the willow deity's branch to others, wishing to keep it himself. Hurry and just exchange for these. I still have other matters to tend to, he urged. In the end, he was perfectly satisfied, and the surrounding people were petrified. It was because he obtained many stalks of holy medicines, making this place resplendent. Medicinal fragrance was rich, a rain of light drifting about. Wow, we're rich. So much radish and cabbage. I want to eat them. The little rabbit cried out with AOAO sounds. She was the one that was most happy. Hao put away the precious medicines and brought his people away, leaving the black abyss. Then, in the following 2 days, the elders of the natives were like glue, sticking to Hao's back. They didn't take action either, just following without leaving. Youngster, you should hand that thing over to us. Did you old fellas go crazy? The little rabbit muttered. Chao Yuxing said, Lower your voice. Don't let the others hear. I say, Hao, what kind of thing did you obtain exactly to make these old fellas like this? You might as well just exchange it with them. I'm leaving to collect life-saving items. When I've gathered enough, I will immediately leave Burial City to enter isolation. I am going to cultivate a second strand of immortal energy. Hao was also at his wits' end from being chased, unable to break free all this time. Meanwhile, there was no way he could fight against these natives. Otherwise, there would be huge troubles with no place safe left in Immortal Ancient. Burial City had a region where the building style was unique. They were all made from jade, looking like bejeweled palaces. There were many creatures here. People came and went, making it exceptionally lively. Extremely precious medicines for sale here. Must take a look. Heavens, there are rumors of information on the heavenly deity fruit. A single fruit will immediately allow you to become a heavenly deity. Burial City's greatest auction house was here. Green jade was used as the staircase, white jade as the archbridge. The massive palace released auspicious multicolored light, the spiritual essence here dense, making it seem like a heavenly temple. Huang, we finally meet. A voice sounded. Shihao's group arrived at the auction house. As soon as they were about to enter, they encountered someone with gray hair. On his back was even a pair of strange wings, one black and one white, as if there were yin and yang energy swirling about. Fallen divine child? Shihao narrowed his eyes. He had this type of feeling as soon as he saw the other party. This person was fallen divine child because his aura was too powerful. How terrifying! The surrounding people shivered inwardly. They all couldn't help but back up, their faces becoming miserably white one after another. Fallen divine child's eyes were incomparably deep. Within them unexpectedly the terrifying scenes of deities and devils falling, and even the heavens being destroyed, all things withering away. This person's eyes contained demonic characteristics. The creatures nearby cried out, their faces becoming pale. Their legs gave out, their bodies falling weakly onto the ground. The others hurriedly moved backwards, all of them exceptionally shocked. You really have some arrogance, I had others come look for you, yet he was ignored. Fallen divine child spoke. At this time, a faint smile appeared on his face, the terrifying scenes in his eyes disappearing. He had sharp eyebrows and stellar eyes, his face handsome. His smile became greater and greater, becoming more and more resplendent. It was as if a blazing sun rose here, erupting with brilliance. His temperament became completely different, incomparably warm, making one feel as if they were bathed in autumn winds. Everyone felt a sense of reverence towards him. Shihao frowned. He knew that this person definitely took that step, cultivating immortal energy. This individual was extremely dangerous. Only it was difficult for normal people to sense it. However, he was still fearless because he had long taken that step, cultivating immortal energy, just that he never gave it away. This was done precisely to draw out the old enemy, fallen divine child, and then use this to kill him. Since you didn't come to meet me, I personally came to see you. Fallen divine child's head of gray hair fluttered about, his smile extremely brilliant as he walked over step by step. All of the creatures here felt their hearts trembling. They all looked towards that direction. Commotion immediately broke out. The ancient freak fallen divine child had appeared, clearly for Huang. He was going to take action. Who do you think you are? For me to have an audience with you? Shihao calmly replied. You seem to be more powerful than your two senior brothers. However, your end will be the same. Back then, they both crawled under my feet. Fallen divine child said softly. Youngster, you should be careful when you speak. A loose tongue causes troubles. Right at this moment, the elders behind Shihao walked out, their expressions unkind.